Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Genius Deku Possessed Strongest Fire Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri watched the conclusion to Izuku's match Invisible Thought. Well, it was actually more accurate to say that Tamura watched Invisible Thought, as Kurogiri's expressions were almost impossible to read when he wasn't explicitly emoting. Tamura grunted while carefully considering what he had seen. I expected a less even matchup, but I guess he put more into his charisma stat than attack for this round. Wonder why? Isn't it obvious, Tamura? Came the baritone from the monitor. He's crafting an acceptable persona for the masses. It's one thing to have power in this society infested with heroes, but combining it with a false perception of kindness and benevolence makes him an even more palatable paragon. No doubt at the direction of All Might to groom his young successor. But didn't he say that he didn't want to succeed All Might? Tamura questioned. A clear misdirection. All for one waved off. Publicly declaring the successor to the symbol of peace immediately creates a massive target and monumental expectation. Merely desiring to be a beacon for the disenfranchised does much less in that regard, sounding more like wishful thinking from a naive child than anything else. It's the perfect cover, especially with his lineage being a proverbial smoking gun. What's so special about his lineage, anyway? There's no need to concern yourself with that for right now, Tamura Shigaraki, he assured, much to the young adult's growing annoyance. Just keep focused on destroying the symbol of peace and his successor. Right, the symbol of peace, Tamura lowly muttered. His brain was on anything but All Might, though. The way his sensei dismissed his thoughts and nudged him toward a preferred path really annoyed him. It just didn't make sense to him that All Might could take on and defeat the Namu so expediently. But his supposed successor was practically torn apart by the creature. Their powers just didn't feel similar enough for Tamura to think there was any connection, but Sensei knew best. Sensei always knew best. Izuku watched the admittedly entertaining arm wrestling match that decided the tiebreaker between Kirishima and Tetsu on a TV in the hallway. Izuku heard a soft set of footsteps behind him, and he turned to see a very puffy-eyed Ochako approaching him. Whoa, are you okay? Was it the match? Did something else happen? He rapidly fired in concern, but she quickly waved it away. No, everything's fine, she assured. I just had a talk with my dad is all. Izuku nodded, and the two made their way back to the seating area in a comfortable silence, at least on Izuku's end. Ochako, however, had something on her mind. Were you holding back against me, Izuku? She suddenly prompted. Izuku was silent for a moment even though he was somewhat expecting the question. No, I wasn't holding back. Why do you ask? Ochako wasn't really satisfied with that response. It's just, I watched you fight that bird creature at the USJ and take down the 0-pointer at the entrance exam. I know that you could have probably broken my back over your knee like Bane did to Batman without even breaking a sweat, so why didn't you? Izuku was very much taken aback with the morbidness of the example in regards to the question, but he was even more taken aback by the reference itself. That's a pretty deep cut. I didn't think you were into pre-Quirk American comics. My dad's a collector, and I read a good bit of his collection, she answered. Don't dodge the question. You're right, I probably could have done that if I were really dead set on doing so. He responded and met her gaze. I doubt that I would have been able to without you almost certainly negating my gravity, though. And, she rebutted, and I think you're underrating just how cracked your ability to tip the scales of a fight with a single touch truly is. He began to explain. I know that you understand very well that it's an almost guaranteed win condition since you centered your strategy around that. What you may not be considering is that I had to rethink my usual battle strategy to account for not letting you land a hit on me while also not being able to bounce around like normal. And that was much easier said than done. Not only did you keep me on my toes, but you truly made me get creative to keep you at bay. Kirishima is the winner. Add him to the bracket. They heard Midnight announce to the crowd. I didn't think I'd ever end up using my red flames in a fight with anyone other than maybe Todoroki. But here we are. And do keep in mind that I literally cannot fly without your help. Give yourself the credit you deserve. You were pretty damn awesome out there. He finished with a smile, and she valiantly tried to hide the re-emerging tears that were prickling her eyes. All right, folks, it's time to get the 2ND round going. You also broke my nose, so there's that, he added with a chuckle and a tap of his nose with a finger wreathed in pink. Right, she sheepishly remarked. Sorry about that. Don't sweat it, he waved off. I'll return the favor at some point. Right, she nodded with a smile before she paused and what he said caught up with her. Wait, what? Ready? The determined scowl of Bakugo met the equally hardened scowl of Kamakiri. Both boys were ready to move at a moment's notice. The blonde's arms were spread and his palms were sparking, and the mohawked manty's arms were crossed in front of him with the tips of blades poking out of his skin. Begin. The two charged each other, and Kamakiri proved to be the faster one with a swipe at Bakugo's face with his fully engaged blades. Bakugo dodged the swipe just barely enough to get nicked on the cheek before letting off a powerful explosion to Kamakiri's side. But the boy's speed proved troublesome again when he shifted his body and created a number of blades to shield himself from the blast. Guess Bug Boy's pretty quick on his feet, Bakugo snarked with a smirk. Quick enough to cut you to pieces, Kamakiri replied and lunged again. Bring it, Bakugo snapped back and dodged the incoming series of swipes from the mantis-headed boy. Bakugo sidestepped a swipe from Kamakiri's left arm and snatched it in an iron grip. Then he whipped out his free arm and set off several small explosions to give himself the extra momentum to spin the other boy around and slam him to the ring. He finished the combo by leveling a much larger explosion right at the down boy to end the bout quickly and decisively. The problem was that it did not end the bout, much to Bakugo's annoyance. Kamakiri, a little worse for wear, sprung to his feet and readied for another go at the blonde. "You're not putting me down that easily, Explosion Boy," Kamakiri shouted with a new set of blades ready for action. "Good," Bakugo replied with a wicked grin. In the Wanna section, Izuku and Todoroki carefully watched the vicious exchange of slashes and explosions between the two ferocious combatants. There wasn't a guarantee that one of them would make it to the final round, but it was wise to evaluate the competition anyway, especially when both Bakugo and Kamakiri seemed to have quite a bit to prove. It's kind of interesting seeing Bakugo fight since he hasn't been in heroics classes with us after the first one, Sue commented after the blonde ducked another swipe and answered with an explosion to the ribs. "Doesn't really look like he needed them, to be honest," Kaminari added. "Has he always been this intense?" "He's been a lot more subdued than normal, actually," Izuku replied as Kamakiri responded with a stiff backhand to the blonde. "This fight is more of the Bakugo I remember." "You two knew each other?" Sato asked. "Yes," he answered without going into the same level of detail he did for Ochako and Ida weeks prior. "Our moms have been best friends since they were our age. We spent a lot of our younger years together." Todoroki's brow furrowed when he heard that, as it meant that his mother may have been friends with not only Midoriya's mom but Bakugo's as well. If that was the case, the facts that the three of them were roughly the same age, attended the same hero school, and were placed in the same class in said hero program were entirely too convenient. He'd pin that to the board and investigate it further when he got home. "And he still tried to blow you up?" Sue dryly asked while Bakugo launched himself over Kamakiri and unleashed a large explosion when the boy was directly under him. "I never said he wasn't an asshole," Izuku replied with a shrug, and he peered down at the ring to see Kamakiri unsteadily step out of the smoke with more blades at the ready despite his labored breathing. "He seems to be getting better about that, though." In the ring, Bakugo stood poised to unleash another round at his opponent. He would be lying if he said he wasn't enjoying himself. He lost count of the amount of cuts and slashes he had peppering his body from the battle. It was the first time in over 2 weeks that he had a proper fight with someone. And it was even better that it was against someone strong and capable enough to give him a good one. Kamakiri was feeling much of the same. He was being tested unlike he had ever been before, and it was exhilarating. Even on wobbly legs and coughing out the ashen taste of smoke from the explosions that had been bombarding him the entire fight, he was ready for more. "I can do this all day," he said with a smirk and resumed a stance. He may not have gotten the chance to beat the purple kid's ass for using him as a puppet, but this fight more than made up for it. "Your funeral?" Bakugo nodded. And the two readied for what felt to everyone watching like the final stand. The two teens charged once more, and Kamakiri thrust with his blades while Bakugo aimed an explosion at the ground between them. Kamakiri's blades hit nothing but air when Bakugo propelled himself up and over the teen once again, this time landing behind him and aiming a much larger explosion at the boy's unguarded back. The force blasted Kamakiri away, sending him tumbling a considerable distance across the ring until he skidded to a stop near the edge. The boy tried to get back to his feet, but he fell back to the ground with a thud. Kamakiri is unable to continue. Bakugo advances to the semifinals, Midnight announced, and the crowd raved in approval. Bakugo's grin grew even more at the announcement of his victory, and he shot pointed looks at both Izuku and Todoroki. The message was clear. He was coming for whoever made it to the finals. His grin dropped when he turned back to the down Kamakiri, and he observed the boy for a moment. He was still conscious, and he was trying his best to get back upright. Bakugo silently walked over to him with his hands in his pockets, and he said nothing to the boy when he reached him. Kamakiri was also silent, and the two stared at each other for a few seconds until Bakugo extended a hand to help the boy up. Kamakiri considered the hand for a moment before inevitably taking it and rising to his feet with the blonde's help. "You got lucky," Kamakiri grumbled. "The end result won't be the same in our rematch." "Anytime, Bug Boy," Bakugo answered with the return of his grin. In the teacher's box, Inko watched on with a smile. She was truly glad to have gotten through to the boy she saw as a nephew before he could self-destruct. She also had to commend him for doing so well despite not having participated in any heroics training beforehand. She was very curious to see how quickly he'd progress once back on a regular training schedule. In the Wanna box, Ida and Todoroki departed to prepare for their match coming up after the 1B bout between Yui and Shizaki. It was then that Izuku noticed that someone was missing. Yaoyorozu isn't here. I wonder if she took that loss really hard. The next few matches went by rather quickly. Yui and Shizaki met in the ring, and Yui immediately placed her hand in her pocket as expected while Shizaki readied her vines for a quick extraction. He could hear people be a little skeptical of her attempting the same bluff a second time. However, Izuku noticed that it was the opposite hand as the previous match, so he wasn't so sure it was a bluff rather than a deliberate move. Sure enough, the battle began and Yui threw a handful of sand at Shizaki that enlarged into a practical meteor shower. Her vines were faster, though, and a thick wall sprouted around her while several others snaked through the ring and snagged Yui's arms before she could shrink it again. Once the danger of the sand was neutralized, the vines coiled around the rest of her body and carried her out of the ring before dropping her out of bounds. Kodai is out of bounds. Shizaki advances to the semifinals. Midnight announced. Izuku let out a sigh of relief that he wouldn't have to end up facing Yui in the finals. And he turned to see Kirishima leaving the stands. He supposed it was time to get ready. And after a few wishes of luck from his friends, he set off through the halls towards the waiting area. Along the way, he wandered past a TV that was showing Ida running around the ring in evasion of massive trails of ice. However, a sniffle from an alcove near a set of stairs gained his attention. When he went to investigate, he heard quiet mutterings of maybe they're right and never strong enough, never smart enough, never pretty enough. Turning the corner, he found Yaoyorozu in a corner with her head partially buried in her knees. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? Izuku softly asked, and she gasped at his appearance. Midoriya, she yelped in surprise. I didn't hear you coming. Few ever do, he responded in jest. What's wrong? It's nothing, she weakly denied. I'm just a little disappointed is all. Izuku sat down cross-legged in front of her. It seems like it's a little more than that. She shook her head and wiped the remaining tears away. I'll be fine, I promise. If I'm not mistaken, your match is next. You should get going. Izuku reluctantly acquiesced and stood. I suppose so. Just remember that myself and all of our classmates are here for you if you ever need anything at all. We always will be. I will, she nodded with a small, thankful smile. Good luck. Izuku nodded and turned to head to the waiting room, but he stopped in his tracks before he could get very far. By the way, he said over his shoulder, whoever is insisting that you aren't strong, smart, or pretty enough is a goddamn liar, and I will put them through a fucking wall. She couldn't fight the snort that left her at his declaration, and she watched him walk down the hall with a sad smile. The smile dropped, and only a bitter sadness remained. I really wish it was that simple, she whispered. Izuku faced down the sharp-toothed grin of Kirishima in the center of the ring. He was excited for the match since fighting Kirishima would naturally be simpler than the rest. It wouldn't necessarily be easier, but the problem in front of him was one that could literally be solved by punching it harder, and that was always nice. Ready? I've been wanting to test for myself how strong you really are since the first day. Midoriya, you're going down. Begin. Izuku went up in a blaze of green while Kirishima hardened his entire upper body, and the two met fists with a loud bang. Kirishima threw a left hook that Izuku ducked and answered with a hard punch to the hardened redhead's kidney, but Kirishima was mostly unaffected. You're gonna have to do a lot better than that, Kirishima taunted. Careful what you wish for, Izuku retorted. The following exchange made a few things clear to the audience. The first was that Kirishima could absorb an absurd amount of punishment and keep on ticking, as the punches that Izuku was leveling on him with arms that burned an even deeper emerald than when the match started could be heard and even felt by those on security detail outside of the stadium. The second thing was that Kirishima could deal just as much damage as he could take. Every once in a while, Kirishima would land a punch to Izuku that dazed him or even almost knocked him off his feet at points, and those punches could be heard throughout the stadium as well. The final thing, though, was the most important, and it was the blatant gulf in skill between the two combatants. Kirishima could certainly do some real damage with his punches when they landed, but that was exactly the problem. They had to land, and very few of them actually did. The fight was primarily a showcase of Izuku dodging and deflecting strikes before answering back with bone-shaking hits of his own rather than a back-and-forth smash fest between the two. With that said, though, Izuku was still only slowly chipping away at the boy's rough exterior. The longer the battle went on, the more he could feel the strain begin to set in on his muscle, but he pushed through regardless. He was certain that if he was feeling it, Kirishima had to be feeling exhaustion of his own. And a tired Kirishima would certainly struggle with keeping up his hardening with anywhere close to the same efficacy. This has been a real battle of attrition, sports fans. Midoriya has been bobbing and weaving for the majority of the fight, but now he's unloading a heavy barrage of body shots to Kirishima in hopes of getting through that impenetrable armor. Will he succeed? The audience was on their heels in wonder of the same question, and it was answered when sharp, flesh-colored chips started flying off of Kirishima like broken glass, tearing up Izuku's gym uniform and cutting where his skin was exposed. He did not let up, though, and he poured even more strength into his barrage to further the progress. The roar of the crowd at the sight only fueled him further, and his right arm burned brightly with green fire before he slammed a final punch into Kirishima's abdomen, practically blasting him away towards the edge of the ring. Kirishima wasn't down just yet, though, and he slowly tried to rise from the ground. Izuku wouldn't give him the chance, and he darted toward the down boy to unleash his finishing maneuver. It was something he had been toying around with in training and wanted to try in an actual battle. When he was close enough to Kirishima, he poured the flame into his legs and jumped into the air, doing a front flip before coming down with his brightly burning heel. Lunar Inferno. The fiery heel came down on Kirishima with a loud crash, and the boy was finally down for the count. There was also a brand new crater in the ring at the point of impact, but that could be fixed. Sitting on her couch in the living room of her apartment, a tan woman with long, rabbit ears poking out of her white hair watched her TV screen with a twitching eye. That little shit is so dead if I ever see him. Actually, do I have anything to do next week? She flipped through her schedule to see if she had any prior obligations or plans to patrol somewhere else in the country, and she unleashed a feral grin when she saw that there were none. Izuku shivered in place for a brief moment. He didn't know why, but he felt like there was a lot of pain coming his way in the near future. Kirishima has been knocked out. Midoriya is the winner. And Midoriya completes our final four. Ladies and gentlemen, Bakugo, Shizaki, Todoroki, and Midoriya are the last few standing. Izuku left the field and was heading through the halls back to the waiting room when he spotted Bakugo entering the hall from the other end. The two locked eyes and stared at each other as they passed. Bakugo appeared content with saying nothing, but Izuku had experienced too many silent stare-offs that day for his taste. Bakugo, he began when the two were in front of each other. Good luck out there. I hope to see you in the finals. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. He wasn't really sure what he was expecting from the greenhead after, well, everything he had attempted to put the boy through in their lives. But it certainly wasn't cordial encouragement. He grunted and continued past him without looking back, and he spoke. I'm gonna beat you and win this damn festival, and I will be the number one. You can count on that. Izuku watched his former friend leave in the direction of the ring, and then he continued on his way back to the waiting room. The first match of the semifinals. We're about to see a battle for hero class supremacy. Again with the screaming. First up, from Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo, versus, from Class 1B, Ibara Shizaki. Bakugo's scowl was in full force and his palms crackled in anticipation. Shizaki's vines readied themselves to strike. Start. Bakugo blasted himself into the air to avoid the mess of vines that lunged for him as soon as the match began. He aimed down at her and sent a large explosion to the girl, but she blocked the blast as best as she could with a wall of her hair. She was a little disturbed to see that the vines were burned and unusable. However, Bakugo saw this and grinned. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Blasting away the many vines that came to ensnare him on his way back down, he fought his way through the jungle with explosion after explosion on his way to Shizaki's position. The girl wouldn't stand down, though, and she waited for Bakugo to burn his way a little further before a collection of vines emerged from under the ring and coiled around him. Bakugo's trapped. Is this the end for him? Fuck that. The blonde shouted, and the vines around his arms started glowing before a massive explosion erupted and freed him from the trap. Shizaki was rattled by the ease in which he dismantled her trap and the frightening grin he sported along the way. No more screwing around. He growled and propelled himself over the newer vines that made to attack him. Then he pointed his right palm at her and grabbed his wrist for support. Howitzer impact. The resulting explosion wasted whatever vines were remaining to snag him as well as all of those that were acting as cover for her. The blast sent her flying out of the ring and skidding onto the grass well out of bounds. Shizaki is out of bounds. Bakugo advances to the final match, and the first half of the final two has been decided. In the waiting room, Izuku stood up from his seat. I guess Bakugo's making good on that promise. Now it's my turn. I can feel the anticipation in the stadium. And that's because the second match of the semifinals is gonna be epic. Izuku appeared on the field from the tunnel while Todoroki did the same from the other side, and the crowd exploded. It's the guy who won his first fight by a landslide and literally left half the audience frozen. He's been nigh unstoppable the entire day. It's the Hero Course's Shoto Todoroki, and this other kid has been a force of nature alongside him. Despite some people's best efforts, his will shan't be denied. Also from the Hero Course, Izuku Midoriya. When the two met in the middle of the ring, the tension among them was absolutely palpable. Midnight and Cementos could feel it. Both classes 1A and 1B could feel it. and even the pro heroes in attendance could feel it. "So, here we are," Todoroki said. "I said I'd beat you, and I will honor that. I've said this way too often today, but you're more than welcome to try," Izuku responded. "You're not winning today, though. It's an unstoppable force versus an immovable object. Which will prevail, Takoyami?" "How do you think this match will go?" Ada asked in his seat next to Ochako. "It depends on if Midoriya is able to get close to him," he answered, while he had been able to melt through Todoroki's ice before. "We don't know if he can do so with the sheer quantity of ice that Todoroki has unleashed today. It should be an interesting matchup. If not, he could just avoid the ice entirely and force Todoroki into an up-close encounter," Ochako supplied. But both her and the bird head beside her were taken by surprise when Ada started vibrating. "Oh, please excuse me. My mother is calling." Ada excused himself and left his seat to take the call. In another area of the arena, Endeavor surveyed the ring with a keen eye. This was exactly the challenge Shoto needed to set him straight, and it was the perfect opportunity to scout the next potential number 2 to his son. Both of the heroes in training have been frontrunners in the festival, but which one of these rivals will advance to the final round? Prepare for Midoriya versus Todoroki. The two boys fell into a stance, Todoroki planting his right foot forward to prepare an ice attack while Izuku spread his legs and leaned his body to the right in preparation to dash out of the way. "Begin now," both boys thought simultaneously as a wall of ice slammed into the spot where the now bright yellow Izuku was previously standing. Todoroki was prepared, though, and immediately slammed his right hand down to the ring in the direction of Izuku's landing spot. Foregoing yellow for green, Izuku leveled a very hard punch to the incoming ice and shattered the entire structure, sending a wave of ice shards and frigid wind back toward the two-tone teen and the audience behind him. Todoroki was only saved by a wall of ice behind him. Holy cow! Midoriya literally punched through Todoroki's opening move. Todoroki sent another, even larger wave of ice at Izuku, but Izuku smashed through that one with his left arm. He countered again. "You'll want to do this from range," Izuku commented before darting towards his opponent. "I don't think so." Todoroki slammed his hand to the ground and created a bridge of ice that he slid on to meet Izuku's charge. Izuku leaped to face him and threw a left hook shrouded in a red-hot glow to carve through Todoroki's attempt to freeze him up close. And his red-hot fist slammed into the boy's cheek and sent him back down the ice slide. Izuku chased after him, slicing through the ice as he slid with his glowing left hand until he was right on top of the heterochromatic boy. And then, with crimson fire pouring off of his hand, he slammed his palm into Todoroki's chest to press him against the boy's own protective barrier, and unleashed the full might of his red flames in a single blast. Midoriya is really turning up the heat against Todoroki. He's taking the fight directly to him and negating his ice all the while. Smart. Is he really overpowering Todoroki right now? Mina incredulously asked among her classmates. "Hell yeah, he is," Toru cheered. "Kick his ass, Midori. His quirk certainly seems tailor-made to counter Todoroki's ice," Yaoyorozu added. "Oh, yeah, Momo, when did you get here?" Mina asked in surprise. "A little bit after Midoriya's match with Kirishima," she answered vaguely. "I caught it in the hallway. That guy really hits hard," Kirishima supplied with a rub to his still tender ribs. "I knew this match would be intense, but they're killing it down there." Bakugo said nothing as he watched the match very intently. Back in the ring, Todoroki was feeling the effects of being slammed into his barrier as well as practically being broiled in an interstellar oven. He opened his eyes when he was certain that the blinding red light had died down, and he saw no sign of his opponent anywhere. He couldn't burrow through the ground, so the only option was up above. Lo and behold, Izuku was barreling down toward him with his green fire back in use, primed to smash Todoroki into the ground. Todoroki fought through the invasive warmth his body still felt to create a veritable fortress of ice around him to momentarily delay the attack. Izuku was undeterred, and he slammed his fist into the ice, but it didn't immediately break. Izuku punched it again and again until it finally gave and he shattered through. Unfortunately, Todoroki was no longer there. "I've got you now," Izuku heard the boy say from the other side of an ice wall. And Todoroki spawned another massive glacier that completely encompassed the area Izuku was standing in but didn't quite reach the audience this time. He packed so much ice into that cover specifically so Midoriya wouldn't be able to immediately burst through it, giving him more time to ready his trap. "You think we can call this one right now?" All talking ceased when the ice that was trapping Izuku began to crack and glow a bright red, and it promptly exploded in a brilliant crimson flame that towered over the ring and almost reached the open air above the stadium. Standing in the impetus of the flame was Izuku, his gym uniform slowly burning away as he stood, and he cut the flame before more of it had any chance to. Upon close inspection, Todoroki could see that he was sweating, so he surmised that not even the green head was immune to the heat of his red flames at a point. Todoroki wasn't in a much better state himself. The blast of heat from Izuku made it exponentially more difficult to use his ice effectively, let alone drag out as much ice as he had for the diversion and the ice prison. He was quickly becoming exhausted, even if the warmth from the red fire kept him from suffering from frostbite like he normally would after overusing his ice. Amazing, folks. Midoriya has freed himself from an icy prison and looks ready to go. Back in the stands, 1A and 1B were collectively agape, Zero most of all. Their class rep was hit with a slightly smaller version of what he was hit with, and he just flash melted himself out of it like a blowtorch, barely looking any worse for wear. Over with 1B. Monoma was fighting very hard to not throw his arms up and storm out of the arena. Who the hell gave one of the right to be that busted? If he listened closely, he would be able to hear Shinso's teeth grinding from the general studies section. Was Midoriya always this cool? Talkage asked Yui beside her. I believe the more fitting term is hot, she answered. Is that a lame pun about the red fire? Or are you referring to the fact that his uniform is half burned away? Yes. Back in the ring, Izuku slowly approached Todoroki, who was bent over and taking labored breaths. You look like shit, he lightly commented. So do you, Todoroki replied. Fair enough, he shrugged. You're not gonna beat me like that, you know. Todoroki was silent. He regained a bit of his energy, and he looked up to the audience at Endeavor. He sighed. I suppose you're right. Don't look at him, look at me, Izuku commanded while stepping forward toward him. You're not doing it for him. You're not doing anything for him. You are Shoto. You can be the kind of hero you want to be when you grow up. Izuku's right arm went up in kaleidoscopic fire, and he stomped in front of Todoroki. So, be Shoto, damn it, he shouted before decking him on the left side of his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. It's okay to use your powers to be who you want to be. That's right. I am Shoto, and I will be a hero. Todoroki stood up, going up in an inferno of his own. Is that? Holy shit, he's using his fire. Mineta screamed. This just got way more interesting, Kaminari agreed. Inko and All Might watched on in slight concern. Todoroki using his left side added a new dimension to the fight entirely, and they were curious to see how Izuku would combat it. Maybe it isn't such a great idea to help your opponent through mental blocks, but thank you nonetheless, Todoroki spoke. I need to keep reminding myself of who I am. It wouldn't be right to beat you while you weren't at full capacity. Izuku responded with a smirk. You still think you can beat me? Todoroki challenged with his own smirk, ice beginning to creep up his right side while fire cascaded over his left. Izuku's entire form went up in the colorful fire, and he settled back into a stance. Prove that I can't. Todoroki stomped, and a gargantuan wave of ice shot toward Izuku. Izuku leaped into the air and smashed through the first part of the wave with a spin kick, blanketing his legs with green fire when he landed in the ice that carried him towards the other side of the ring. Todoroki watched the now yellow blur bounce from pillar to pillar toward him, and the yellow transitioned back to the painfully familiar rainbow. He then unleashed the heat from his left hand and blasted it forward in tandem with another shot of his ice to meet the charge. Izuku pushed his quirk as far as he could, trying to access individual pieces of his quirk and meld them together for a grossly dangerous super move. He was genuinely surprised when he felt his fire kick into a second gear, so to speak, and his kaleidoscopic fire flared up to an intensity that he hadn't discovered before. He knew he would regret the aftermath, but he was ready to meet Todoroki's attack head-on. That's it, Midnight. One of them could be killed, Cementos shouted while filling the ring with as much cement as he could to block the incoming collision, and Midnight tore a section of her costume off to unleash a plume of her somnambulist gas to knock them out. Neither effort was very effective, as even the several walls that Cementos erected in the ring between them were torn through like wet paper towels by both attacks. The resulting collision caused an explosion of concrete, ice, and the most vibrant colors that anyone in the stadium had ever seen. They were swamped with so much color that it felt to many like they were trapped within a prism hurtling towards the sun. When the color died down, Midnight and Cementos peeked over the bunker that he quickly erected for them when it became clear that the two teachers weren't going to be able to stop the wanton destruction that the teens were dead set on causing. Having great power doesn't mean you'll be a good hero, but I'm really glad these two chose to be heroes rather than villains, Cementos commented in shock, and Midnight dumbly nodded. What happened just now? What the heck is up with those students, Eraser? The air around the ring had been thoroughly cooled down, and then it rapidly expanded when it heated up. Wait, that's what caused the explosion? How hot did that fire even get? I can't see a thing down there. Is the match even still going on or what? When the smoke finally cleared, the ring was absolutely annihilated. Midnight looked to the epicenter of the explosion, and no one was there. Fearing the worst, she frantically looked around the arena until her eyes landed on the tattered, beaten form of Midoriya lying unconscious against the wall of the arena. She looked directly to the other side and saw Todoroki planted in the wall in a human-shaped crater, but he eventually slid out of the crater and face planted to the ground. They're both out of bounds and unconscious, Midnight stammered. It's a draw. The crowd was dead silent. No one knew what to say or how to react. They watched two powerhouse teenagers throw everything they had as well as the kitchen sink at each other, resulting in the closest thing to a cataclysmic explosion that anyone hoped they would ever live to see. And it ended in a draw. No conclusive winner, no one definitely moving on to the finals, and likely no tiebreaker if the state both teams were in was any indication. It was a draw. Are you fucking kidding me? Was the apoplectic shout of Deku at the announcement. That sufficiently broke the crowd from their stupor, and they erupted into a raucous uproar. There's absolutely no way that these boys will be well enough to compete after that, even with Recovery Girls healing, Cementos commented. As much as I hate it, I agree, Midnight lamented. Deku might just win the whole thing by default. It's a shame. Both of these boys fought way too hard to go down like this. The sentiment was shared among 1A, as even though there wasn't an official declaration made, the writing was on the wall for how the festival would conclude. Do you think they could try to force a tiebreaker? Minda grasped at straws. I highly doubt it, Shoji sighed. Those guys won't be walking for a while, let alone fighting. Deku pointedly ignored everything while he waited for any official updates on how they'd proceed. He absolutely refused to accept a win by default, and he wouldn't hear a word of it. Inko was a mixture of worry and motherly fury. She wanted so badly to scoop her son off the ground and hug him tightly until Recovery Girl healed him enough for her to beat him back into a hospital bed for being so reckless again. All Might could swear that he saw a translucent yellow glove reach out of him before it was yanked back inside by several other hands, accompanied by the angry voice of his sensei screaming that she'd throttle the little shit for making her worry so badly. Well, folks, it doesn't look like Midoriya or Todoroki will be in any condition to hold a tiebreaker or compete in the finals afterward, so the first-year champion of the UA Sports Festival is Katsuki Deku from Class 1A. GODDAMNIT. He raged while the crowd cheered. I will not accept a win like this. Should we do something about this? Gyro asked to anyone who was listening. What's there to do without the risk of being blown up? Ribbit? Sue questioned in reply. Hey, Yamomo. Toru whispered to Yaoyorozu. Can you make a lead pipe? Sure, but may I ask why? She hesitantly probed after creating the requested item and handing it to the invisible girl. You'll see, was all she said before soundlessly moving toward the furious blonde. Yaoyorozu's question was answered when a loud clang and the solid thump of a body hitting the floor was heard. Well, that's an option, I guess, Sue remarked. The first-year students have completed all of the events for the UA Sports Festival. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the awards ceremony. Midnight called out, and a shower of confetti rained down on the students as fireworks boomed overhead. In front of the waiting students, a podium rose from the ground, and the final 4 competitors stood proudly on their respective podiums. Well, Shizaki stood proudly on her third-place podium. Anyway, Todoroki stood on another third-place podium covered in bandages with a look that told all in attendance that moving an inch was excruciating. Izuku was next to him on the same podium covered in even more bandages and strapped to a hand truck to keep him upright. And he was clearly on another planet entirely, presumably to numb the pain while he was conscious. Finally, festering on the first-place podium in the center was Deku with a comically large knot on his head, and from his furious snarl and the way he was trying very hard to keep his arms to his side, it was clear to all that he was not standing there on his own volition. Fuck up again. And you'll be lucky to land in general studies. Fuck up nearly as badly as you did today. And there won't be a body to send to Ketsubatsu. Those words from his pseudo-aunt were the only things keeping him still and his mouth shut. Going ballistic in front of the world in the award ceremony of the UA Sports Festival most likely landed in the very bad fuck-up category. Too bad Ida had to leave and couldn't be here for this, Sue lamented. I don't think Midoriya is here with us either, Kaminari joked. Wherever he is, he looks like he's enjoying it. He's wherever you go whenever you short your brain out. Gyro sniped with a smirk that grew even more when Kaminari deflated. Now, let's break out the hardware. Midnight continued. Of course, there's only one person worthy of distributing the awards. Citizens, I am here with the medals, moaned the #1 hero as he leaped into the stadium from the roof and landed in front of the students. And the crowd erupted for the umpteenth time that day. Young Shizaki, congratulations, All Might told the girl while placing the bronze medal around her neck. You showed tremendous ability out there. Thank you very much, All Might. Your praise fills me with more elation than I can describe, she kindly replied with a smile. However, you have more training to do if you want to face different kinds of villains, All Might continued while giving the girl a quick hug. You won't be able to simply restrain every opponent you face. She gratefully nodded, and the man moved on to the injured duo on the other side. Young Todoroki, young Midoriya, congratulations, he said to the boys while bearing 2 more bronze medals. I'm glad that you used your left side and embraced it as a part of yourself and no one else. You'll make a fine hero. Pain, was Todoroki's simple reply once All Might placed the medal around his neck. And you, young Midoriya, you were truly outstanding, he said while placing the final bronze medal around the cast on Izuku's neck. I have no doubts that you'll become a symbol even greater than myself. That got the attention of everyone listening, whether they be in the field or in the audience. The kid who declared his desire to be a symbol for the downtrodden just got a glowing endorsement from the symbol of peace himself. Talk about massive expectations to live up to. If the boy was even halfway cognizant of where he even was, he probably would have pissed himself on the spot. And now, young Bakugo. All Might boomed to the boy who was struggling mightily to keep it together. One look towards Inko, who was motioning across her throat with her thumb, was enough to keep him contained. You may not have won the tournament in the manner you wanted, but you still proved your strength, force of will, and tenacity to get as far as you did. All Might held the first place medal in front of him. Please accept this first place medal, even if you have to think of it as a scar, something you'll never forget. Bakugo's eye violently twitched when the medal was placed around his neck. And Izuku's dumb giggling to the right of him wasn't helping, neither was the hug All Might gave him. Here they are, the winners of this year's sports festival. All Might showcased the 4 students. But listen closely. Any of you first years could have ended up standing on these podiums. Think about what you've done today. You've challenged each other, learned, and climbed even closer to your goals of being pros. I think the next generation of heroes is proving to be our most promising one yet. So, I have one more thing to say, he bellowed while throwing his hand to the sky. I want everyone to yell it with me. You know what it is. Plus ULTRA. Thanks everyone for your hard work. Or the different chants of the audience and All Might. The resulting scolding All Might received from the students and audience caused such a ruckus that Izuku's hand truck started rolling backwards, and he fell off the podium with a goofy thud. Tamura and Kurogiri watched on in silence after the camera picked up Izuku's unfortunate tumble. Only a few more seconds passed before Tamura began to snicker. That snicker became a strangled chuckle. That chuckle developed into uncontrollable laughter. He didn't notice the door of the bar opening or Kurogiri practically teleporting back to his place behind the bar to clean glasses that he had already cleaned 7 times over until someone called out to him. Yo, Tamura, you free for some? Spinner, if you're here to ask me to play League of Legends, I'll fucking dust you right now, Tamura rebuked, and Spinner slowly stepped back outside and closed the door. Tamura sighed and stood up to leave the room until the door opened again, and Spinner poked his head back into the bar. Do I still have an invite to the League of Villains? He sheepishly asked. Yeah, I'll text you the details or whatever. He waved off before his attention snapped back to the Gecko Man. And what the hell are you wearing? Oh, this, Spinner said with clear pride. I'm honoring the philosophy and mission of the hero killer, Stain. That caught Tamura's interest. Hero killer Stain? Nice work, Aizawa told his class after the festival. You have the next few days of school off to recuperate. I'm sure the pros who watched the festival will want to recruit some of you. We'll look over the draft forms and update you when you return. Get some rest. You still have a lot of training. Yes, sir, the class collectively responded with the exception of Ida, who was absent, Bakugo, who said nothing, Izuku, who giggled, and Todoroki, who only mumbled, all I know is pain. The day after next, Todoroki felt well enough to leave his home and visit the hospital. His mind was a mess on the way there. He was so certain for years that the sight of him would only cause his mother pain, so he never visited. However, he had to accept that they would always be bound to one another, and he would not truly be able to move on as Shoto without getting over this hurdle. After getting her room number from the front desk, he meandered his way up the stairs to the 3rd floor, battling with himself internally the whole way. When he finally made it to the hallway, he spotted a woman leaving one of the rooms. The woman gave him pause, as he recognized the green hair. When they locked eyes, recognition came over him, and he remembered her from the USJ. It was Verdant, Mrs. Midoriya. She smiled when she saw him, and he wasn't entirely sure why until she spoke. I'm glad to see you're up and about, Todoroki. Thank you, he responded, not really knowing what to say. How is Midoriya? He's in much better shape than he was a few days ago, but I've still got him on house arrest, she answered with a fond shake of her head. He told me that you had given him the most fun fight of his life. Todoroki was silent at that, but it wasn't an awkward silence. He couldn't help but feel a touch of warmth inside at the information. He really respected Midoriya. Mine, too, he muttered. Who are you here to see? Probably the same person you are, she answered with a soft smile. That made sense, as they were best friends. Was it a stretch to think that he and Midoriya were destined to become best friends, too? It was something to think about. He'd see where the strings on his board took him later. He looked at her with a constipated expression when a dark thought flashed through his mind. Do you think she'd even want to see me? Her smile fell. She stepped forward and placed a tender hand on his right shoulder, her green eyes meeting one gray and one turquoise. Of course, Todoroki. You're the one person she wants to see the most. Todoroki's resolve hardened, and he nodded. "Thank you." "Of course," she replied, regaining her smile before stepping past him and back down the hall towards the exit. "Mrs. Midoriya," he called out before she could get too far, and she turned to look at him. "At the USJ, when I stopped that villain from attacking you from behind, I said that we were even. I don't know if you heard that or not, but thank you. Thank you for attempting to be there for my mother and my siblings through the torment." Inko did not immediately respond, instead choosing to find the correct words to answer him with. "No one should ever have to receive thanks for basic human decency. Frankly, I wish I could have done more, and I always will. However, the past can't be changed, and it's better to cherish the moments you have to make the present and future as wonderful as possible." Todoroki nodded, and Inko gave him a final smile. "Now, quit stalling and go let Rei give her baby boy the hug she's been waiting a decade for." With that, she turned around and disappeared down the stairs, leaving Todoroki alone in the hallway once more. He walked toward the door labeled 315, and he sighed. It was now or never. He reached for the door handle, and he pulled it open before stepping inside to see his mother for the first time in a decade. Izuku was drowning. Thick, foul-tasting sludge poured down his throat and into his lungs against his will, and he frantically thrashed about to rid himself of the viscous concoction stealing his life away from him. Suddenly, completely beyond his control, he rapidly heated up and glowed a bright crimson, and he belched red flames that expelled the invasive sludge. Pained, horrified wails were all that filled his ears, and he couldn't tear his eyes away from the sight of a very humanoid man made of sludge trying desperately to rid himself of the flames to no avail. When the haunting, yellow eyes of the creature met his own, he shot up from his bed dripping in sweat with his heart pounding. When he calmed down, he deeply sighed in a sour mixture of frustration and resignation. He had been having that same nightmare every other night since the USJ. No matter how much he kept his brain busy to avoid thinking about it during the day, he couldn't escape the thoughts at night. When he sat back on his bed, the dull aches in his body flared up again. Izuku would readily admit that he had taken a very big risk in his match with Todoroki. He had done exactly what Recovery Girl had explicitly instructed him not to do, and he had been paying for it for approximately 48 hours. He couldn't tell you how many of those hours that he was conscious, but for the moments that he actually was, he felt nothing but untold pain. His body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder, marinated in lemon juice, seasoned with broken glass, and finally taped back together with the juice and glass shards still present. It was still only slightly less unpleasant than the earful he got from Recovery Girl when the grown elephant's quantity of painkillers finally wore off. A bronze medal he didn't remember receiving hung on his wall, and he was initially disappointed about the fact that he didn't at least make it to the finals after declaring that he wasn't going to lose at all. However, after his mother filled him in on what happened, he felt a bit better about the outcome, if not a little worried about how Bakugo took a de facto first-place medal. Since he was under house arrest courtesy of his mother, he had a lot of time to himself while he slowly healed his many injuries in increments. A lot of that time was spent on the internet perusing through articles that were written about the festival, as he expected that a titanic semifinal clash resulting in a double knockout that gave the only remaining competitor the win by default would certainly be newsworthy. He was right, and just about every bit of coverage on the results of the festival explored that in great detail. What he wasn't expecting, however, was to see his name appear in so many related, tangentially related, and even unrelated headlines. Symbol of Peace endorses a new symbol. UA Sports Festival standout Izuku Midoriya makes explosive debut. Izuku Midoriya, beacon in the darkness. What the hell was that about All Might endorsing him? Reading through a few of the articles made things somewhat more clear, as apparently All Might had said that he would be a fine symbol when he awarded him his medal, but it was still absurdly surreal for him. The other headlines he saw didn't help matters, either. Izuku Midoriya, icon for late bloomers everywhere. Quirkless doesn't mean useless, and late bloomer doesn't mean defective. Late bloomer battles son of number 2 hero to a draw. He didn't really think that last one was fair to Todoroki. Still, he wasn't prepared for the level of coverage he was getting. He supposed that he should have expected it given everything Principal Nezu had told him beforehand, and making a solid first impression was his ultimate goal. But planning for something and the reality of that thing were two very different experiences. Of course, it wasn't all positive. There were a few articles that likened him to fool's gold and called the genuineness of his earlier interview into question. Some called him and the whole festival a UA publicity stunt. A few of the more opinionated pundits and talking heads even said that it was cute that the late bloomer played with the regular kids, but his second round exit was him falling back down to earth. That one honestly stung him a little bit. It didn't sting as badly as some anonymous people on social media complaining about the half-null stealing the spotlight from the actual winner of the sports festival because he really couldn't dispute that. However, there was one article in particular that grabbed his attention. It was from an independent group called Small Voices, and they, as their name suggested, spoke out and advocated for the quirkless, abused, and otherwise persecuted groups who felt as though their voices went unheard. This even included heteromorphic mutants and those with unstable quirks that sometimes made them a danger to themselves and others, which many late bloomers often ended up having. The article was titled, "Why Izuku Midoriya's Sports Festival Performance is Important," and he was genuinely surprised and touched at the way the author broke down and complimented him so thoroughly. It detailed the encouraging nature of his student pledge, the way he protected others in the obstacle race, and even the aftermath of his match with Ochako. The article also brought up the interview and his desire to help those who had slipped through the cracks, and it commented that while he may not have known the entirety of the quirkless struggle, he still knew enough of it as a late bloomer to want to actively do something about it and reach out to those that were still traversing those treacherous waters. The author noted that it was a fantastic omen for the future that he had the power to make the change he sought, and they concluded that the nation was waiting for the beacon in the darkness to shine a light for those that All Might society had all but abandoned. Beacon in the darkness. That wasn't the only time he saw that phrase used to describe him that day. He didn't quite know how he felt about it, but he didn't dislike the sentiment. Moving away from the news surrounding himself in the sports festival, he stumbled upon another headline that got his attention. Another pro-hero falls to the hero killer. Curious, he read the article, and his blood ran cold when he learned the name of the pro that was attacked. Ingenium, Ada's brother. He breathed out. That was not good. Ada must have been a wreck, especially considering the attack apparently happened during the sports festival itself. Fortunately, he was only critically wounded rather than fatally wounded, but the outlook's still great for him. He sighed, and he considered texting Ada to check up on him, but he decided against it. Ada hadn't told him himself, so he figured that the boy wouldn't really appreciate him finding out through the news and potentially forcing a subject that he didn't really want to discuss. He resolved to let his friend know in person that he was there to support him if ever needed. Later that evening, Izuku was heading into the living room while Inko was preparing to make dinner for the both of them, but she ran into a snack. "Damn it, we're out of miso paste," she lamented. "I can run to the store and get some," Izuku offered. "You're still under house arrest," Mr. Inko reminded with a frown. Inko narrowed her eyes at him, but she soon sighed and relented. "Fine, despite my better judgment that you've jinxed yourself, go on out. Even though I know you can take care of yourself, please call or text if you do run into trouble. I know how stupidly stringent quirk use laws can be without a provisional license." "Will do," he assured before heading out. "I'll be right back." Izuku set off from his apartment and down the street to the nearest store. He had his earbuds in and his hands in his pockets, and to the world, he looked like any regular teenager meandering down the street without really paying attention to his surroundings. The truth, though, was that Izuku was very aware of his surroundings. He was so aware, in fact, that he knew that about halfway to the store, he was being followed. Izuku did not let on the fact that he knew he had a tail, and he proceeded on like normal to the store. Once inside, he got the miso paste and a few cups of instant ramen, and he left back in the direction he came. He didn't head home, though, as he made a few extra turns onto emptier side streets to see if his tail would follow him. Sure enough, they did. Izuku casually strolled into an alleyway off of one of those emptier residential streets, and he stopped in the center and waited for the arrival of his tail. He would not have to wait long before a shuffle brought his attention to a figure slinking past a few trash bags to the right of him, and he was face to face with a pair of golden, slitted eyes. "It is you. I knew it." The new arrival cheered when she saw Izuku up close. Upon closer examination, the girl was around his age with a beige cardigan over a traditional schoolgirl outfit, and her eyes were slightly tilted with a face and mouth that somewhat resembled that of a cat. Her blonde hair was put up in two messy buns, and she sported a fanged grin with a blush that completed the unsettling image. He was already on edge when he felt he was being followed, but the knife in her hand told him all he needed to know. He definitely jinxed himself again. "You know me," he hesitantly ventured. "MHM. She excitedly confirmed. "I saw you on TV in the sports festival. You were so bloody, and it was so beautiful." "Right," Izuku responded with the only thing that would come to mind. "Why are you following me?" "Because you looked so good covered in blood. And you should look like that all the time," she happily answered. And then her smile dropped for a moment. "And I remember you from that interview that was everywhere. You said you wanted to help those that slipped through the cracks." And, like a light switch, the momentary lucidity was gone, and the unsettling, almost euphoric smile returned. "However, it wasn't just euphoric, it was hungry as well. And that makes me want to cut you up and share my love with you," she declared with a swing of her knife that he ducked and backed away from. I want to cut you and drink your blood so that I can be you and love you forever." Izuku did not get a word out before another knife materialized in her free hand, and she lunged for him with frightening speed, just barely dodging by the skin of his teeth. He tossed aside the bag of groceries and dodged the knife she threw at him before igniting in a bright, yellow flame. "Pretty," she commented before Izuku dashed behind her and attempted to knock her out with a strike to the back of her neck, but he was flabbergasted when his hand hit nothing and he was swept to the floor. Toga stood over him with her knife poised to penetrate him, and his yellow flame flickered to orange and projected into a small wall in front of him right as she brought the knife down. When she hit nothing but a solid wall of flat, orange fire, her confusion allowed Izuku to take advantage and kick the wall into her to create separation. With that separation, Izuku now had a few moments to think. The girl had proven to be fast, scarily fast. In fact, she was somehow faster than he was with his yellow flames. Or did she just have faster reflexes? That still wouldn't make sense unless her brain could process information faster than he could move, which he supposed was possible but not very likely. Was it some sort of precognition? In any other situation, she would have been so cool to analyze. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she asked, now seemingly more lucid than she just had been. Now Izuku was perplexed, and she seemed to be as well. She appeared to have competing fits of lucidity and murderous euphoria, though one clearly overpowered the other because her blush had just deepened once more and the smile returned. "Just a little bit of your blood. It'll make you look so much prettier," she insisted before lunging at him again. This time, he was ready, and he dropped to the ground to dodge her attack before yanking her out of the air and flipping her onto her back, disarming her in the process. He wasn't done yet, though. He had a plan. While she was struggling, Izuku bit as hard as he could onto the tip of his thumb and drew blood, smeared his other palm with the blood, and placed it over her mouth. The effect was instantaneous, and she stopped struggling and started licking his palm. He had an inkling from some of the things she said that she was very fond of blood, specifically drinking it for whatever reason. Maybe it was Quirk-related, and he was taking a massive risk. But the flashes of lucidity she showed where she momentarily seemed like a regular person reminded him of someone going through a really odd, really extreme bout of dissociation, or maybe withdrawals, maybe both. It was a stretch, and she was obviously mentally unwell to begin with, but he had a gut feeling that there was more to this than a mugger trying to kill him for shits and giggles. As for the blood, he certainly wasn't going to cut his thumb with one of her knives because Lord knew where the hell they had been, and he wasn't going to risk sticking an open wound into her mouth, either. If she drank strange blood on the regular, he wasn't going to risk catching any bloodborne pathogens from her. After a minute of seemingly content licking from the girl, the ridiculous level of awkwardness of the situation started to catch up with him. He truly did not want to stay in that position, but he really shouldn't just let her go, either. He could call the police, but that realistically wouldn't solve whatever was going on with her, as she'd never get the help she needed by being put into the system. With a sigh, he looked around the alley and saw a stray piece of rope laying beside them, and he did the one thing he wanted to avoid entirely. He called his mother. "Okay, let me get this straight." And Ko began as she was rubbing her temples in the alley beside her son and his captive. She really didn't know what to call the tied-up girl now that she wasn't attacking her son. "You noticed about halfway to the store that you were being followed." Izuku nodded. "You kept up the facade that you were unaware and then got what you needed from the store. Then, rather than leading whoever was following you back home, you gave her the runaround until you confronted her in this alley." Izuku nodded. "She recognized you from the sports festival and wanted to cut you up and drink your blood to spread her love, but she also said she recognized you from your interview, and she was much more lucid when she said that." Izuku nodded. "You think that she either has a split personality or is trying to fight off severe withdrawals from a need to consume blood that she has been denied for one reason or another. Potentially some combination of the two." Both Izuku nodded. "Wait, both? Why the hell is there two of you?" She sighed, supremely done with the situation. "Oh, that's my quirk," the tied-up Izuku chirped. "I can transform into anyone whose blood I drink." And Ko's head snapped to the original Izuku, and the piercing glare she gave him made him shrink. "You let her drink your blood?" It was a statement rather than a question. Izuku hesitantly nodded, and Ko let loose a long-suffering sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose. "You do understand the potential ramifications of letting someone who could literally impersonate you drink your blood after they had tried to attack you, right?" "Mom, hear me out," Izuku began, and his mother reluctantly let him speak. "She is significantly calmer now that she's had even a small quantity of blood. It leads me to believe that she doesn't get to drink blood very often, or she at least wasn't able to for a very long time if she's going to these lengths to do so. Maybe months or even years. Maybe she was actively discouraged from indulging because of the stigma that many quirks like hers tend to have." Izuku did not miss the flinch from his doppelganger, and he frowned. "Not only that, but the way she addressed me in those brief moments where she wasn't fiending for her next fix. She knew exactly who I was, and it felt like a cry for help." I don't think I have to describe to you the sheer magnitude of the leap you're taking here, Izuku, and co-stressed. I know, Izuku responded. But what kind of hero would I be if I ignored a blatant case of someone never getting the help or support they clearly needed? What kind of hero would I be if I just handed her over to the police and washed my hands of it? Izuku went quiet for a moment. Then he looked back at his mother. What if the sludge villain could have been helped? Izuku, his mother began in concern. The girl in question, having shed the Izuku disguise into a pile of sludge, silently watched the back and forth. She didn't know what to say or if she should say anything at all. She knew who Izuku was and why he had garnered a small level of notoriety. On some level, she knew exactly why she had chosen to target him that night beyond her violent urges. But was she truly ready for that? The discussion between mother and son was interrupted by a loud crash from the street. The two turned away from the captive girl to investigate, and they were nearly run over by a pickup truck whizzing past them, followed by several police cars. No one can stop Team Reservoir Dogs. The four men in the truck shouted together with a cash register still attached to an entire store counter sitting in the bed of the truck. Are you gonna? Izuku trailed off while looking towards his mother. I never officially came out of retirement. And Co began as the truck crashed again, this time as a result of a solid mass slamming down onto the hood. That mass revealed itself to be the grinning visage of Mirko. And the police used the opportunity to swarm the criminals. And they look like they've got things covered over there. Izuku nodded, oddly feeling a chill run up his spine at the sight of the rabbit hero. And he turned back into the alley to check on his charge, but she was not where he had left her. The only thing left in the alley was the discarded rope that she had apparently escaped from. Shit, he cursed and ran into the alley to see if she were potentially hiding somewhere until they left. But she was nowhere to be found. She had legitimately given them the slip in that brief moment where their attention was elsewhere. She's gone, Inko asked in mild panic. And she took the damn miso paste, Izuku shouted. The next day was their official return to school. The morning was wet and gloomy, and Izuku really hoped that it wasn't an omen for the rest of the day. But that would be tested when he bumped into Ida at the lockers where the boy was putting away his raincoat and rain boots. Good morning, Midoriya, Ida cheerily greeted, much to Izuku's confusion. Morning, Ida, he replied. Hey, if it's about my brother, don't be concerned, he calmly interrupted, sending a pleasant smile to his friend. I'm sorry if I made you worry with the lack of contact. Everything will be fine. Izuku watched the boy walk away in silence. Ida sounded normal despite the circumstances, but there was something in his eyes that gave Izuku pause. He couldn't quite identify it, and it was entirely possible that he had just imagined it, but it still put him on edge. He'd be sure to keep a close eye out for his friend. Class 1 was filled with chatter about the aftermath of the sports festival when Izuku arrived, and he quietly slinked his way to his seat amidst the conversation. He spotted Bakugo looking rather dejectedly at the wall, and he met eyes with Todoroki, who sent him a respectful nod that Izuku returned with a small smile. Soon enough, Aizawa entered and the class quickly found their seats, and all were surprised to see that he was out of his bandages. Ribbit, Mr. Aizawa, you don't have bandages anymore, Sue observed. That's good news. The old lady went a little overboard in her treatment, he sighed. Anyway, we have a big class today on Hero Informatics. The class was initially on edge at the announcement, as Hero Informatics was a vague descriptor that could entail a lot of boring or overcomplicated matters. It's time to pick your hero identities, Aizawa finished. And, just like that, the tension vanished and the class was excited again. This is related to the Pro Hero draft picks that I mentioned in our last class together. Normally, you all wouldn't have to worry about the draft yet, as that usually only concerns second and third years, but your class is different. By extending internship offers to first years like yourselves, pros are essentially investing in your potential much earlier on. Is that because we've already encountered villains in our short tenure here? Izuku asked. Pretty much, Aizawa confirmed. You all already have more practical experience than anyone else in your position, and that inherently makes you more valuable. Any offers you receive can still be rescinded, though, assuming their interest in you dies down before graduation. So, what you're saying is that we'll still have to prove ourselves after we've been recruited, Toru surmised. Exactly, Aizawa nodded. Now, here are the totals for those of you who got offers from pros. He pressed a button on a remote, and a screen cut on to display the students who got offers and how many they received. Unsurprisingly, Todoroki, Izuku, and Bakugo were the top 3 with thousands of offers each, and then there was a massive drop-off for the rest of them. Usually, the numbers are more spread out, but there's a pretty big gap this time around, Aizawa stated. Holy hell, Mina gawked, and several others around her nodded their agreement. Todoroki and Midoriya got the most, even ahead of Bakugo. Gyro asked. Yeah, it's the opposite of how they technically placed in the festival, Kirishima commented. There was no winner, Bakugo grumbled. Doesn't matter anyway. Yae Arazu sighed at her number of offers, and she turned to Todoroki beside her. It's amazing that you received so many. You must be proud. Those offers are probably just because of my father, he sullenly replied. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Izuku turned and offered the boy. We did blow up the ring. Todoroki considered that for a few seconds before he shrugged in acquiescence. The amount of offers you received is amazing as well, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said with a smile. You both have over 4,000. Hey, I read more than a few articles written about me yesterday, so it doesn't really surprise me, he shrugged. Right, bask in your fame, Mr. Celebrity, Minda grumbled. Please stop, Izuku replied, now totally deflated. Despite these results, Aizawa continued, wrangling the attention of the class once more. You'll all be interning with pros? Got it. Even those of you who didn't get any offers will be interning with someone. Like I mentioned before, you've already had experience with combat against actual villains, but it'll still be helpful to see pros at work out in the wild. And for that, we'll need hero names, Sato excitedly spoke, and their teacher nodded. Your hero names will most likely be temporary, but take them seriously, otherwise, you'll have hell to pay later, Midnight cheerily declared as she strutted into the room, garnering the attention of most of the boys in the room. What you pick today could be your code name for life, so be careful, otherwise you might end up with something utterly indecent. Yeah, she has a point, Aizawa confirmed while climbing into his sleeping bag. Codenames are important. They help reinforce your image and show people exactly what kind of hero you are and what you represent. What kind of hero I want to be. What I represent, were the simultaneous thoughts of Todoroki and Izuku, respectively. Names aren't really my forte, Aizawa says before slumping against the wall in his sleeping bag, so Midnight will have final approval over them. Izuku grabbed the whiteboard that was handed to him, and he brainstormed several ideas. The first to be discarded was Small Might, of course, and somewhere in the building, he could just feel his mother snickering at him. Now students, who among you is ready to share? Midnight asked, and Aoyama was the first to take the plunge. Hold your breath, he began. And the class leaned forward in anticipation. I am the shining hero. I cannot stop twinkling. Monami, you cannot deny my sparkle. What? It'll be better this way, Midnight said as she adjusted what he wrote on the board and handed it back to him. Take out the I and shorten the cannot to can't. What the fuck? Okie dokie, let me give it a go. Mina bounced up to the podium. My codename is Alien Queen. Hold on, like that horrifying monster with the acidic blood. I don't think so, Midnight quickly denied, much to Mina's dismay. What about Venus? Izuku spoke up, and both Mina and Midnight turned to him. Venus? Mina asked in confusion. Well, it rains sulfuric acid there, and it fits with your whole alien motif, he sheepishly explained. Just figured I'd throw something out there. It also probably won't get you sued. It's fantastic, Midnight declared. Venus, I love it. Mina beamed. Great job, Midori. No prob, Izuku said with a shaky thumbs up, not at all expecting her to adopt the nickname Toru had given him as well. Sue decided to step up to the plate next. I've had this one picked out since grade school. Rainy season hero, Froppy. Everyone loved that one. And it emboldened the rest of the class to go up and present their own. Kirishima chose the sturdy hero, Red Riot, as a way to pay homage to his idol, the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot. Izuku liked that one, and he liked Earphone Jack, Tentacle, and Cellophane as well. Tailman and Invisible Girl were a little on the nose, but he wouldn't begrudge them for it. Sugarman and Chargebolt were nice, and he really enjoyed Creati and Tsukayomi as well. Then Todoroki stepped up, and his board only read, Shoto. Just your name? Midnight questioned. Not just my name, Todoroki answered with a glance to Izuku, but, in essence, yes. Izuku knew exactly what he was going for with his name, and he couldn't help the grin that sprouted on him. When Todoroki was walking back to his seat, Izuku raised his fist to the heterochromatic teen. Excellent choice, he said while he held his fist out to him. Todoroki, however, did not move, and he only stared at the offered fist in confusion. Izuku looked bemusedly at him for a moment before he realized what was happening. It's a fist bump, he explained to the confused teen. We, bump fists, in solidarity, Todoroki pondered. Sure, I guess that applies here, too, Izuku answered, and Todoroki slowly met Izuku's fist with his own. After a horrifyingly awkward few seconds, Todoroki nodded in new understanding before returning to his seat. Izuku, fortunately or unfortunately, did not notice that the entire class had stopped to watch the interaction with barely contained laughter. Achako had quickly stepped up to prevent herself from bursting at the adorable scene with her hero name of Urave. Minto excitedly followed with Grape Juice, and Koda silently followed with Anima. And then Bakugo stepped up to the podium with King Explosion Murder. I'm gonna say that one's a little too violent, Midnight denied. What do you mean? He shouted in protest. Why don't you go with Explosion Boy? Kirishima heckled. Shut it, shitty hair, he retorted. Izuku looked back down to his whiteboard at the name he chose and tuned out the death threats Bakugo sent his classmate. He still wasn't entirely sure that it was a great name on its own, but he knew exactly what he wanted to represent. And he could finally say that he knew exactly what kind of hero he wanted to be, seeing that he was the only one left aside from Bakugo and Ida. He decided to step up. Most of you have probably seen that interview by now, and maybe some of you saw all the articles that were written about me these last few days. Izuku began, somewhat losing his nerve the more he spoke. He took a deep breath and shook off the trepidation before continuing. Well, a few different articles coined a nickname for me, and it was a pretty good representation of the hero I want to become, so I went with it, with steely resolve taking over his face. He flipped his board around to show the class. I'm the Kaleidoscope hero, Beacon. I want to be a beacon that shines a light for anyone lost in the darkness that needs a helping hand out of it. I love it. Midnight cheered. It's so fitting. She wasn't the only one, as his classmates joined in the revelry, complimenting his codename and assuaging his worries about it. The smile he got from Ochako and nods he received from Todoroki and even Takoyami warmed his heart. Meanwhile, Ida stared intently at the board in front of him as he thought back to the last conversation he had with his brother in the hospital. Tensei roughly began in his hospital bed with his brother by his side. I wasn't sure if I wanted to say anything yesterday, but hiding it from you won't miraculously help me walk again, so I might as well come out and say it. Wait, walk? Ida frantically questioned. What do you mean? Right, walk. I won't be doing that for a while. Probably ever. I can't feel my legs. They're practically useless. Ida choked back a sob, and he tried desperately to compose himself. As tactless as ever, elder brother, he bitterly attempted to inject some levity to the situation. Tensei softly smiled. If I can't poke fun at my own situation, how could I ever convince anyone else not to worry? Of course, we're worried. Ida tried to reason, and the sobs began to escape him. Tenya, he began. The hero, Ingenium, is finished, at least for me. No, don't talk like that. Ida pleaded. You still have so many people to help and inspire, brother. This can't be true. Not me. You. What? I know that you look up to me more than maybe anything else in this world. If I can't inspire anyone in my career, I at least know with absolute certainty that I inspired you, intentionally or not. That's why even if I go down, Ingenium doesn't have to go down with me. I want Ingenium to live on through you, little brother. I want you to go out and save and inspire people just like you believe that I do. Be the hero you were born to be, Tenya. I can't, Tensei. Not until the man who did this to you is dead. Until then, I'm still just. You're using your real name, too? Midnight asked the sullen boy at the podium, and he only silently nodded. Izuku looked on with concern. His friend was not okay, and he was suffering in silence. Izuku looked across the room to Ochako, and he could see the concern on her face, too. They shared a glance and nodded, coming to a decision. Lord Explosion Murder, Bakugo shouted from the podium. No, Midnight deadpanned, and Bakugo returned to his seat once more in a huff. Now that just about everyone has decided on hero names, Aizawa spoke up from his sleeping bag. We can return to talking about your upcoming internships. They'll last for 1 week. As for who you'll be working with, those of you who are on the board will choose from among your offers. Everyone else will have a different list. About 40 different agencies across the country have agreed to take on interns from your class. Each agency focuses on a different area of expertise, so keep that in mind when making your decision. Once the bell had rung, the class was left to make their decisions and hand them in before the weekend. A few in the room already had an idea about where they wanted to go, while others were still mulling it over. Izuku was perusing through the long list of heroes that made him offers, and he was surprised to see that he had actually gotten an offer from Endeavor's agency, though he supposed that he should have seen it coming after the strange encounter they had during the sports festival. Endeavor wasn't the only surprising name, as he got offers from several heroes in the top 10, Best Jeanist and Hawk's Chief among them. What really surprised him was the offer he received from Sir Nighteye. All Might's former sidekick extended him an offer. Maybe it had to do with All Might declaring him to be a future symbol. There might have been some unintentional implications with that, but he'd just set the record straight again in that regard if needed. Eventually, he narrowed his selection down to a few names. He begrudgingly accepted that Endeavor could teach him quite a bit about wielding his fire offensively, especially from range, but the problem was that he was Endeavor. Hawks could likely do a lot for him in regards to pure speed, but Hawks was literally flight-oriented, and Izuku couldn't fly, no matter how much his classmates tried to make Rainbow Comet a thing. Sir Nighteye was much more informatics and investigation-based than the others, and he was certain that the man would be a wealth of knowledge in the realm of investigative heroics. But his agency was so small that it perplexed Izuku that the man even sent him an offer to begin with. Then there was Ms. Joke. He wasn't expecting one from her since she taught at a rival hero school, but he was certainly interested. She was proficient in close combat even without the aid of her quirk, but she had also cultivated an approachable image with her goofy and cheerful personality. More than anything, becoming someone that people on the fringes of society would feel comfortable reaching out to and accepting help from was paramount to him. He heard Ochako talking to others about her choice of the wild pussycats, and he looked over to Ida quickly and quietly writing his selection down. He looked back to his own sheet and made his selection as well. When the school day concluded, Izuku and Ochako went to invite Ida to walk to the train station with them, but he had already left. In the teacher's lounge, Aizawa was sifting through the internship forms he had already gotten back. He quirked an eyebrow when he saw his totally not favorite student's form. Joke, huh? He mused. That's surprising. I expected someone a little more explosive. She should be good for him, though. Continuing on, his brow furrowed when he saw Ida's form. He only selected one. He must have gotten better offers than this one. He zeroed in on the location, and things started to fall into place for him. A hero agency in Hasu. Damn it, Ida, don't tell me you're planning on doing something stupid. The next day, Izuku meandered through the halls of UA toward his weekly session with Hound Dog. It had only been a few weeks since the incident, and even though the dreams hadn't gotten any better, he felt like the sessions were definitely helping him come to grips with things in the waking world. When he reached Hound Dog's office, he sat down in a chair just outside of the door and signed in for his appointment. A few minutes later, the door opened, and none other than Bakugo stepped outside of the office. The two were very surprised to see each other. Bakugo couldn't ascertain why Izuku would need to see Hound Dog, and Izuku never pegged Bakugo as someone who would ever consider talking to a professional about, well, anything. Bakugo, Izuku questioned. You're seeing Hound Dog? The blonde grunted in the affirmative. Part of my requirements from after the battle trials. Izuku immediately understood and nodded. Oh, gotcha. It helps, Bakugo muttered. And Izuku was definitely not expecting that. The hell are you doing here? Izuku looked at him strangely for a moment before he realized that the blonde wouldn't have known about what happened unless he was there to witness it. There was a villain at the USJ. Yeah, I know, there were plenty of fucking villains there, Bakugo responded. Not all of them survived, was Izuku's short reply, and nothing more was said. Bakugo watched the boy step past him into Hound Dog's office with wide eyes. He didn't really know what to say or what to think about that. Bakugo. A familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts, and the blonde turned to see his homeroom teacher approaching him. Have you decided on who you're interning with? Not yet, he muttered. Why? Someone at UA personally requested to have you intern with them over the week, he answered. And Bakugo was intrigued. Think of it as your last obligation before returning to heroics classes. Aizawa handed him a sheet of paper. Bakugo read the name that was on it, and he paled. I don't have a choice, do I? I thought that was obvious, Aizawa answered. You don't have to travel anywhere. Just come to school at the regular time next week. Don't worry about finding her, she'll find you. Bakugo sighed in resignation as his teacher turned and left. And only then did he notice that the purple kid from the sports festival was silently trailing behind him. The two briefly locked eyes before he scuttled on behind Aizawa. HMPH, guess he's building that spaceship? Or whatever. After his session with Hound Dog, Izuku had one more stop to make before he left for the weekend to prepare for his internship. When he neared the development studio, he barely made it to the door before an explosion blew it off its hinges, and he narrowly dodged being pancaked by the new projectile. He wasn't able to dodge the body that crashed into him afterward, though. When he opened his eyes, he saw soot-covered pink dreadlocks under a familiar pair of goggles, and recognition instantly hit him. When the girl saw who she landed on, the same recognition hit her. Oh, Mr. 10 million points. The girl remarked with a grin. You here to see more of my babies? Honestly, yes, Izuku answered. I also sent in my costume for adjustments and upgrades, and I'm here to pick it up before internships begin. Oh, 2 in 1, then, she exclaimed. I personally worked on your costume when Power Loader brought it in. It was the least I could do for the attention you brought to my babies. Well, I'm glad to have been able to help, Izuku replied with a laugh as the two got up from the floor. Damn it, Hatsune. That's the fourth explosion this wee Power Loader began before he saw who she was with, and his blood ran cold. Oh no, please don't tell me you're here with any more schematics that will make me take up drinking any more than that little gremlin does already. Not this time, Izuku assured. I'm here for my costume. Oh, Hatsune's little pet project. Then Power Loader nodded, still a bit pale. Not really sure which is worse, in all honesty. She wanted free reign to do as she pleased with your requests. But I knew that she'd probably get you killed if I allowed that, so I kept an eye on what she added and modified. Genius requires uninhibited creativity. May shouted in protest. My blood pressure requires you be monitored to avoid a fifth explosion. Power Loader shot back. Anyway, she began, shaking off Power Loader's response. I saw that you requested added support for your arms and legs to reduce some of the damage your quirk does to you when you're going full throttle. While I'm not certain about the specifics of your quirk, if I had to hazard a guess, the different colors allow you different supercharged physical abilities. At Izuku's nod, she grinned and pressed on. Excellent. So I installed bracers in your arms and legs to reduce the strain when you're going Hulk mode or Speedster mode. The bracers in your arms come attached to brand spanking new gauntlets in lieu of your old gloves. The gauntlets also have shock absorbers to keep your hands extra safe in a tough fight. Izuku marveled at the modifications. The gauntlets themselves were rather sleek too and fit around his hand perfectly, and they had an iridescent finish that suited his identity. His boots, while not metallic, had a heat-resistant, iridescent vinyl finish and knee pads attached, likely as a fixture of the bracers included. This is amazing, Izuku complimented, to which Mei's grin grew even more. I also noticed that you tend to tire yourself out when you're in Speedster mode. And, while I don't know exactly what's going on with your quirk when that's happening, I initially opted to include a portable ventilator attached to a respirator I made for you, she started to explain before Power Loader interrupted her. Then, it dawned on her that including even a small oxygen tank with your costume would be the quickest way to blow you up whenever you ignited your quirk. He supplied with a smirk. Trial and error is an essential phase of the engineering design process, she defended, and the support course instructor held up his hands in mock surrender with a chuckle. Anyway, I ditched the ventilator but kept the respirator in case you ever enter toxic environments. It came at the cost of your cape, but you weren't really interested in holding on to that, anyway. We'll have to find another way to mitigate the exhaustion you face in Speedster mode. It just now dawned on me that you referred to my green and yellow flames as Hulk mode and Speedster mode, and I'm frankly disappointed in myself for not naming them something that cool sooner, Izuku commented. Then it appears we make a great team, Mei responded with a smile. I'll be coming to you exclusively for any modifications to my costume or support equipment from now on, so I definitely agree, Izuku nonchalantly replied. The utter glee on Mei's face made Power Loader look towards the locked cabinet near his desk. But he wouldn't break out the alcohol just yet. He would remain strong. Oh, Mei began once again. I'm in the process of developing an internal cooling system for your costume in the event that you go Crimson Fury again and flash boil a glacier, but it's slow going, unfortunately. You gave me such a wealth of things to work on, though. And you have created a masterpiece of support technology with this suit, Izuku replied in earnest. When Power Loader saw the interplay between the two, he almost forgot about the fact that the teens in front of him were a step above dangerous criminals as far as support technology was concerned. He did not forget the greenhead's idea for nail clippers, and he never would. However, looking at them in that moment, he only saw two brilliant minds brainstorming and bouncing ideas off of one another, as well as a support prodigy taking special care to keep her charge as safe and prepared as possible. He wondered if this was what All Might and David Shield were like back in their day. The only difference being if All Might was a genius in his own right. Everyone has their costumes, right? Aizawa checked one final time before he would see his students off at the train station. Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet. And make sure you mind your manners with the other heroes you're interning with. First impressions are crucial in this line of work. Now, get to it. Yes, sir. The class responded before excitedly heading their separate ways. Ida silently walked away towards a train that would take him to Tokyo, but he was accosted by Izuku and Ochako before he could make it too far. Hey, if you ever need to talk or anything at all, please, just let us know, Izuku stressed to his friend, and Ochako vigorously nodded beside him. Friends are there for each other, right? Ida turned to them and offered them a strained smile. Yes, and thank you both, was all he said before walking away. Izuku still couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was that he saw in Ida's gaze, but he could confirm that it was there and it wasn't pleasant. He was starting to worry that his friend would do something stupid. He really hoped that wouldn't be the case. The walk from the train station to Ketsubutsu Academy was a little nerve-wracking for Izuku, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Maybe it was the idea of entering a rival hero school for his internship. Or perhaps it was the prospect of getting one-on-one training with an actual pro that wasn't either retired or related to him in some capacity. The size of the school as he approached could have also been a contributing factor, although it wasn't as massive as UAS campus. Even so, he was as excited as he was trepidatious, and that excitement grew even more when he spotted the form of Ms. Joke waiting outside of the gates of the school building for him. Midoriya, came the enthusiastic greeting of the brightly smiling pro-hero. The first thing Izuku noticed, beyond her absolutely jubilant disposition, was the prominent musculature of her arms. She definitely did not miss a day in the gym. I'm glad you chose me to intern with. Eraser told me a lot about you when he saw that you picked me. You know that you're his favorite, right? She said with her bright grin. Really? Izuku questioned with surprise. We don't really interact much outside of homeroom or when he's occasionally present for heroics classes. He won't ever admit it, she laughed, but he wouldn't gush about anyone nearly as much as he did about you. He said you're the closest thing to a completed project that any first year could be. Izuku had to imagine that the gushing being described was just a couple of dry remarks about him being ahead of his classmates and a heads up about his readiness. I take it that you two know each other, Izuku commented. Our agencies were near each other, she animatedly explained. As young heroes trying to make a difference in the world, our mutual love bloomed. Standing in the field while Shinso was stretching for the week of hell that the boy was unknowingly about to endure, Aizawa's face crinkled as if he could sense that something was wrong with the world. What kind of lies is she filling that boy's head with? Aizawa muttered. Shinso looked up at his trainer for the week. Nothing, let's get started. Ms. Joke led her intern into the building and towards one of the smaller, indoor training grounds. Izuku took stock of the rather barren hallways and generally empty feeling of the building along the way. I expected there to be a lot more students buzzing around, Izuku commented. Did class already begin? UA isn't the only school that send their students on internships, Ms. Joke answered. It's easier to coordinate if it all happens the same week. Otherwise, fabulous selections like myself wouldn't be available to help mold the youth. Isn't molding the youth what you already do as a teacher? Izuku replied with a small smile. Yes, but this instance is special, she replied with a smile of her own. You'll see why in a bit. When they finally reached the training ground, Ms. Joke left him to change into his costume, and his excitement shot through the roof when he finally put it on. The redesign felt even better on him than the original. He would have to do something nice for May after his internship was over. When Ms. Joke returned, she couldn't help the smile that came upon her seeing the fellow greenhead practically bouncing around and shadow boxing in his suit. Having fun, she ventured with a chuckle, and it became a full-blown laugh when he jumped in surprise and sheepishly tried to make himself presentable. So, Izuku coughed, desperately trying to move past what she had just seen. Are we sparring? Sorta, she answered with a smile that Izuku could swear had a subtle edge. I've already seen a bit of what you can do in the festival, so I want to take you out of your comfort zone. Izuku was paying rapt attention to his instructor, or he was at least trying to. For whatever reason, he felt really fidgety and his stomach was refusing to settle. For right now, just do what comes to mind, she vaguely continued, and only then did Izuku notice the blue glow about her. Later on, we'll see what kind of embers develop when you're experimenting. Izuku didn't know what she meant by that, but he wasn't really thinking about it. He was trying to suppress laughter that was forcing its way out of him. The longer it went on, the more difficult it became, and his confused laughter was becoming audible. Before anything could dawn on him, however, he parried and sidestepped the gloved fist that shot into his field of vision. Good situational awareness, she complimented, and Izuku now felt the laughs pouring out of him. He hunched over with his hands on his knees, and Ms. Joke was on him again with a punch that he just barely dodged. He could do nothing about the next punch, though, and he felt the entire impact of the golden plates along her knuckles driving into his gut. With the wind knocked out of him, he oddly felt like he was back to normal, and the smirk his instructor donned with her hands on her hips told him all he needed to know. Your quirk, outburst, Izuku began with wide eyes. So, that's why I was struck by laughter and couldn't concentrate. Got it in one, she confirmed, and Izuku felt the giggles return to him. Quirks often take focus to wield, and I want to see how well you do while you're disoriented. Izuku fought to stifle the laugh that escaped him at the same time that her fist cut through the air his face occupied a moment prior, quickly backpedaling to create some space. He put his hands up to defend just as Ms. Joke closed the distance between them and continued her onslaught. Izuku could keep focused just enough to defend and stay out of the way of her blows, but he couldn't get enough of a grasp on himself to activate his quirk. Still, he did his best to avoid the solid-looking swings. Has anyone ever told you that you're phenomenal at dodging? Ms. Joke complimented. You're not the first, Izuku struggled to answer. And that was a mistake that Ms. Joke would ensure he regretted with a left hook to the ribs the second he lost his composure after responding. You were doing so well. What happened? She asked, knowing full well what happened to break his concentration. Izuku almost responded, but the near eruption of laughter kept his mouth shut, and he backpedaled once again to create more space. Ms. Joke wouldn't let up, though, and the chase was on again. Izuku fought through the laughter to dodge the hits he could and block the ones he couldn't, but the pain from blocking her ridiculously hard punches started to catch up with him after a few minutes of the squabble. He hadn't even realized that he was heating up and glowing red after a while because he was so focused on keeping her away. But she was just as undeterred. Her gloves were fireproof, after all. Pretty soon, she managed to sweep him off his feet and went to capitalize. But her fist only slammed into a flat, orange wall of fire that materialized between them. Izuku, refusing to look a gift horse in the mouth, kicked the wall into her like he did to his alleyway stalker and created as much distance between her and himself as he could. That was subconscious, wasn't it? Ms. Joke asked as she poked the wall a few times before it dispersed. Yeah, Izuku hesitantly answered, and he was relieved when no more laughing fits came about. Good. I wanted to see if you had anything else up your sleeve as well as if you could keep your cool under pressure. Ms. Joke explained with her smile returning. You did a great job, might I add. All I could do was dodge and defend. Izuku muttered. That's more than a lot of people can do in your position. She shot down his self-deprecation. You kept your head on your shoulders very well the entire time when the function of my quirk is to pretty much mentally incapacitate you. Outburst isn't impossible to overcome, but it takes a level of focus and willpower that many don't have. That made him feel a little better about it, and she could tell. She patted him on the shoulder and offered him another smile. Keeping your head on straight is a really important quality for pros, but it's doubly important for you. What do you mean? He asked. Well, Mr. Beacon, she began with a wry grin. You want to be a source of light for those in the darkness, right? At his nod, she continued, but her grin disappeared. Then it's crucial to keep in mind that not everyone will want a helping hand. There will be a non-insignificant amount of people who will intentionally try to get a rise out of you, get under your skin, or even attack people close to you specifically to get you to tarnish your own image and expose your hypocrisy. Don't give them the satisfaction. Izuku could only solemnly nod at that. It made sense, and he wasn't naive enough to deny the existence of crabs in a bucket, and he understood that some people only wished to spread misery. All Might's condition was a testament to that. Now, as for seeing what else you had under your sleeves, I watched your sports festival performance back last night to get familiar with your quirk a little more. Correct me if I'm wrong at any point, but I saw that green fire enhanced your strength, yellow enhanced your speed, red turned up the heat, and orange created barriers. Anything I'm missing? Izuku opened his hand, and a small, pink flame ignited in his palm while a smaller, white one ignited in his hair. Pink heals, and white enhances my brain power. I recently discovered the possibility for violet, but I haven't been able to try it out yet. Ms. Joke nodded. What about when your fire has all of those colors at once? Is that an amalgamation of all of them together? Izuku was about to shake his head in response, but he paused and really thought about the question. Initially, no, it wasn't. It was just the base form my quirk took, and separating it into its individual parts brought on the specific enhancements. I could use it like any other fire quirk, but nothing further than that. However, during the last round of the sports festival, I tried cobbling the powers of the flames together to use multiple powers at once, and it worked, sorta. Explain, Ms. Joke said, now very interested. Well, he began, normally, the most I can do with my base kaleidoscopic fire is shoot it in fireballs, project it in a stream like a flamethrower, and make small explosions that are more colorful than powerful. I'm not great at any of those things, and I much prefer close combat anyway. Don't limit yourself, she cut in. If you have long-range options at your disposal, use them. There's no reason not to. It'll only make you a more versatile fighter and hero. When he nodded and she could tell that he really took the advice to heart, she apologized for cutting him off and motioned for him to continue his explanation. Right, well, when I tried to match Todoroki's final attack with one of my own, I remember trying to bring the strength of each color together to maybe empower my base flames and get the best of both worlds. I had experimented with combinations before with some success, so I figured that it was worth a try for a Hail Mary. To my surprise, it actually felt like my quirk went into a second gear, if that makes sense. My flames felt way more intense than I've ever felt them be, and I felt a lot stronger than even in my Hulk mode. Hulk mode. Ms. Joke quirked an eyebrow. Oh, it's the name a friend of mine came up with for my green flames, he sheepishly clarified. She also made my costume. Keep that friend around. She did a fabulous job, she replied. Back to second gear. How much stronger did you feel? It felt like I transformed in an old shonen anime, Izuku joked, and Ms. Joke snorted. For the scant few moments I was in that higher gear, I didn't feel any of the strain I normally would if I pushed my flames to their limits for too long, at least not until I woke up. Strain? Ms. Joke questioned. Yeah, green strains my muscles, white strains my brain, yellow strains my heart, and pink zaps my stamina, he answered. My costume was built to address the first one, but the others are a little harder to make adjustments for. The yellow in particular is a consistent problem. Is that because you feel that strain sooner than the others, or is it just because you use the yellow flames more often? Probably the latter. I've been able to handle using the yellow flames for longer than I have in the past, and it's certainly longer than when I first activated my quirk, but recently it feels like I've sorta plateaued. I don't feel like I'm advancing towards lengthening my time wielding the flames without feeling considerable strain anymore. Ms. Joke hummed in consideration. Maybe, if you don't feel any strain in your second gear, the issue isn't that you've plateaued. Maybe you've just hit a glass ceiling. Izuku was confused at the use of that metaphor. Isn't that pretty much the same thing? Her smirk returned. In terms of tangible development, yes. In terms of pure potential for further development, no. If your base flames have a second gear, then it's possible that your other flames have second gears as well. In your yellow's second gear, that strain may be non-existent. Hence, glass ceiling, it can be busted through. Breaking limits like that tends to happen with quirk awakenings. Izuku thoughtfully considered the idea. The USJ had instigated a mini-awakening that resulted in his blue flames, and he still hadn't explored the full extent of his quirk, so further awakenings that enhanced the potential of his quirk even more weren't outside of the realm of possibility at all. I can see that gave you a lot to think about, Ms. Joke commented. It certainly did, Izuku agreed. How am I going to break through that glass ceiling? We have the whole week to figure that out. Ms. Joke cheered. For right now, let's continue the spar. You dodge well, but I want to see you fight back through the laughter. Izuku sighed, and his face contorted into one of determination. I'm ready. I'm sorry to show up so unexpectedly. Hope you don't mind, Detective Tsukachi said to Toshinori as the two sat down for tea inside one of the teachers' lounges at UA. Please, it's always a pleasure to see you, Tsukachi, Toshinori assured. So, how's the investigation going? Well, there were a number of villains that attacked the USJ, the detective began, but were puzzled by one in particular, the one you fought that they called Namu. Ah, that strong bird guy, All Might remembered. We went ahead and ran some tests on Namu's DNA, and what we found was disturbing to say the least, Tsukachi continued. What exactly did you find? Toshinori's gaunt face pulled into a serious frown. I want to first stress that we're not asking you to be a part of this investigation. He started while looking at the emaciated man in his sunken eyes. For all intents and purposes, this is a leak. I just felt that I owed it to you to let you know about what we might have uncovered. It could lead us to the one in charge. Go on, Toshinori calmly urged. After several failed attempts at interrogation, it became clear that Namu can't speak, the detective explained. He shows no reaction to anything at all. It's as if he literally can't think for himself no matter what's going on around him. Tsukachi slid a photo of a mugshot across the table. We discovered that he used to be a low-level thug with a record of assault and extortion. Where this ties into the potential mastermind of the League is that his genetic makeup has been altered drastically. We found the DNA of 4 different people within him. Someone combined people's DNA to make this guy. Toshinori asked with a hand on his chin. Is he even human anymore? That depends on how you want to look at it, the detective sighed. To oversimplify, his body has been altered so that he can hold multiple quirks at once. His brain's apparent lack of processing power probably comes from the burden that causes. But he shouldn't have multiple quirks in the first place, regardless of how much DNA has been inserted into his genetic makeup. Tsukachi looked Toshinori directly in the eye. The only way to accomplish that would be to completely integrate the new quirks into someone's genetic makeup. And we only know of one person with the ability to do that. Toshinori had been getting more and more pale as the detective spoke, but the last line sent him over the edge, and he shot to his feet. It can't be. This has to be a mistake. He's dead. It's our only reasonable conclusion, Tsukachi unflinchingly replied. It's why I came. I had to let you know immediately. Toshinori walked towards the window and stared out into the horizon. He slowly started to bulk up as One for All made its presence known. So, he's back, he gritted out. Now more than ever, I need to find a successor. Izuku eased himself out of the passenger seat of Ms. Joke's car, and he gingerly followed her out of the parking lot of an apartment complex and up a set of stairs. He had elected not to heal himself with his pink flames until they reached her apartment so that the pain of being tagged set into his memory for future sparring sessions, and she found it amusing enough to leave alone. It seemed like a good idea to him at first, but he came to regret it later when she took him on patrol with her that evening. Luckily, they didn't encounter anything major along the way. When they finally reached her apartment, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and finally ignited a pink blanket of fire across his body. You really do hit hard, Ms. Joke. Amateur boxing was originally my backup plan if heroics didn't work out, she casually replied, and she chuckled at the sight of his eyes bugging out at that bit of information. That actually makes sense, Izuku considered, thinking back to her rather impressive footwork during their spars. Then, something else occurred to him. Wait, what do you mean if heroics didn't work out? Truthfully, it doesn't work out for a lot of people, she answered. A decent percentage of pros flame out in their first year on the job for one reason or another. Why is that? He asked, finding a spot on her couch. Think of heroics as a job with commission pay. No pun intended that time, she began to explain, taking a spot on the other end of her couch. When a crime is committed and a pro isn't there on the scene already, police contact the server for pro heroes in whatever district they're in to assist. Any available pros that take the request head to the scene. And then we file the reports based on whatever services we provided. That can range from assisting with arrests, rescuing people from danger, crowd control, etc. Afterward, the HPSC looks over the details and decides what we're paid. You don't sound terribly excited about that part, Izuku commented, taking note of the way her eyes and usually joyful demeanor dimmed during the explanation. She sighed, and she took a long look at him. You're young, so you haven't yet been exposed to the cutthroat business of heroics. You're paid based on the work you do in a given situation, which already incentivizes some people to become glory hounds purely for the extra money, but you're also paid based on what the commission deems you're worth. Bigger names are generally compensated more for the same amount of work as smaller ones because they're more visible. Most pros outside of the top 10 have secondary sources of income, frankly because they need to in order to make ends meet. Even those within the top 10 get brand deals or have other business ventures that bolster their income. Sidekicks have the benefit of belonging to an agency and get their paychecks from the agency itself. But many pros that attempt to branch out of that or go it alone from the start oftentimes just don't make enough money to be a hero full time. And there's no guarantee that they ever would. Oh, was all Izuku could manage in response. That was a sobering explanation. But heroics isn't about the money, right? You're right, it isn't, or it shouldn't be, she sighed. True heroes aren't out there saving people just to get paid. They do it because it's the right thing to do, and people deserve to feel safe, happy, and comfortable. On the other hand, folks gotta eat. Her face took on an annoyed expression. It's why people like Uobami lean so heavily into their secondary ventures, although she probably overdoes it. That makes sense, I guess, Izuku said a little lowly. It was all he could manage after hearing all of that. Maybe that was why his mother was so jaded. Well, on that ridiculously depressing note, make yourself at home, she declared, her usual cheer back in full swing. Whether or not it was legitimate was up for debate. I don't have an agency to house you in, so we'll have to make do here. Help yourself to anything in the kitchen. You can have all of the milk left in the fridge since I don't really do dairy. The guest room is down the hall, last on the right. The bathroom is next door to it. Don't be afraid to holler if you need anything at all. Izuku gratefully nodded, and he took his suitcase and costume to the guest room. It was pretty Spartan, which he was mostly expecting. He unpacked his suitcase and slid his costume case under the bed. And after a hot shower, he finally climbed into bed. Everything Ms. Joke had said earlier was running through his brain, and he tried to put all of it out of his mind to get some sleep. He just hoped that he wouldn't just be trading out those thoughts for another nightmare. But it was to no avail. The next day, an important business meeting was set to take place. The dingy bar that acted as the base of operation for the League of Villains saw a new patron in the form of a tall, muscular man wrapped in bandages and a red scarf that hid his lack of a nose. The moment he stepped out of the portal that led him there, he laid his eyes on the only other occupants, and his red eyes narrowed. "Oh, I see," he muttered. "You must be the ones that attacked UA, and you want to recruit me to build up your little group again. Is that it?" Tamura Shigaraki sat at the edge of the bar in front of the hero killer, Stain, with Kurogiri standing in his usual place behind the bar. He looked relaxed as he compulsively cleaned the already spotless glasses, but he was anything but. Tamura had been rather ambitious in his pitch to Stain, but he wasn't sure how well "join us so we can kill All Might and burn the world down" was going to go over with the fanatical murderer. "Yeah," Tamura confirmed. "It'll be great. You've got a ton of experience with this already." "And what's your mission?" Stain pressed. Tamura did not immediately respond. He stared at Stain. Then his gaze flickered back to the monitor in the room that read sound only. "For now, I really just want to kill All Might. I like destroying anything that pisses me off." Stain did not miss the way Tamura's gaze shifted to the monitor, and it only confirmed to the man that there was another party listening in on the conversation. Who that party was exactly, Stain didn't know, and he honestly didn't really like the possibilities of who it could have been. Putting that disconcerting thought aside, though, he analyzed the answer he was given. While it didn't quite feel disingenuous, he still felt that there was a disconnect in the young man's mind about his ultimate goals. "I was a fool to think you could offer me anything," Stain darkly growled. "It turns out, you're the type of person I hate most in this world. What's the point of killing without any conviction? Your mission is that of a child throwing a tantrum. What are you even seeking to accomplish? Who even are you? What do you represent?" As Stain unsheathed a knife, Kurogiri turned to the screen. "Sensei, should I step in? Let it happen. I'm curious to see how Tamura will handle this. He must mature to reach his potential. And this may be the kick in the pants he needs in order to refocus and stop asking frivolous questions." Kurogiri reluctantly stayed his hand as Stain stalked toward the unnervingly silent Tamura. "What's on the agenda for today?" Izuku asked Ms. Joke as they strolled through the largely empty halls of Ketsubutsu. "There's something I want to show you," she vaguely responded with a grin. He was intrigued, but he knew that he wouldn't get any hints from her, so he didn't ask any further questions and just followed her lead. As they walked, they ended up exiting the building entirely through one of the rear exits, and they walked down a path leading to another, smaller set of buildings. "These are dorms set in place for any student who wishes to attend but lives too far away or is an exchange student of some kind," she explained. "I wouldn't be surprised if UA has something similar." "It does, but only a few people use them to my knowledge," Izuku replied. "Well, ours are a little bit unique," she said as they approached a dorm building labeled VR1. They entered the building, and Izuku noticed that the lobby was buzzing with activity. Teenagers ranging from ages that were slightly younger than himself to clearly in their early 20s were about. Some were socializing, others were sitting quietly in front of the TV watching live news coverage of Mirko beating up a villain near Ketsubutsu, and a few were separated from the crowd, content to sit by themselves. It was clear that they were all called to the lobby beforehand, as a few mutters of finally were heard when the two entered the lobby. "Hey guys, I've got an intern," Ms. Joke happily announced. The collective attention of the room was now on them, and, while most in the room were simply curious about what they were called to congregate for, a few of them recognized Izuku. "Hey, isn't he the kid from the sports festival?" one of the younger boys pointed out. "The one that blew up the ring with Endeavor's kid." "Stop calling people who are clearly older than you kid, dude," an older boy reprimanded. He had the same spiky, brown hair as the younger boy, and they both had bright orange eyes. Perhaps they were brothers. "Not just the sports festival," came a soft, feminine voice from the corner of the room, and Izuku saw a shorter girl with the head of a black cat and a black bow in her fur beside her ear approaching him. Izuku's green eyes met the dim, yellow sclere with slitted, black pupils, and the two silently observed each other. "Vanta approaching someone. That's new," came a hushed voice from across the room, but not hushed enough for Izuku to miss it among the crowd. "You're the boy from that interview," she softly spoke, and nothing else really needed to be said, as many others in the room were paying close attention now. "Yeah, that would be me," Izuku answered calmly and extended his hand. "Izuku Midoriya, it's lovely to meet you." The girl stared down at the offered hand with mild apprehension, and she met his gaze once again, searching his eyes and face for any signs of deception whatsoever. Izuku only offered her a soft smile in return, and he patiently waited for her to make any decision she felt comfortable with. After a few more seconds, she tentatively met the offered hand with her own, gently wrapping her clawed hand around his for the handshake. "Just call me Vanta," she finally spoke. "Do you know where you are?" "I haven't told him yet," Ms. Joke answered from beside him. "Midoriya, welcome to the villain rehabilitation program at Ketsubutsu. We find at-risk youth that are, by circumstance or opportunity, diving into criminal behavior and provide them with resources that will nip any descent into villainy in the bud. Just as well, we provide a place for villains attempting reform to get any help, support, or education they may need. Those resources can come in the form of counseling, therapy, psychiatric help, drug treatment, general stability in the form of a guaranteed place to sleep and meal to eat, and a place to build positive relationships." She looked him in the eye with more seriousness than she had previously. "You said that you wanted to extend a helping hand to those lost in the cracks of society. Well, this is what some of that looks like." Izuku turned a thoughtful eye back to Vanta, and she could no longer meet his eye. He would not have any of that, so he took her clawed hand once again in both of his hands. "It makes me happy that you're doing well, Vanta. All of you. I don't know your individual situations, but I'll gladly sit and listen to each of your stories." That got many in the room to relax, and some even smiled. Vanta, meanwhile, was really glad that her pitch-black fur hid her blush, and she refused to meet his eye for different reason. "Yeah, well, doing well is the operative phrase. Doing better would probably be more accurate. Let's pull up some chairs," Izuku prompted. "Tell me anything you'd like." Tamura Shigaraki was not having a good day. He had been inspired by Spinner's ridiculous cosplay to scour the internet for any info on the hero killer. He found a few forum posts that were talking about him and his message. Many of them were old, so it was clear that he had been at it for a while, and many of those forum posters were fanatically behind the sentiments he touted. It seemed like a no-brainer to offer him an invitation to the League of Villains. It ultimately resulted in him on the floor of the bar with a serrated blade in his shoulder and the man himself hovering above him poised to finish him off. He was nearly out of his bandages from the USJ, but his arm was still a pain in the ass, so he couldn't really defend himself. All the while, he was being pressed with questions that he would admit to having in the back of his mind but refused to address in full because they brought up even more uncomfortable questions and lines of thought that he really shouldn't be having. "You want me to join your crumbling little league, but you won't accomplish anything without true conviction and desire," Stain spat. "Hell, I don't even get the feeling that you have any real identity to yourself. Without those, you'll always be an aimless weakling that achieves nothing. That's how you ended up like this in the first place." "Hey now, you're being a little rough, don't you think?" Tamura gritted out with a chuckle. "At least buy me a drink, first." That took Stain completely off guard, and he momentarily froze in bemusement. That was more than enough time for Tamura to grab the blade with his non-injured hand and turn it to dust, and Stain leaped backward off of him. "Kurogiri, get this guy out of here," Tamura instructed. "I'm sorry, I can't move," Kurogiri struggled. "It must be the hero killer's quirk at work. The word hero has lost all meaning in this society," Stain began, seemingly prompted by the warp user's utterance of the word. "The world is overrun by fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams and utter nonsense." He readied himself for another strike at Tamura. "They must all be purged." You sure talk a lot, Tamura interrupted as he stood up, much to Stain's chagrin. Conviction. Maybe I don't have anything as loaded as that right now, but I can tell you for sure that what I desire is to do whatever the hell I want to do for once. And maybe what I want to do is to kill All Might and everything he represents. If this world wants to worship trash like him, I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace and then crush them while they're in shock. Stain went wide-eyed at the statement, but Tamura wasn't done. Symbol of peace, he practically spat. Peace for who? Certainly not for everyone. People are tossed aside and forgotten about all the time, and no one cares about them. The other supposed heroes turn their noses up since it's not convenient for them, and the civilians look the other way because a hero will come to help for sure, but no one ever does. Not All Might, not anyone. It all needs to crumble. Stain considered him much more carefully now. What he was saying painted the villain in a much more three-dimensional picture than he could see initially, and he could even empathize with the sentiment. However, it still felt entirely too disconnected. The last of my injuries were so close to healing up, save for this arm, Tamura lamented. You shouldn't play around with knives, you dickhead. We don't have healers in our party. I see now, Stain lowly began. You have conflicting ideals. No, not ideals, but your mind and spirit are in conflict. Huh, Tamura scratched his neck. The hell are you talking about? You truly believe what you're saying, but your actions speak a different tune, Stain continued. I can see your nature as well as the box you're inhabiting. Our goals fundamentally oppose each other, but this was not in vain. We agree that we need to destroy the current order for any change to be possible. I'm over this, Tamura sighed. Just leave. Drop dead. I'm the kind of person you hate the most in this world, right? I was testing your resolve, Stain countered while sheathing his blades. People always show their true colors when on the verge of death, and I got my answer loud and clear. There is a warped sprout of conviction rooted deep inside you, but you'll never be able to access it until you find out who you truly are. There was that phrase again, and it was really pissing Tamura off. Find that out, and then come find me, Stain instructed. We'll see how that conviction blooms, and if I like what I see, we'll do business. If not, I'll just snuff you out. You think you can get rid of me? Tamura growled, now reaching his last nerve with the older man. I'm free, Kurogiri interjected before Tamura could do something everyone would regret. Get him out of here, Tamura commanded. We don't need a griefer like him in our party. I strongly suggest you reconsider, Kurogiri urged. This man will be a great asset if he joins us. My business here is done. Now return me to Hasu, Stain gave a command of his own. There are still false heroes I must attend to there. Meanwhile, All for One was listening to the interaction with a frown. Tamura wasn't supposed to remember what he had referenced just yet. He was curious to see what would come of that if he did remember. It could either hasten his development or cause him to self-destruct entirely. Either way, he'd have to gently guide Tamura back onto the correct path. Back in Hasu, Ida had just finished his daily patrol with the hero he was interning with, Manuel, and they were back at his agency. Ida was a little perturbed that he hadn't caught hide nor hair of Stain, and that was largely because the entire city was on alert after what happened to Ingenium. Stain would probably only show his face in an alleyway, and Ida couldn't just break off from his mentor to search every alley in the city. The nice thing about having the whole city on alert is that no villains would dare come out, Manuel commented with his usual easygoing demeanor. Ada remarked, broken out of his thoughts by Manuel's statement. Oh, sure. Manuel's light countenance faded, and a serious look overtook his features. I got an interesting message from your teacher before you first showed up. Ada looked at the pro hero in surprise and a bit of confusion. He didn't know what his homeroom teacher could have possibly reached out to Manuel about, especially if it concerned him. He suspects that you took this internship so that you'll be in the same city as the hero killer, he gravely spoke. Ada's face remained carefully blank, but his body went rigid. Manuel sighed, and he pulled up a chair. Sit down, Tenya. Ada did so, stiffly grabbing a chair of his own and sitting at the table across from Manuel. I know what you're going through, he began, and he put his hand up to halt Ada's protests. Trust me, I do, just hear me out. Ada settled down and made no further indication that he'd speak. My parents were killed by a villain when I was in my last few years of high school, the man revealed, and Ida's eyes went wide. Butchered them. Started out as a regular mugging, but they tried to fight back. He had an alligator mutation, and he literally tore them apart. Ida did not know how to respond to that, but Manuel continued on regardless. I wanted to be a pro hero even before then, but that only fueled my drive even more to get licensed, partially to do what I've always wanted and help people, but mostly to find the man who killed my parents and get justice for them. A bitter chuckle escaped him. What justice even meant for me back then, I had no idea. I still don't, in all honesty. Ada was silent at that revelation. He would never have guessed from his mentor's light, laid-back demeanor that he was carrying such pain with him. Did you find him? Eventually. Yeah, he answered while looking at the floor. Another silence followed as Ada worked up the nerve to ask his next question. Did you? Yes. A much longer silence came between them. Manuel did not bring his eyes up from the floor, and Ada did not expect that answer from him whatsoever. The silence dragged on for a few minutes while the teen processed what he had been told, and Manuel finally wrenched his gaze from the ground and focused it onto Ada. The commission was able to write it off as unfortunate accident, but there was nothing accidental about it. I knew exactly how much water pressure was necessary to crush a skull, but the fact that he was violently resisting and was an active danger to innocents around him gave me plausible deniability. Ada was beginning to feel way out of his depth the more the conversation progressed. There was way too much to unpack from that simple statement alone. Still, there was something he needed to know. Did you feel any better afterward? No. The immediacy of the answer struck him right in the gut. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Avenging his parents' murder did not do anything for him. You're starting to get it. I see. Manuel continued after taking stock of Ida's pale, pained expression. It didn't bring my parents back. They're still gone, and they always will be. The only difference is that I have blood on my hands now, too. I don't feel any better having done it, and I don't think my parents would have wanted that for me anyway. Manuel gave Ida a long, hard look. You still have your brother. He's still alive. Don't throw away your ability to live alongside him, because that's exactly what going after Stain will accomplish, regardless of the result. With that, Manuel stood up and exited the room, leaving Ada alone with his thoughts. Izuku was very much enjoying his internship with Ms. Joke. She recognized right off the bat that there wasn't much that she could teach him as far as combat went, and that wasn't her ultimate goal with the internship anyway. Instead, they spent time in 3 areas, experimenting with his quirk, working on his outward presentation, and getting more perspective on what circumstances can make a villain out of anyone. Of all 3, he could confidently say that he enjoyed his visits to the VRP the most. The first talk he had with them was rocky, as many of them were understandably cagey about their pasts and what specifically landed them there. However, after some time had passed and a few of the braver souls shared their stories, more people began to open up. The stories he heard were even more sobering than the salary talk he had with Ms. Joke on the first night. Everyone had come from and with some kind of trauma. The duo of brothers he met on the first day were products of a neglectful and drug-addled household, and on nights when their parents were too strung out to care for them, they turned to attacking and mugging random civilians for cash to feed themselves. One such incident resulted in their Mark being left crippled when he tried to defend himself. Their story was one of the lighter ones of the bunch. There was another tale from a young man with a snake mutation who ran away from a group home he was in and joined up with a small-time gang that made and sold Trigger. Apparently, that gang encroached onto Yakuza territory, and a confrontation resulted in him being the only survivor. The haunted look in his eyes when he recounted how the only family he ever really had was reduced to bloody smears on the wall with a single touch stuck with Izuku, and he didn't press the young man any further. He, surprisingly, didn't get much out of Vanta. He figured that one of the first to recognize and approach him would also be one of the first to open up. But all she really revealed was that she and her best friend were victims of some vicious anti-mutant quirkism at their old high school, and something horrible happened to her friend that led her down a dark path in the pursuit of revenge and venting her anger. She wouldn't go into detail about the revenge or why she even sought it out. And if he was reading between the lines correctly, he didn't imagine she ever would. Not to him, at least. He wouldn't push her, though. When Izuku and Ms. Joke weren't with the VRP, they were in one of the training grounds. Ms. Joke had taken to trying to bring out Izuku's orange flames as more than just a reflexive action. That usually came in the form of her punching him while he was forbidden from moving a muscle to defend. Since his orange flames made a habit of coming out when he truly needed it, he could attempt to become familiar with the sensation and possibly draw it out manually. He was successful to a point. He couldn't draw it out all of the time. But in the instances that he was able to, he could maintain and even manipulate the size and shape of the barriers rather easily. It just took a bit of concentration. Nicely done, Beacon, she complimented after the barrier he maintained blocked a final punch from her. That was another thing. She had taken to referring to him as only his hero name so that he'd get in the habit of internalizing and responding to it. Thanks, Ms. Joke, Izuku replied as he dispersed his flames and took a seat on the floor to catch his breath. They had been at it for quite a while, and the day was drawing to a close. Now, usually we'd round out the day with an evening patrol, but the areas surrounding hero schools are usually pretty safe by virtue of so many pros being in a smallish area, she began. So, since I want you to get a little bit more practical experience in a fairly safe setting, we'll be going on a field trip. Izuku's interest was piqued. Where to? Shibuya, she cheered. Wait, Shibuya in Tokyo? Izuku fretted. But there are so many people there, and I don't want to potentially embarrass myself before my career even starts. That didn't stop you in the sports festival, she replied with a quirked eyebrow, and Izuku had to concede that point. It'll be fine. You've already made yourself semi-famous, so you're working with goodwill to start. Plus, a larger population density equates to more hero agencies, so their attention won't all be on you anyway. Izuku nodded, and after a quick break to regain their stamina, the two set off in her car towards the train station for a quicker trip into the massive city. In the bar that played host to the rebuilding League of Villains, Tamura stood in one of the booths while Kirigiri resumed his barman without customers' routine. "Tamura, what are you thinking about?" came the familiar deep voice from the monitor. "The hero killer. He talks all high and mighty, but he's wasting his time focusing on a small stage," Tamura rasped. "You shouldn't spurn his methods," Kirigiri spoke up. "The reality is that in all of the cities that Stain has appeared, the crime rates have fallen significantly, be it out of fear or out of a greater presence from the heroes." "Whoop-de-fucking-do. Heroes are working harder because they'd be killed otherwise," Tamura spat. "Such a noble incentive, right? Absolute horseshit. You seem upset about the situation." All for One commented with an unseen grin. "What do you intend to do, I wonder? I, personally, would not take that level of disrespect in my own base, and no successor of mine would, either." Tamura quickly transitioned from stewing to festering. And, much to All for One's delight, he stood up and slammed his uninjured hand on the table, decaying it in the process. "Sensei, how many nomas are ready?" Tamura asked in his anger. "I will allow you 3 of them," the man answered. Tamura ignored the mild condescension that came with the non-answer to his question, and he looked to his misty companion. "Kirigiri, we're going to Hasu." "OMAKE." Izuku yawned as he blearily made his way down the hall and towards the kitchen. Upon arrival, he opened the fridge and looked around for anything he could slap together for breakfast. His eyes landed on a carton of milk, and he grabbed it and instinctively put it up to his nose to check the freshness. The sour aroma hit him in the nostrils with a vengeance, and his face contorted before he made to toss the milk out. However, before he could, he had a strange thought. It was a dumb, completely ridiculous thought, but it was a thought nonetheless. Could I heal an upset stomach with my pink flames if I drank this milk? He wondered aloud. He looked around the room to ensure that he was alone and no one would catch him in the act. And when he was satisfied that he wouldn't be interrupted, he slowly brought the milk to his mouth. Suddenly, a bright, yellow light flashed in the center of the room, and a teenage girl with long, white hair, a horn on the right side of her forehead, and wide, red eyes wearing a tattered, blood-stained version of his own hero costume appeared beside him. She frantically smacked the milk out of his hand before he could react, spilling it all over the floor. When he turned a bewildered gaze to her, she lunged and hugged him so tightly that he was certain she truly believed that he would disappear otherwise. He didn't know what the hell was going on, but he felt compelled to gently pat her on the back, which elicited a sniffle from the girl before she choked her tears back and stepped away from him. Just as quickly as she was there, she vanished in the same bright, yellow light as before. Izuku was left alone in the kitchen and standing next to a puddle of sour milk until he heard the floorboards creak, and he saw Ms. Joke standing in the doorway looking equally befuddled. She looked at him, then she looked at the puddle of milk, and then she looked back at him. Is she coming back to clean that up? The train ride was rather calm to start. Izuku and Ms. Joke made light conversation about whatever came to mind. But internally, Izuku's brain was on other matters. He had tried to check in on Ida, but his friend read the message and didn't respond. That was highly unusual for him, and it made Izuku anxious. Peering out of the window and seeing that they were passing through Hasu only exacerbated his worry. Something wrong? Ms. Joke asked from beside him with concern of her own dressing her face. I'm worried about my friend, Izuku revealed. His brother was attacked and crippled by the hero killer, and he's been shutting us out recently. Her concerned frown became a sympathetic one, and she patted his shoulder. I get that. People grieve in their own ways, and pain like that takes time to heal. He'll come around when he's ready, so be there for him as best as you can in the interim. Whoa, that building just exploded, a passenger muttered. I'm really trying, Izuku sighed, though he paid attention to what was going on in his periphery. I'm worried that he's going to do something stupid and dangerous, though. Like personally seek revenge? She asked. Yeah, he confirmed. He's interning in Hasu, and I strongly suspect that it was for that reason alone. Yo, the fuck is that flying out there? The same passenger muttered again. Well, as morbid as it is to admit, we'll be avoiding Hasu as much as we can, she revealed, keeping aware of what was happening in her periphery as well. The place is on high alert with the hero killer around, so general crime will be pretty non-existent, but I'm not comfortable taking you there with the hero killer present despite that. Personally, I don't think any interns should be there right now. That's understandable. Izuku nodded, but their attention was refocused when an announcement came over the train car. Attention passengers, please hold on to your seats. The announcement was interrupted when a pro-hero in a white parka was slammed into the train car by a tall, grotesque, sickly gray creature. Closer inspection revealed the creature to have 4 eyes poking out of an exposed brain, and Izuku went pale. Namu, he cried. Namu, Ms. Joke asked. A creature that helped attack the USJ. he quickly explained. Sick, dangerous science experiment. Stay back and protect the passengers, Ms. Joke ordered before rushing to the aid of the pro-hero that the Namu had accosted. She got in between them and batted the creature's arm away from him before it could squeeze his head, and she punched it right in its exposed brain. The creature, while momentarily stunned, was otherwise unaffected, but it was more than enough time for Izuku to slam a green fist of his own into the Namu before it could retaliate, blasting it out of the train entirely and through a brand new hole in the guard wall beside the track. There was no moment to rest or celebrate, though, as the Namu got up with an angry screech and set its sights back on the train. You two, go on and take that monster down, the down pro coughed to the mentor-intern duo. I'll hold down the fort here, before Ms. Joke could protest and order Izuku to stay. He bounded through the hole in the train and met the Namu's charge. Ms. Joke huffed and followed suit, clicking a hidden trigger in her gloves that protruded spikes from her already reinforced knuckle. She got down to the ground in time to see her student knock the creature away again with a hard right hook. Are these things sentient? She asked as she got into a stance beside him. Not really, he denied. I don't even know if they're human. Then outburst won't work here, she sighed in agitation. Guess it's the hard way from here on out. Such a brazen villain attack. Manuel gaped before motioning to Ida beside him. This isn't good. Come on, we're rolling. As Manuel ran, he took in the sounds of chaos and distress around him. It was only when they were nearing the blaze of an explosion in a cluster of buildings did he notice the lack of footsteps behind him. When he turned around, his intern was nowhere to be seen. Got him, Nit, he cursed. I'd hoped he'd at least think a little harder about it. Manuel looked back at the fire, and the screams of terror and panic emanating from the area echoed in his ears. He spared a final glance back in the direction he came from, and he cursed again. You'd better pull through, kid. Please don't make me have to bring that news to your family. With that, Manuel darted in the direction of the fire and chaos, readying his quirk to put out any and all flames. Izuku, blanketed in yellow fire, bounced around from wall to wall while the Namu swung wildly at him from the street. He was glad that the area they were in was relatively isolated, and anyone that had been there initially had long since fled. Ms. Joke, meanwhile, attacked the rampaging monster in its blind spots while its attention was focused on Izuku. Having an extra set of eyes slightly towards the back of its head made that prospect a little more difficult, though. Beacon, anyway, you can hold him still for a sec, she shouted. I'll try my best, he responded as he bounced off the wall of a building and bulleted toward the awaiting Namu. The Namu opened its maw, and its tongue grew and sprouted a myriad of tentacles that ensnared the yellow blur before he could reach it. Izuku struggled to free himself, but the hold was incredibly constricting, and he could feel it tightening while the Namu made to take another swing at him. His yellow flames flickered to crimson, and he quickly heated himself up, severely burning the tongue's tentacles and forcing the Namu to release him in the process. Ms. Joke wasted no time appearing beside the Namu, and she drove her spiked glove into the Namu's kidney, puncturing its tough skin and digging into the side of the creature. She wasn't done, though, and she activated another switch within her glove to unleash a very potent electric shock, about 500,000 volts. It only succeeded in stunning the Namu for a brief moment, as the creature appeared to absorb the electricity entirely. Ms. Joke only had a second to jump backward before the Namu unleashed that same electric shock onto the surrounding area, and she thanked her lucky stars that a blanket of orange fire covered her from head to toe just before the electricity reached her. She shot her intern a quick thumbs up with a grin before flicking her wrist and shooting a retractable baton from her thick, metal wrist guard. With a quick point upwards and a slam of her fist into her palm directed towards Izuku, she re-engaged the Namu. Izuku immediately understood his instructions and leaped onto the sides of the buildings, bouncing from one to another in another yellow blur until he was nearing the top of one of them. Deciding he had more than enough height, he flickered back to green and plummeted toward the ground with his fist ready to slam into the creature's exposed brain, and slam he did, just as the Namu slapped the baton away and grabbed a hold of Ms. Joke's wrist. Izuku pounded down onto the unholy creation with the force of a missile, cratering it into the street and out of commission. Izuku stared down at the creature for a considerable amount of time as the adrenaline was beginning to wear off, but a faint twitch and moan from the Namu indicated to him that he had not killed it, and he released the breath that he didn't realize that he was holding. Ms. Joke stepped into the crater and placed a hand on his shoulder, and she offered him a bright grin with a proud thumbs up. Izuku couldn't fight the smile that came to him in response. I didn't know you had so much support gear in your gloves, he remarked as they stepped out of the crater. Like I said before, outburst isn't impossible to escape, and there will be times where it's wholly ineffective, she explained with a cheeky smirk. Gotta have ways to incapacitate the target without it so that I don't get caught with my pants down. No decent pro is a one-trick pony, after all. You know, I heard that from a racerhead once, Izuku reminisced. Who do you think I picked it up from? She answered with a wink. Nicely done, approached a deep voice from further down the street. The two looked up and were surprised to see Endeavor surveying the scene. He was flanked by his sidekicks and, surprisingly to Izuku, his own son, Todoroki. His sidekicks sprang into action and restrained the Namu that had begun to squirm. And the large man looked over Izuku for a moment before turning to Ms. Joke and the others. "I will deal with the other villains," he firmly declared. "Come, Shoto, you have much to learn." The teen in question only sighed and followed his father after sending Izuku a nod. Izuku turned to his mentor to say something, but she beat him to the punch. "If anyone asks, I granted you full permission to use your quirk in defense of the city and safety of those in harm," she told him in no uncertain terms. "I will handle any potential fallout from this, but I don't really foresee any. Still, better safe than sorry. Let's go assist the rescue efforts." "About that," Izuku began. And Ms. Joke quirked an eyebrow. "I need to find my friend. I have a very bad feeling that he's going after the hero killer." "Absolutely not. I'm not going with the goal of fighting him, just to prevent my friend from doing something stupid." "Then I'll go with you. I'd be much faster going alone. I'll send you my location right away if I land in any trouble." Ms. Joke was clearly not on board with the plan, but Izuku did not have time to waste. He lit up in a yellow flame and offered her an apologetic grimace. "I'm gonna grab him and be right out. Give me any punishment you see fit." On that note, he bounded off into the city towards the back alleys, leaving an angry and worried Ms. Joke behind. Izuku frantically made a mad dash through the city in search of his friend. He could only wish to himself on repeat that he wouldn't end up being late. Sweeping through the labyrinth of dirty, dingy alleys of Hasu, Izuku eventually happened upon the exact scene he was looking for, but not the one he wanted. Before him, the hero killer himself was standing above Ida with his bloody sword poised to end the teen's life. Izuku momentarily saw red, and he closed the distance between them and leveled Stain with a hard punch to the jaw, saving Ida from certain death. "Don't you fucking dare lay a finger on him," Izuku snarled. Ida gasped in his paralyzed state on the ground. He couldn't really see who had arrived, but he recognized that voice. Midoriya, I will properly yell at you about this when we're not in mortal peril," Izuku scolded. "For now, we need to get to the street and get help from the pros." I can't move my body," Ida strained. "It must be his quirk. Since he cut me, I've been paralyzed." "Shit," Izuku cursed. "So, cutting must activate his quirk. That tracks with what his survivors have said about him." Only then did Izuku notice that they were not alone with Stain in the alley. He saw another pro-hero, Native, laying prone against the wall past where Stain was standing. That truly complicated matters. Getting Ada out of there was one thing, but getting them both out while avoiding Stain's attacks was another thing entirely. And he wasn't sure that he could protect both of them while also protecting himself enough to escape with them. It wasn't like he could sacrifice himself for them to escape. They clearly couldn't move, so they literally relied on his mobility in order to survive. He couldn't cut any corners or be needlessly self-sacrificial, otherwise they would all die. "Midoriya, please," Ida ground out. "Don't get involved. This has nothing to do with you." "Out of the fucking question," Izuku almost snarled back, much to Ida's consternation. "So, you came to your friend's rescue," Stain began. "You even made a big entrance. Unfortunately, I have a duty to kill him in this fake masquerading as a hero. When your friend chose to fight me, it guaranteed that the weaker of us would be culled." Stain's eyes narrowed at Izuku. "So, he who seeks to rescue the damned, what will you do?" Izuku gritted his teeth, and he covertly fished his phone from his suit to send his location to Ms. Joke. For added measure, he sent it alongside a haphazardly typed message to Shoto on the possibility that he'd bring his father with him. Loath as he was to admit it, Endeavor was exceptionally powerful, and taking Stain down would be all but guaranteed with his inclusion. Until then, I need to kill time. Every quirk has a weakness, and every ability has a limit. Maybe I can find out what is if I get him talking. "You know of me?" Izuku asked in reference to the he who seeks to rescue the damned comment. "Of course," Stain rasped. "You're the boy who wants to extend a hand to those left behind by society. The ones that not even All Might could save. An admirable sentiment, but why? Someone has to be there for them, especially if no one ever has been. If I can do that, then why not? Why not succeed All Might? Why not be there for everybody? We're only here right now because All Might can't be there for everyone himself. He may be inhumanly powerful, but he's not omnipotent. And who's to say that I'd do any better of a job at it than him?" After a brief moment of silence, Stain nodded. "Good. As blasphemous as part of your premise is, it's certainly an admirable one befitting a true hero." Stain's gaze narrowed even more, and his bloodthirsty smile returned. "That is if you truly are one," he finished with a flick of a knife to the downed native. Izuku flashed yellow and was in front of the knife in less than a second, snatching it out of the air and throwing it back at Stain. Unfortunately, Stain wasn't there any longer, as the attack on Native was a distraction to get him away from Ida. Before Stain could gleefully impale the boy with his sword, Izuku flashed a bright orange, and a wall appeared between the murderer and the hero in training. Izuku seized control of the barrier before Stain could make sense of it, and he made it curl around the man before slamming it into the wall of the alley. quickly returning to yellow. He grabbed Native and deposited him on the ground next to Ada, and he protectively stood over the two as Stain moved to attack once more. Izuku met his charge head-on and ducked the swipe of his sword before springing onto his hands and mule-kicking Stain in the head before he could turn to face him. Stain weaponized the force of the kick to quickly grab one of his holstered blades and swipe again at Izuku. But the boy twisted in the air to avoid the blade's edge and gave Stain another kick to the head for his trouble, sending the man to the ground. Stain's foot narrowly sailed past Izuku's face in a last-ditch effort to get some offense in on his way to the ground. And Izuku ignited in an emerald blaze before grabbing Stain's leg and slamming him into the other wall of the alley. Izuku went for a final punch to knock the man out, but he just barely escaped the blow and created space between them. Izuku shook off the fist-sized dent he created in the building, and he caught Stain's eye just in time to see him stroke the spikes in his boot and lick his finger. Immediately, Izuku froze, and he collapsed to the ground full of panic. "Shit," Izuku growled out as the man slowly meandered past him. "That was a stellar effort, kid," Stain complimented with a keen eye on the boy. "Your instincts and technique are solid, but you were at a major disadvantage in experience. That'll be fixed with time, though, but it won't be enough today. There are countless false heroes around here that are all talk, but you're different," he continued as he stepped toward the downed duo at the other end of the alley. "You stuck your neck out to save the lives of these two potentially at the cost of your own, and you didn't prioritize the life of your friend over the life of a stranger. You're worthy of staying alive, unlike these two." Stain leveled his blade at the head of the petrified Ida, and Izuku's heart sank further and further with every second. He slipped up and got nicked. He was stuck, and Ida was going to die. Ida was going to die. He couldn't save him. Just as Stain lifted his sword to end the boy, a powerful stream of fire blasted in his direction, forcing him to move out of the way to avoid becoming a human-sized piece of toast. The sight of fire shocked all three paralyzed bodies, but the recognition that came afterward filled Izuku with unbridled glee. "Sorry if I was a little late, Midoriya, but I got here as quickly as I could," came the aloof voice of Izuku's newest friend, Shoto. Izuku cheered. "Holy shit, dude. Perfect timing. You, too, Todoroki?" Ada asked in further dismay. His classmates and comrades were involving themselves in his battle, and they would get hurt or worse in the process. "Just sending the location would have been cryptic enough to tell me that something was wrong since you don't do cryptic," Shoto began. "But the message you attached was pretty concise, if only poorly spelled. Ada in trouble, being a dumbass, send help." Native snorted at the message while still paralyzed on the ground, and even Stain almost cracked a smirk despite himself. Ada, meanwhile, could only silently grumble. Shoto stomped on the ground, and a large ramp of ice developed in front of him. Stain leaped into the air to get away from it, but the real goal was to get Izuku away from the hero killer and slide him back to their position. "Shoto, don't let him cut you," Izuku warned. "He paralyzes his opponents with a taste of their blood, so he ingests blood to keep them from moving," Shoto confirmed as he readied for battle. "All I've got to do is keep my dist." He was interrupted by a blade slicing through the air and cutting him on his left cheekbone. Much easier said than done. Izuku shouted, "Save the commentary." Shoto shouted back as a wall of ice sprouted up to block Stain's sudden advance. Stain leaped over the ice to lick the cut on Shoto's cheek, but he flared his flames to force Stain to back away. Meanwhile, Izuku began to regain feeling in his limbs. "Just stop it," Ida ground out. "Why are you both doing this? His fight is with me. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one that should stop him. The hero killer is mine. You're ingenium now." "Strange," Shoto remarked a bit sardonically while creating sharp, jagged walls of ice to keep Stain at bay. "The ingenium I knew before never had such a hateful, vengeful look about him. Reminds me of myself." "Don't block your own field of vision against a superior opponent," Stain scolded, and he threw two blades at Shoto's left arm to prevent him from using his fire. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse, Stain made to impale the prone native, but he was intercepted by a speeding Izuku and dragged across the wall further down the alley. "Midoriya," Shoto exclaimed. Izuku grabbed Stain by the scarf and threw him to the ground in line for Shoto to attempt to freeze him with his ice. But the elusive murderer escaped the line of fire just in the nick of time. "Got him, Nit. He's too fast," Shoto bitterly grunted. "How did you break out of his quirk? Anyway, is there a time limit?" "I have a few theories, but it's irrelevant for right now," Izuku replied in a crouch beside him. "You're right that he's too fast and too slippery. Getting those two out of here unscathed is next to impossible." "Not if I provide a distraction for you to go," Shoto proposed. "You're fast enough to get them both out to safety while I keep him busy." "I'm not leaving you behind, Shoto," Izuku immediately shot down with deadly seriousness. "It might just be our only option," Shoto stood firm. "Then we'll make another," Izuku stated with finality. "If we have to wait it out for his quirk to wear off so that those two can escape on their own power, so be it. But I'm not leaving you to go down alone." If we go down, we're going down as friends. This isn't the time for a damn speech, Midoriya, Shoto countered, but the faintest smile showed itself on his face. Why are you two doing this? Ida practically bawled. This is my crusade. Don't kill yourselves for my sake. Doing stupid things for the right reasons is the essence of being a hero. Izuku argued to his downed friend. It's what we're all training to be, and I'm for damn sure not going to go back on that when someone I care about is in danger. He glanced up at Shoto. You've lost a lot of blood as it is, so I'm gonna distract him up close while you support me from behind. Sound good? It's pretty risky, but we can do it, Shoto acquiesced. We can protect them. Your dedication to saving lives is beautiful, Stain commended in a bittersweet tone. The future may just be in capable hands if the both of you are any indication. But my mission still must be carried out, and those fakes will be purged. Ida could only watch in utter dismay as Izuku went up in yellow flames once again and began bouncing around Stain like a pinball. The boy dodged a symphony of blades in his efforts to keep Stain occupied. But the man would dodge the surprise attacks of Shoto just the same, and the effective stalemate drew on. I can't watch this, Ida nearly sobbed. You want to make your brother proud, Ida. Shoto intensely regarded the inconsolable boy while he blasted the alley with an inferno that Stain still weaseled his way out. Then stand up and be ingenium. Be the hero he wants you to be. Ida choked back his tears once again. How pathetic. Can I even call myself a hero? My friends are risking their lives to protect me. The tears finally began to fall. Manuel was right. I lost myself in my vengeance and almost lost everything. I refuse. Ida began to stir. I refuse to let my friends suffer for my mistakes. I will do right by them and my brother. Meanwhile, the exhaustion was starting to hit both Izuku and Shoto. Izuku was moving nonstop to keep out of Stain's range, and he couldn't afford to stop for even a moment to let the orange barriers rise because it would leave Shoto exposed should he miss with his ice or fire. Shoto, meanwhile, was pouring his energy into these attacks that mostly ended up being fruitless. He was running out of steam, and he had greatly underestimated just how long it would take help to arrive. When Izuku was just a half step too slow, the butt of a blade slammed into his chest, and he was sent tumbling to the floor and away from Stain. Stain used that moment to make for Shoto, expertly weaving through the ice and fire as if with practiced ease. Izuku scrambled to his feet to chase after him, but Stain had already gotten into Shoto's guard with his sword ready to draw the boy's blood. RECIPRO burst. All Stain saw was a suit of armor literally blast into his field of vision and slam into him, launching him backward and breaking his sword in the process. Hell yeah, Ida. Izuku cheered as he launched himself over Stain and landed beside his two friends with a pant. Todoroki, Midoriya. This has nothing to do with either of you, and I apologize for all of this, he began. Ida, don't Izuku started but was cut off. No, I'm okay, he assured. I won't let the two of you shed any more blood for me. Stain only scoffed. There's no use trying to pretend you're a hero now. A person's true nature doesn't change in only a few minutes. Genuine question, have you ever actually given people the chance to change? Izuku cut in. The question seemed to rattle Stain a bit, and he took a moment to collect his thoughts with a scowl. What's the point? Frauds that prioritize their own desires are rotten to the core. They are who they are, and that is immutable. They're the sickness that's infected our society and tarnished the name of heroes. I suppose I can understand that rationale for grown adults, Izuku carefully phrased, but you're condemning a teenager with room to grow and develop to the same sort of judgment. What difference does it make? Stain hotly retorted. A fake in youth is a fake as an adult. The only difference is that the fake can do more damage as an adult. Culling the fake when he's young prevents that damage from happening in the future. But you don't know that. Izuku argued back. You're not Sir Night-Eye. You can't see the future. You don't know how a teenager will end up only with knowledge of where they are currently. I've personally seen the results of teenagers taking long looks at their choices and making changes for the better. People have the capacity to change for the better if you just let them. Stain. Meanwhile, Native, who was still paralyzed in Stain's quirk, was gawking at the scene in bemusement and incredulity, and that only grew when he saw that neither of the other two teens were batting an eye or lifting a finger. What the fuck is that kid doing? He asked the other two in a semi-hushed tone to avoid drawing the attention of the hero killer. But it was unnecessary since the man's attention was solely focused on Izuku. Why is he arguing philosophy with the fucking hero killer? Why haven't you three just left already? He's buying us time to recover, Shoto responded. He knows that a reciprocal burst like that takes a lot out of Ida's engines, and both he and I are nearing our limits. We were able to grasp that Stain enjoys monologuing, so drawing him into a frivolous debate is his way of letting us regain ourselves and kill time for help to arrive. Just as he finished, a bright yellow blur tackled the two out of the way of several swords, and the three jumped backward to create more space. I might have agitated him a little bit, Izuku sheepishly admitted. I've entertained this for far too long. The murderer practically seethed. I will slaughter those two fakes and that is final. The hero killer launched himself at the trio with a vicious sort of reckless abandon, and it made him more dangerous while also more predictable. The desperation he was feeling to kill it and native before help arrived was mounting alongside the impotent rage he felt at having his ideals challenged so blatantly by someone he refused to kill. Shoto bathed the alley in fire while freezing Ada's leg to cool down his engines for another go, and Izuku met Stain blow for blow to keep him busy all the while. The mixture of red-hot fire from Shoto and a colorful ignition from Izuku chased Stain up a wall to escape the onslaught. Recipro extend, Ada shouted once his engines were back online, and he rocketed up the wall with Izuku on the other side to pincer the cornered villain. A boosted kick from the armored boy and an iridescent fist wreathed in emerald fire slammed into either side of Stain's face, sandwiching the man between two thunderous blows and ripping consciousness away from him. A well-timed blast of ice from Shoto created a safe slide to the ground for the two boys and an icy prison for the defeated hero killer. The three teens were silent as they looked up at the captured villain. Izuku sidled over to stand in between the two, and he simultaneously offered the two a fist. It was an awkward moment at first, but Shoto quickly met Izuku's fist with his own. Ada, meanwhile, stared down at the offered fist, and he couldn't help but feel unworthy of the boy's friendship. His turmoil must have shown on his face, though, and he soon felt a firm, gloved hand pat him on the back. Ada met Izuku's eyes, and the kind, friendly smile free of any judgment invaded his will and brought his fist to meet Izuku's. "We go down as friends, right?" Izuku asked. "We go down as friends," Shoto answered. "To the depths of hell," Ada added. Ms. Joke was not the least bit happy. When she got Izuku's message with his location, she made a mad dash for whatever back alley he may have potentially found trouble in. Then, she found herself getting smacked into a building by a hulking monster with scarred, black skin and an exposed brain. That wasn't very fun. Climbing her way out of the wreckage left by the new, stronger Namu was a task, as she could certainly feel that at least one rib was broken. She got to her feet in time to see Endeavor make it to the scene and incinerate the creature's head, but the situation only marginally improved since there was also a winged Namu flying around with a hostage. While Endeavor went to take care of the creature, she slipped away from the crowd and hobbled through the alleys of Hasu as best as she could. City on fire or not, she was going to find her intern. Not only had he truly grown on her, but he was brimming with potential that she wholeheartedly refused to see be wasted by some idealistic lunatic. It took a good bit of time and a fair amount of willpower to fight through the pain of traversing the city on foot with a broken rib, but she eventually found her beloved intern practically hanging off the shoulders of two other teens. One she immediately recognized as Endeavor's son and the other she slowly recognized as the Ida boy from the sports festival. Then, her gaze traveled to the smiling man next to them, who she remembered to be native. Finally, her gaze landed on the beaten, tied-up form of, "Is that the fucking hero killer?" The eyes of the three teens and native shot up to see a frantic and rightfully apoplectic Ms. Joke storming towards them. More specifically, she was storming toward an incredibly pale Izuku. "Hey, Ms. Joke," Izuku weakly began in an attempt to placate the angry hero. "Don't hate me, Beacon," she retorted. "Do you have any idea how worried I was? You up and ran off to go rescue someone from the hero killer himself without help. You could have been killed." Izuku could only shrink at his mentor's scolding since it wasn't at all inaccurate. "Excuse me, Ms. Joke," Native spoke up, gaining the irate woman's attention. Had he not done so, two people would be dead, myself included. What he did was idiotic, but he definitely saved lives today. Ms. Joke stared at him, then she stared at Izuku's sheepish grin, and then she stared at the bound and defeated hero killer. She sighed, and that was a mistake because it immediately reminded her about her injured ribs. Izuku saw this and quickly made his way over to her. "Ms. Joke, are you okay?" He fretted, and a pink flame bloomed in his hands before he placed them over the area she was clearly favoring. "Here, let me. I'm okay," she tried to assure, but he wasn't convinced and applied his flames to her regardless. Ran into another one of those Namu on the way, so much stronger than the first. The mention of Namu got Todoroki's attention, as the only other Namu he knew of was the creature from the USJ that All Might fought. Could the League of Villains been behind the attack? Was Stain a part of the League as well? Ida, meanwhile, was staring wide-eyed at Izuku's pink flames. He was casually mending his mentor's ribs with apparently little issue, even though he was already exhausted. He had completely forgotten about his ability to heal. Maybe. No, he could never request that of him. It's out of line, even for a friend. And there's no guarantee that he even could. But maybe it wouldn't hurt to inquire later on. Huh, look at the pompous dweeb. Tamura cackled at the scene beside Kurogiri from atop a building. And Player 2 took him down at that, even better. No idea why Spinner is so obsessed with him. Is it wise to stand so close to the heroes in your condition? Kurogiri asked. We risk being spotted if we're in view. And you're still in no condition to fight. It'll be fine, Tamura assured. You'll have us out of here before anyone that spots us could even get up here. As for my condition, his gaze lingered on Izuku's pink flames. and he seemed to be considering something. Kurogiri silently watched on as the young man cupped his chin and nodded. Well, we do need a healer, after all. The two watched the other pros that were fighting the Namu arrive at the scene, and they began tending to the roughed-up hero brats while Stain was watched like a hawk. Tamura admittedly started to get a little bored, and he was thinking about calling it quits and leaving with the remaining Namu. But, as if it was summoned with the thought, the winged Namu flew around the corner and into the fray. It attempted to yoink a hostage, but it only succeeded in spilling some of its blood in the area without nabbing anyone. The assembled heroes tensed and readied to battle, and, as a result, they took their attention away from Stain. The hero killer capitalized on this and escaped his bondage with a knife that he had stashed away, and the little weirdo licked the spilled blood to paralyze the Namu. What the hell is he doing? Tamura growled as Stain went into another monologue about purging the fakes and degenerate criminals. His eyes widened when Stain killed the Namu, and he inexplicably turned his gaze up to the two on top of the building. It seems that he is aware of our presence, Kurogiri dryly commented. The hell was your first clue? Tamura snarked. Then, things became interesting when Endeavor came onto the scene and locked eyes with Stain. The air around the parties on the ground completely changed, and Stain began emanating the most vicious and intense aura that anyone on the street had ever felt. Even the two atop the building were taken by surprise, as the sheer violent presence Stain permeated was only eclipsed by their sensei. A thought occurred to Tamura, and he turned to his misty companion. How close can you get us without being seen? Tamura asked more seriously than Kurogiri could remember him ever being. Close enough to hear them, he answered. Good, he responded, and the two stepped through a portal that Kurogiri spawned. On the other side, Tamura quickly fished out his phone and started recording Stain's impassioned final stand. You false heroes, I'll make this right. These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites. Hero, I will reclaim that word. Come on, just try and stop me, you fakes. There are only 3 that I'd let kill me. 3 true heroes. All Might is worthy, and so are those 2. Tamura lingered on the teens in question for a long moment before ending the recording when Stain finally succumbed to his injuries. We've got what we needed. Let's go. What is this for, if I may ask? Kurogiri questioned when they returned to their place on the roof of the building overlooking the scene. I'm sending it to Spinner and getting him to make a manifesto out of it, Tamura bitterly answered. But don't you hate Stain? Why would you intentionally do anything to aid his cause? Kurogiri asked with clear confusion in his voice. We attacked Hasu with Nomus while Stain was also in the city. He lowly began. As much as it fucking kills me, people will assume that Stain and the League are allied after tonight. Might as well take advantage of that and create some strong fanatics for our own cause. And if this little display sows discord among hero society by giving 2 UA brats the hero killer's own stamp of approval, all the better. That is surprisingly forward-thinking of you, Tamura, Kurogiri responded. I'm not an idiot, Kurogiri. No matter how much Sensei seems to think I am, Tamura answered with an unreadable tone. Kurogiri did not respond to that, and the two left through a portal back to the bar. The next morning, the 3 teens were in the hospital and still processing all that had happened. They weren't terribly injured, but the heroes on scene took the precaution anyway, and Izuku didn't really have the energy to heal their injuries after doing what he could for Ms. Joke's ribs. So, the little rascals are awake, came a voice familiar to Izuku when their door slid open. Standing in the doorway was a nonplussed Manuel in his hero suit and a slightly more joyful Ms. Joke in her own hospital gown. Ms. Joke, Izuku welcomed with a smile that was gladly returned. And Manuel, too, Ada spoke while wilting slightly under Manuel's blank gaze. I'm deeply sorry for the trouble I caused you. Save it for now, Manuel interrupted. Someone is here to see the 3 of you. In stepped a giant of a man with the head of a dog in a clean, black suit with a white, spotted tie in the style of a Dalmatian's coat. This is Hasu's chief of police, Ms. Joke introduced, losing her smile. Kenji Tsuragami. The 3 teens stood when he was introduced as the police chief, but he waved them off. So, woof, you are the UA students who brought down the hero killer? He asked in a voice that didn't quite fit his stature. We are, Shoto hesitantly confirmed. Stain has some severe injuries. The man began in a serious tone. Severe burns and many broken bones. You 3 did quite the number on him. The man's canine eyes bored into the trio as he went into a lengthy explanation about quirk use laws and the clear lines between licensed quirk use, self-defense, and vigilantism. Izuku wasn't really listening. In all honesty, the whole time, he was having a silent conversation with Ms. Joke. He could tell that she was trying to implore him to say that she authorized him to use his quirk in the defense of the lives of others so that he wouldn't get into any trouble. She was willing to take the full brunt of the punishment for him, but he wouldn't stand for that, and she could tell if the way her eye twitched was any indication. Hold on a minute, Shoto heatedly spoke up, drawing Izuku and Ms. Joke's attention back onto the discussion at hand. If Ada hadn't stepped in, then Native would have been murdered. and had Midoriya not done the same, then both Ida and Native would be dead. No one else had been able to locate the hero killer while he was in Hasu. Are you saying that we should have just stood by and watched people die? So, it's okay to break the law as long as it goes your way, the chief calmly retorted. Manuel was pointedly silent at that. Ada noticed. But sir, isn't it a hero's job to protect people? Shoto argued back. This is why you're not full-fledged pros yet, the chief sighed. I see you and Endeavor haven't been teaching you nearly enough. What a shame. Shoto practically ceased at the dismissal, and he took an angry step forward. You damn moo. Then I cut you off right there before you say something that would make Tsu upset. Shoto, Izuku interrupted, and Shoto's eyes went wide before he immediately recomposed himself and sat back down. Izuku turned his gaze back to the chief. If the alternative is lives being lost for the sake of bureaucracy, then I don't think we did anything wrong. I really don't think that's what's going on here. Ms. Joke quickly attempted to interject, but the chief decided to challenge the position. Isn't it? He questioned. Quirk use isn't only regulated situationally for a reason. I could throw your asses in the pound for this incident. With all due respect, Izuku started. I had the power and ability to save lives, and I did so regardless of the laws. I get that these laws are in place for good reason, but if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't change a thing, and I wouldn't begrudge anyone else for doing the same. That's a really slippery slope, the chief responded. That line of thinking could easily lead to another distro sprouting up. That, he had to admit, was a good point. Unregulated quirk use was a slippery slope, and it was the foundation of distro's entire ideology. Still, laws that explicitly prevented unlicensed people from publicly wielding their quirks to defend themselves and others at risk of felony vigilantism charges were very often overly restrictive. However, where would that line even be drawn to determine what is and isn't suitable? It doesn't particularly matter either way. I'm not here to punish you as it is, the chief finally revealed, breaking Izuku from his thoughts. What I said is only the official stance of the police department. Any punishment would only be necessary if this went public. If it did, you'd no doubt be applauded by the populace, but there's no chance of avoiding the consequences of vigilantism. On the other hand, we could say that Endeavor saved the day, and Stain's injuries would be consistent with that, but you wouldn't get any credit. Woof. The large dog man removed his hands from his pockets and held them out like a scale. You can either take the acclaim alongside the punishment, or you can skirt the punishment at the cost of the acclaim. It's up to you. The three teens looked at each other in silent deliberation. It took them all of 5 seconds. Option 2 was the simultaneous answer of the three. Excellent, the chief said with a thumbs up. I'd rather not damage any promising careers over something like this. Ada stepped forward and bowed before Manuel. I'm sorry, sir. You were right about everything. I should have listened. I should have heeded your warning. You're right, you should have, Manuel said with a sigh. You're lucky to even be standing here right now, but I'd be a hypocrite if I begrudged you too badly. Just don't do anything like this again in the future. Allow me, on behalf of the police department, to thank you all for your efforts, the chief finished with a low bow. A vicious killer was apprehended, and it is thanks to you. Any prepared reply was halted when a figure smashed through the window and rolled into the room. What concerned them was that they were on the 5th floor of the hospital. What concerned them even more was that the figure revealed herself to be the rabbit hero, Mirko. You, she pointed at Izuku with a heated glare. You move stealing sack of shit. I've been looking everywhere for you. That foreboding feeling he had during the sports festival and periodically afterward finally made sense. We're gonna spar since you think you're such hot shit to butcher my moves like that, and you'll get first-hand experience in what they feel like when done properly, she declared and grabbed the frightened teen by his collar. Then she leveled a glare at Ms. Joke, who had instinctively stepped up to defend him. Here in turn, bring his suit. With no further preamble, she jumped out of the hole she created with the frightened Izuku in her grasp. The remaining occupants were positively slack-jawed at what they had just seen, and Ms. Joke only sighed in resignation before collecting his costume and leaving. Just then, a giant, reptilian eye peered through the broken window. Sorry about that, the gruff voice of Ryukyu in her dragon form intoned. I didn't expect her to literally bust through the window when she asked for a ride this morning. I'll pay for the damages. Dabai was steaming. A crushed foam lay discarded on the ground and burning a bright blue while the man in question stormed out of the derelict apartment he was squatting in. Stain's endorsement of heroes didn't really matter to him. That wasn't why he was upset. He believed in Stain's mission to destroy hero society, and admired his conviction to see it through, but he didn't particularly care for Stain's apparent desire to build a better one in its place. What truly upset him was just who the man was endorsing. It triggered such a violent reaction in him that he annihilated the phone he was using in less than a second. He'd have to steal another one off of a fresh corpse at some point, but that could come later. He needed to blow off some steam for the moment. True heroes, he scoffed. What a fucking joke. Bad enough for that disingenuous little cumrag to be worthy, but that bastard's little masterpiece, too. Dabai's flames unconsciously ignited on his body in a huff, and he spat on the ground. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll kill them both and drag that bastard, Endeavor, to hell with us in one glorious inferno. Dabai stopped when he turned down an alley and spotted a homeless man huddled on a makeshift cot. What specifically drew his attention was the soft blue light enveloping the man's scraggly face. He dully gazed at the man scrolling through the device with a carefree countenance, as if that moment was one of the few moments in which he could forget the daily rigmarole and just enjoy some peace. Well, it appeared Dabai found a new phone. I gotta hand it to you, Spinner, you did some good work with this, Tamura acknowledged as he and Spinner watched the video that the Gecko Man created upon his friend's request. The bar was empty as usual aside from Kurogiri occupying his usual spot behind the counter. The purple-haired reptilian grinned. Took me 6 hours in total to make, but I like how it came out. People seem to like it, too. I don't even have to keep re-uploading it when it gets taken down anymore because so many others do it themselves. Good, Tamura declared. People are talking about it more than the government would like. The news reported that Endeavor took Stain down, but that's bullshit. And this video paints a different picture, so now millions are questioning it, too. This age of suppression that society has existed in is finally coming back to bite them. Spinner smiled. It was nice to see his occasional gaming buddy be passionate about something in his own special way. It was a reprieve from the usual omnicidal nihilism that was rather unhealthy in the Gecko Man's opinion. So, what's the end game? For right now, we wait, Tamura answered. I've got our broker on the lookout for any competent people looking to join up with something bigger. No more mooks, only mini-bosses. When the league is at full strength, then we'll move on to the next phase of the plan. So, that means, yes, you're officially part of the league. Right on. Can I be an underboss? This isn't the fucking Yakuza, Spinner. All for One was listening in on the conversation and delight conflicting with uncertainty. Hearing Tamura clearly plan out his moves and firmly take action outside of his own direction brought a wicked smile to the scarred supervillain. The push he gave the young man had paid off in spades since he seemed to do a 180 from his previous childishness into a man much more befitting of succeeding his empire. However, the suddenness of the change slightly unsettled him. He had been around for 2 centuries, so he was well aware of how easily a house of cards could be knocked down, as he had been the very breeze that knocked plenty of them down in the past. He'd be sure to keep a close watch on his protege and be there to pick him back up when he inevitably failed. Rikiya Yatsubashi truly enjoyed his office in Deka. The view of the glorious city inhabited by his loyal forces working tirelessly to prepare for their ultimate mission filled him with such indomitable pride. The wide, self-assured smile adorning his mildly wrinkled face only brightened when he received a call from one of his lieutenants out in the field. Turning away from the window, he strode to his desk and reached past the taxidermy of the teal platypus to answer the call. Curious, it's good to hear from you. I assume your mission is going well. I'd like to say so, Grand Commander, but it's unfortunately hitting a few roadblocks, some much more interesting than others. His smile dimmed somewhat. Oh, what would those be? Most notably is the hero killer. I'm certain you've heard of the news and videos surrounding him and his capture a few days ago. I have. Well, the official story is that he was apprehended by the number 2 hero, and that satisfied many who elected not to look any further. However, the sort of manifesto that was released after his capture, presumably by a devoted fan of his, included video of his final moments just before being apprehended. How they got that footage when it doesn't seem to exist anywhere else, I'm not exactly sure, but a great deal of focus was placed on our very own person of interest. I'm aware of that much. What kind of stir is this causing? Predictably, the media and police are tight-lipped about that specific detail, only deigning to dissect Stain's philosophy instead. The hornet's nest has already been kicked, though. I contacted a few of our remaining cells around the nation, and the prevailing sentiment is one of discontent. People on the dregs of society have taken note of the discrepancies in reporting and what was actually posted, and many more are feeling emboldened by Stain's tenacity and are seeking to strike it on a bigger stage. The most likely avenue for that would be the League of Villains that Stain was reportedly connected to in some capacity, but many could be swayed to our own cause as well. His countenance became a thoughtful one. That is very interesting, indeed. Many people only turn to villainy as an escape due to being outcasts with few options at their disposal thanks to our current society. That discontent can be appropriately weaponized and refocused onto more conducive targets. We could certainly bolster our ranks from this, but I feel the bigger fish to keep an eye on is the League itself. Why is that, Grand Commander? He sighed. Even with Stain's influence, I fear that they may just end up being a group of hoodlums with no greater goal beyond wanton destruction. However, I have a plan for that. For right now, I'm assuming you already have a plan in place for how this development with the hero killer looks for the rat at UA. I certainly do, and it's already in motion. His grin returned. Excellent. Keep up the good work. We'll make contact again with any major developments. As you command, Redistro. The days since the battle with Stain and his subsequent kidnapping from the hospital were a mixed bag for Izuku. On one hand, he was ripped from safety and thrust into days of seemingly non-stop battle with the rabbit hero herself, and Izuku seriously suspected that she just did not know the definition of holding back. Then again, his bones were not completely ground to dust by the end of each battle, so maybe she did. On the other hand, he got to spar with the freaking rabbit hero herself at her own insistence. Mirko was one of his favorite heroes and one of the premier active pros in pure strength and combat prowess. He relished every second that he was thrashed into the ground by the incensed pro, and he took to heart every comment, offhand suggestion, and constructive insult she hurled at him along the way. Mirko, likewise, was having fun beating the snot out of Izuku. Not only was she getting it back in blood for him biting one of her techniques on live television, but he was also taking the punishment and steamrolling ahead like a champ. She would even go as far to say that he was a decent fighter. His technique was solid but could use a little work, and his kicks were woefully dismal in comparison to her own, but he had great instincts and could dodge like nobody's business. Their most recent spar proved incredibly fruitful for the both of them. Battling in one of the Ketsubutsu training grounds that was fashioned to simulate a quarry, the two had all the space they needed to unload the breadth of their power onto each other. Izuku had slowly grown more able to track her movements and read her attacks. Therefore, he found himself expending less energy on dodging and instead blocking, deflecting more of her offense than he was initially. It usually came in the form of Izuku tanking her less brutal punches while bathed in green fire, and over the course of the spars they had, he found that doing so greatly improved his durability. Any strikes that he couldn't safely tank were blocked with his orange barriers, not only helping him consciously draw them out and doing so quickly, but also testing and improving the strength of those barriers once he erected them. It only took a single kick from the rabbit hero to smash through them like glass at first, but with time and added concentration to make them even sturdier, they were able to withstand 2 kicks. For the most part, he used the barriers to momentarily stall her offense while he readied a quick and hard-hitting counter. Ms. Joke, meanwhile, was not having a great time. Her student had effectively been absconded by a rabid battle junkie with a bone to pick with a teenager that imitated one of her ultimate moves. She probably should have been more upset about the situation than she actually was. But the boy was getting some fantastic sparring in with an opponent that could match and exceed him in a safe setting, so she couldn't complain too much. Ryukyu was also kind enough to give them all a lift back to Ketsubutsu to use their training grounds for Mirko's retribution. She managed to escape the Hasu situation with a slap on the wrist given her intern's refusal to pass the buck onto her, but she suspected that her life and the life of her intern were not going to be simple going forward. The way in which the Hero Commission representative who showed up to her apartment was cagey about how the situation would affect Izuku in the future put her on guard, and she had a feeling that she needed to keep an eye out for the boy. There was something going on that she obviously wasn't privy to, and that made her anxious, especially if the Hero Commission was involved in any capacity. Presently, she was presiding over the spar between her student and Japan's current number 6 hero. She felt the ground minutely shake when the two rabid combatants collided fists and launched into a lightning-fast exchange of blows that Mirko quickly got the better of. He bore the brunt of several hard punches to his abdomen before an orange wall appeared to his side in the blink of an eye to block a kick aimed for his ribs. He capitalized with a stiff shot to her nose and tried to press the advantage until she snatched his arm and slammed him onto his back. Only he kipped up right afterward just for them to leap into the same song and dance. The gulf in raw strength and experience was readily apparent, but Izuku was doing his very best to keep in the fight, and he wasn't doing a bad job for that matter. Then, Mirko turned up the intensity and really started going at him. The grin she sported was indication enough of her enjoyment, and Ms. Joke could only pray that Izuku didn't develop any kind of battle lust of his own. Mirko's strikes became even more vicious and practically had trails of fire following her fists and feet. Meanwhile, Izuku was starting to struggle mightily to dodge and defend. Any attempt to dart away in a yellow flash was in vain, as Mirko would be right back on him in a matter of moments. Eventually, she caught him with a stiff uppercut to his stomach, and in one swift motion, she pivoted and slammed him to the ground behind her. There was no reprieve to speak of for Izuku because she immediately leaped into the air and prepared an axe kick. "This is how it's done, kid," she shouted with a feral grin. And Izuku felt his pants become slightly heavier before the area around him erupted into orange. "Luna Arc," Mirko shouted and shattered through an orange dome with her kick. Then, she smashed through another dome under it. Then, a third dome met the same fate. It was after 5 such domes that she finally cut through most of the layers to reach Izuku protected by one last barrier. But her instincts screamed at her to jump, so she did just that and nearly missed the purple spikes that shot out of the remaining dome. "The fuck," she called out, and she only received a shrug from Ms. Joke when she looked over to her. The last dome came down, and Izuku was wreathed in a mixture of orange and purple fire. Judging from his face, He was just as surprised as the two women in the training grounds with him. "You've never used that color, have you, Beacon?" Ms. Joke asked. "No," he answered, staring at the purple spikes that were slowly shrinking and losing form on his arm. "I hypothesized that I had access to it, but I've never gotten around to figuring out what it did. Nearly skewered me, you thieving bastard," Mirko grumbled before smirking. "Let's do it again." "Not until we figure out just what it does," Ms. Joke intervened before turning back to Izuku. "Try to play around with it and see what comes out." Izuku nodded and examined the purple flames on his body that had mostly overtaken the orange by that point. He extended his arm and concentrated. And just as before, the purple flames took shape and hardened into spikes. "Holy hell," he remarked. In an attempt to see if he could will them to do anything else, he imagined the tips of the spikes dulling into rounder surfaces, and to his surprise, they did just that. "So you can control what you create," Ms. Joke commented with a thoughtful nod. "How about the range?" Izuku peered down at the rounded spikes, and his thoughts traveled back to what he saw of Shizaki's vines during the sports festival, and the way she was able to easily ensnare and subdue her opponents from a distance. Deciding it was worth a shot, he extended his arm, and the dulled spikes thinned into ropes and shot out of his arm. He kept them going until they reached roughly 20 meters, and his concentration strained enough for his control to slip and the ropes to disperse. "Oh, wow," Ms. Joke marveled, and Izuku was also preening. Izuku summoned the purple vines once again, and they wrapped themselves around his right arm and fashioned into a deep purple sword in his hand. With wide eyes, he slowly held up his left arm, and the purple flames brightened into orange before flattening out into a shield covering his forearm and hand. "A literal sword and shield," Ms. Joke observed with a proud smile. "Orange for defense and purple for offense, and they function very similarly as far as how I control them," Izuku commented. "I don't know what the specific limits of the purple flames are as of yet, but it seems like I can create any object that I could wield or fit onto my arm." "Hey, I expected something cooler," Mirko shrugged, and then her wicked grin returned with a pound of her fist into her palm. "Still, though, this has been fun. We'll make this a regular thing so I can whip your ass into shape." Izuku did not know if he should have felt excitement or fear. He settled on both. At week's end, the mentor-intern duo was standing in front of the gates of Ketsubutsu to see Izuku off from his internship. Ms. Joke waded through the sea of profuse gratitude he offered for taking the time to teach him, and she silenced him with a pat on the shoulder. "You don't need to thank me, Beacon," she kindly assured. "Run-ins with serial killers and serial fighters aside, having you as an intern was a dream. You're gonna do spectacular things as a hero. I'm sure of that." Izuku's smile was blinding, and she met his with a grin and thumbs up before something occurred to her. "Oh, before I forget, some of the kids from the VRP wanted to keep in touch with you, so I gave them your number. Figured you wouldn't mind." "They did?" Izuku asked, a little flummoxed as to why they would want to. "Absolutely," she emphatically confirmed. "You sat down and took the time to actually listen to them and be there for them. That's, unfortunately, pretty rare out in the real world." Izuku was visibly perturbed upon hearing that, and he nodded with an expression that was probably more serious than necessary. "That'll change, then. I'll make sure of it. I won't fail them." Ms. Joke couldn't fight the snort that left her, and she amusedly shook her head. "So serious when it comes to helping people. Hold on to that passion. The world needs more of it." "I will," he promised before setting off in the direction of the nearest train station. Ms. Joke watched him leave with a bright smile, but that smile slowly diminished as he drew further away, and a frown took form in its place. When she initially texted Aizawa about the situation, he responded in no time flat that Nezu would be made aware. That response did nothing to calm the restlessness she felt in her gut, as it would likely only draw her into Nezu's cold war with the HPSC. With a sigh, she turned around to head back through her school's gates. She didn't like what was potentially on the horizon. However, she'd be ready for whatever came. The HPSC had been an unfortunate fixture in hero society for a long time, and she'd be lying if she said that society didn't rely on the Commission's existence way more than it probably should. If they truly had Izuku Midoriya in their sights, then the likelihood that Nezu would plunge the nation into chaos in order to protect him was non-zero. She knew which side she was on if that happened. Izuku leaned back into his seat on the train with a frown. He hadn't spent a ton of time online since returning to Ketsubutsu after the encounter with Stain, so he didn't see much of the news coverage of the event. He had taken the chief at his word that Endeavor was credited with Stain's capture, so, understandably, the text he received from Yui was more than a little concerning. "When were you going to tell me that you fought the hero killer, and why the hell did you fight the hero killer?" Izuku stared at that message for 5 minutes, and in that time, a few more texts came from some of his classmates. The fact that she was asking that question meant that she knew he was in Hasu with Stain, so she already somehow knew more than what was officially reported. "How did you find out about that?" "Stain himself said that you and Todoroki were worthy. It's become a whole thing. Yui proceeded to send him a deluge of memes centered around himself and Shoto, some even calling them the worthy duo and Stain's chosen ones. Izuku didn't know how to feel about his near-death experience being memed, but he supposed it was just par for the course of being a hero. So, please explain. Let me preface this by saying that I did not go with the intent of fighting. My friend's brother was attacked and crippled by the hero killer, and he went after him to get revenge. I wasn't going to let him die a stupid, gruesome death, so I hunted them down myself. One of the greatest human beings I've ever met once told me that doing stupid things for the right reasons was the essence of being a hero, and it's a philosophy I've abided by since then. That wasn't an endorsement to throw yourself into harm's way at every opportunity. I didn't have many options at my disposal, but I'd do it all over again if given the opportunity. I'd do the same for you, too. You're a piece of shit, you know that. It is impossible to stay mad at you, and you love me for it. Shut up. I'm glad you're okay. That wasn't the only conversation of that nature he would have that day. Many of his classmates bombarded him with questions and concerns about his encounter with Stain, several of whom sent him the twisted manifesto that was posted shortly after Stain's arrest. The video certainly disturbed him, if only for how easily anyone could have gone down a similar route as Stain if they were in his position. Plenty of people become disillusioned with hero society, and many of them turn to crime and villainy. It just happened to be the case that most of those people weren't as dangerous as Stain. But that wasn't the case all of the time. He idly wondered how Shoto was dealing with it all. Endeavor and his youngest son quietly approached their considerably large home after Shoto's internship had officially concluded. They didn't speak much on the ride back from the Flame Heroes agency, and since Endeavor was present for Stain's declaration and was already privy to their battle prior to that, he hadn't asked many questions beyond assuring that his son never went out on his own to apprehend a dangerous criminal again. The Todoroki duo was surprised to see a man in a crisp, black suit waiting for them at their front door with a black briefcase in hand, though. The man was clean-shaven, his dark gray hair was neatly combed back, and he had a frigid air about him. Shoto did not recognize the man, but Endeavor's eyes narrowed dangerously when he set his sights upon him. Junji Mishima, Endeavor addressed suspiciously evenly in his son's opinion. I thought everything regarding Stain was squared away with the HPSC. Ah, the commission. Shoto's eyes narrowed, as well. Although his eyes narrowed for different reasons. The commission was notorious for encouraging people to stop asking questions about his home life whenever concerns about himself, his siblings, and his mother came up in the past. In Shoto's opinion, the League of Villains and the HPSC were lateral entities. Good evening to you, too, Mr. Todoroki, the now-named Mishima spoke in a clipped tone. The initial issue was indeed handled. However, certain developments have complicated matters. Shoto did not like the way the man's cold gaze lingered on him towards the end of his sentence one bit. Apparently, his father did not, either. We will continue this discussion in my office, Endeavor firmly interposed, ending whatever line of thought that action was drumming up. You're dismissed, Shoto. The teen did not need to be told twice to vacate the area and head to his room post-haste. The first thing Izuku noticed when he walked through 1A's door with school back in session was that Bakugo looked haggard and paranoid. He cautiously approached the boy, and Bakugo's head snapped to look at him after only taking a few steps in his direction. Izuku was more than a little uneasy at the boy's wild stare, and he was about to awkwardly shuffle to his seat before the blonde finally spoke. How the hell did you survive 10 years with that devil? The two locked eyes, and in that singular moment, mutual understanding washed over them. They felt like they were really seeing each other for the first time in their lives. Izuku reached out and placed his hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Did you survive the dodge training? Izuku asked. I didn't have a choice, Bakugo muttered with a haunted expression. Every time she got me, she'd substitute whatever she was throwing with something harder or sharper for added incentive. She always got me. Izuku gave him an understanding nod. Look at it this way. Your situational awareness is probably impeccable now, although it is also possible that you'll just be really paranoid for the rest of your life. I can't really make a determination on that one just yet. Midoriya, Ieyasu hesitantly questioned from her desk. Is that an ankle monitor? Huh, he absent-mindedly responded before the question caught up with him, and he looked to his feet. Oh yeah, after the whole thing with Stain, my mom put this on me to ensure I didn't wander into trouble. Again, the mention of Stain captured his classmates' attention, and they crowded around him, Shoto, and Ida to continue the third degree that had begun in the days prior. I can't believe you guys actually fought the hero killer. I'm just glad you all made it out alive, seriously. Why was Endeavor credited with his capture? Of all the questions that flew at the three, that one caught Izuku's interest. He turned to the person who asked, and he saw his tailed classmate, Anjiro, patiently waiting for an answer. I imagine that 3 hero students taking down a serial killer that had previously defeated dozens of licensed pros would hurt morale more than it would help it, Izuku replied, and the boy nodded in acceptance. And the whole unlicensed quirk use thing. Ochako supplied beside him. Oh, Ochako, how is it turning out in the sticks with the wild pussycats? Izuku asked. Ochako faced him with the blankest expression he had ever seen on her. I'm about 60% certain that Pixie Bob is a predator. Not a soul in the classroom could think up a proper response to that. And the resulting silence remained until their homeroom teacher finally entered the room. The day went on as normal, with the only real notable events being Bakugo's explosive reintroduction into heroics classes and the shitstorm that occurred in the locker room afterward. Hey, Midoriya, Minda called to him as everyone was changing out of their costumes and back into their uniforms. You won't believe the jackpot I just found. Someone Shawshanked a hole in this wall. A previous generation has given us a gift. It took Izuku a few seconds to grasp why Minda was so excited about the prospect of a hole in the wall, but some of the other guys were much quicker on the uptake. Don't even think about it, Ada commanded with his signature chops. Keeping on them like that would be criminal. Quite literally, Shoji muttered from the other side of the room. The short boy seemed to hesitate for a moment at that statement, but he regained his nerve and pressed on. Come on, aren't any of you even the slightest bit interested? Midoriya, don't you ever think about our obscenely beautiful classmates? Not particularly, no, Izuku dryly answered. Well, you'll have to lock me in solitary confinement for taking this plunge alone, Minda declared, but Ada slid his hand over the hole before he could attempt to peep through it. Absolutely not. This is not behavior becoming of a hero. Ada's rant stopped in its tracks when an earphone jack stabbed through his hand from the peephole, and his eyes went wide. Holy shit, several of the boys collectively reacted, and Ada swiftly removed his hand from the wall as the jack retreated back through the hole, no doubt to an absolutely mortified Gyro. Izuku sprung into action and grabbed the punctured hand, lighting up in pink and bathing his friend's hand in the healing fire while the peephole was quickly filled by a foamy substance from the other side. Within seconds, the wound closed up, and Ada's hand was completely fine. Dude, your quirk is so busted, Zero commented in awe. You don't know the half of it, Izuku sighed. Ada, meanwhile, was stock still when he saw the pink flames and how they completely reversed the damage on his hand. It sent him back to his earlier thoughts about his brother's condition and if he should ask Izuku for help. So wrapped up in his thoughts was he that he completely missed Minda being manhandled by the others and hogtied with tape over a bonfire Shoto created. Minda, Izuku began with a light application of blue flames to get the boys' undivided fear and attention, unknowingly drawing the attention of the dark, otherworldly entity that decided to watch along. Remember what I said at the USJ? I helped you at the entrance exam. Do not make me regret that. That kid scares me, Dark Shadow muttered to Takoyami when they briefly poked their head out to watch the unfolding mess. The kindest souls often have the darkest rage, Takoyami nodded. The hell does that even mean? Dark Shadow replied in exasperation. Upon the conclusion of the school day, Izuku was planning to find his mom and plead with her to remove the ankle monitor when he was stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder. Midoriya, do you have a moment? Asked a trepidatious Ada. Sure, he kindly replied. What's up? Ada hesitated, and Izuku could clearly see on the taller boy's face that he was warring internally with whatever was on his mind. He remained silent and allowed his friend to collect himself and gather his nerve. Your quirk, Ada began. You can heal with one aspect of it, correct? Yes, Izuku carefully confirmed. What sort of injuries have you healed in the past? Ada asked. You want me to heal your brother? It was a statement rather than a question. Ada's eyes widened, and he sputtered. I mean. Ada struggled until he slumped in defeat. Can you? Izuku did not immediately respond, instead cupping his chin and looking downward. Ada, justifiably emotional, interpreted this as hesitation to accept, and he hurriedly attempted damage control. Forgive me for even proposing such a selfish request. I shouldn't have asked that of you. You have no obligation to do anything at all for me after risking your life to save me. Probably. Ada stopped talking and looked intently at the shorter boy. What? Probably. Yeah, Izuku continued with a nod. It may take a lot out of me, but provided I have a rough idea of what injuries I'm healing in the first place, I'll do what I can. I'll probably need to have a big meal beforehand. But if I'm just reconnecting a spine by the severed discs and mending the associated nerves, then checking for and handling any grievous bruising left behind from the attack, it shouldn't be too complicated. Not as complex as fixing All Might would be. Izuku clamped his mouth shut when he realized that he was rambling and nearly revealed All Might's secret to. Fortunately, the boy in question had completely missed everything after Izuku confirmed that he could help his brother. You can help Tensei. Ada spoke in a near whisper as his emotions were beginning to get the better of him. I don't want to make you any promises, but I'll do whatever I can, Izuku answered with a nod. Ada's tears were free-flowing, and he practically fell to the ground in a bow to Izuku with his forehead pressed against the floor. Thank you so much, Midoriya. I am forever in your debt. No need to bow, I'm just doing what friends do, Izuku bashfully tried to deflect. Ada shakily nodded and returned to his feet. We can wait until after finals. I don't want to interrupt your preparations for the exams. No, if we put this off until after finals, it will literally be the only thing you'll think about, Izuku argued, and Ada had to concede the point. We'll get this done this week so that you aren't distracted. Ada did not think that he could become any more joyful, but that comment definitely proved him wrong and sent him over the moon. Before he could launch into another barrage of gratitude, a loud, familiar laugh echoed from around the corner. Young Midoriya. All Might boomed as he approached the teens. Can we talk? Oh, Izuku stuttered and looked to Ada, and the boy quickly nodded and bid them farewell. Sure. Izuku followed the massive man into one of the teachers' lounges, and All Might deflated back into Toshinori before motioning for the boy to sit. I guess whatever it is must be important if we needed the privacy. Izuku ventured on the couch across from the gaunt man, but Toshinori merely chuckled and shook his head. Not really, he denied. I just didn't feel like blowing up for it. Oh, well, what's up? I was invited to the upcoming AI Expo and wondered if you wanted to tag along. Izuku's eyes practically shot out of his skull. Seriously? AI Expo? On AI Island? The very same. Toshinori confirmed with a soft laugh at the boy's antics. I'd be honored. AI Island is where the world's most brilliant minds converge for quirk research and support item development. It's like a quirk scientist's wet dream. He speedily went on before his near mutter spree halted, and he turned a curious eye to the skinny man. Why me? Don't get me wrong. I'm honored and would love to go, but I'd assume you have other choices to take with you before me. Toshinori looked away from the teen and tugged his collar. Well, funny story about that. I had a dream recently where Sensei was throttling me and ordering me to bond with her grandson. Izuku tried to hold back his laughter at the man's plight, but he failed, and the man sighed in defeat. I wouldn't be surprised if she's been cooking up a way to enter the physical realm, Toshinori joked. Well, we can ask her, Izuku offered. Toshinori looked at him quizzically until the teen's hand lit up in blue, and Izuku slowly pushed it toward the man. Izuku watched as a large, muscly hand in a black sleeve reached out of Toshinori until a yellow glove smacked the hand, and it retreated. Izuku reached for the gloved hand, and when they grabbed onto each other, the ethereal form of Nana that was only visible to Izuku slowly pulled herself from Toshinori. Something within him compelled him to intensify the flames. And when he did, Nana's gloved hand became much more vibrant, and Toshinori gasped. The man watched a painfully familiar glove manifest in the teen's hand, followed by the muscled arm, white cape, and long, black hair of his sensei. Holy hell, it worked, she exclaimed, and she slowly craned her head to look back at her former protege. Toshi, sensei, the man whispered in utter shock. Meanwhile, Izuku was as white as a ghost and sweating bullets. He was trying to keep calm, but the frigid presence breathing down his neck and haunting whispers in his ear were making it very difficult for him. Nana's tearful half-embrace with Toshinori was interrupted when the grip on her hand became vice-like, and she turned to Izuku only to go pale herself. Hovering menacingly behind him was the horrifying visage of death itself in the form of a grinning, heterochromatic cat. Seeing the state her grandson was in, she turned back to Toshinori to confirm that he was seeing it too, but he looked at her and the boy in confusion. We'll have to cut this short, she hastily decided. Bond with him or I'll spawn Sorahiko in your dreams for the rest of your life. With that, she pried her hand away from Izuku's and faded back into One for All. In an instant, the deathly presence vanished and Izuku collapsed onto the couch. Young Midoriya. He reached for the boy in concern. What happened? Izuku started with a shiver. Quirk stuff. I'll take that invitation. Well, I actually have 2+1s, Toshinori chuckled. Perks of being the #1 hero, I guess. You can ask your mother if she wants to come along, as well. I'll ask, but she doesn't really like fly. The door swung open before he could finish, and the woman herself stepped into the room with narrowed eyes. There you are, she hissed and stormed over to him to grab his ear and drag him out of the room. You know better than to think you can hide from me. It's straight home after school, mister. Oh, okay, Izuku pleaded. Can you please just take off the ankle monitor? Not until finals are over, she denied. Redistro sighed the long day away at his desk as he finished the last bit of Detonaret paperwork. He was ready and willing to invest in the development of a machine that would automatically file paperwork for the user. He just needed to find a new name for it. According to Trumpet, Paperworkinator wasn't a good name. Grand Commander, Kusari has reached your office as requested, a nasally voice announced through a speaker at his desk. Excellent. Thank you, Skeptic, he replied. Permission to speak freely, sir, Skeptic requested. Of course. Why did you place Getten in charge of so many of the indoctrination centers? You know how he is with his social Darwinism. It's no wonder they were discovered and shut down so soon. I ask myself the same question, Redistro sighed. At least the rest of you are doing fine work in spreading our influence and maintaining our army. Indeed, sir. What do you require of someone of Kusari's rank, if I may ask? I need his touch for an important task, something Getten would be much too heavy-handed for. when a knock came from the other side of the door. Ridestro welcomed the new arrival inside and stood behind his desk with an easy smile. The man who casually meandered inside was tall, though not as tall as Ridestro, and he was much younger, being in his mid-20s. The lanky man had straight, red hair that hung down to his chin, the bangs of which fell over his face to somewhat obscure his violet eyes that lazily took in his commander. He was wearing a large, dark red leather jacket with a black hood and equally black pants and shoes. Nagato Terumi, codename Kusari, Ridestro smoothly began. One of my most trusted enforcers behind Getten. At your service, Kusari lazily drawled, though he was inwardly perplexed by the grandiose introduction. I have a very crucial mission for you. Ridestro answered the unasked question, and Kusari's demeanor instantly transformed. His posture straightened, and his eyes focused into the piercing pinpricks the Grand Commander was familiar with. Ridestro knew better than to be fooled by his subordinate's generally easygoing, laissez-faire attitude. Behind the lackadaisical facade was a sharply analytical mind with an equally deadly quirk to match, as well as the skills to use it with fatal efficiency. His jacket wasn't red purely because he liked the color, after all. The young man silently stood before his leader and awaited the details of his mission, and Ridestro's smile deepened into a dangerous one. How would you feel about infiltrating the League of Villains? The atmosphere outside of Recovery Girl's office in the evening later that week was tense. Izuku had gone in with Tensei and Recovery Girl to perform the procedure 20 minutes prior, and the assortment of adults and one teenager awaited any updates whatsoever. On one side sat Ida and his parents near the nurse's door, waiting with bated breath for the procedure to end. Across from them were the stressed but hopeful trio of Eraserhead, Present Mike, and Midnight, all there in support of their friend, comrade-in-arms, and former classmate. Tensei's attempts to put them all at ease by popping several wheelies in his wheelchair and blasting down the hall with his quirk before Izuku arrived helped for a brief moment, but the worry inevitably crept back onto them. Off to the side stood Inko and Principal Nezu, both silent as well and concerned for slightly different reason. Inko was concerned for her son since she knew how energy-intensive fixing significant injuries would be for him. She was glad that Recovery Girl was in there with them to oversee the procedure and monitor the progress of the older Ida's spine while shoveling energy-rich gummies into Izuku as needed. Nezu, meanwhile, was concerned for a myriad of reasons. The procedure on Tensei was chief among them, but he was also thinking about the fallout of Stain's declaration and what it could mean for his students, as well as the moves that the HPSC was starting to make in response. He sincerely hoped that Izuku was successful in healing Tensei's spine for the sake of bringing some amount of good news to the fold. He'd have to figure out a way to explain away Ingenium's miraculous recovery to the press, though. The door to Recovery Girl's office swung open, and everyone's breath hitched. Tensei slowly rolled himself out of the room in his wheelchair with a blank, unreadable expression. He met the eyes of each of the people in attendance and said nothing before closing his eyes and sighing heavily. The mood in the hall became completely crestfallen at the gesture, and his brother clamped down onto the hands of his parents. Then, a sly smirk appeared onto his face before he slowly moved his legs onto the ground and stepped out of his chair and onto his feet to the shock of everyone present. Ingenium is back, bitches, he cheered. Just like that, the tension was cut through like butter by a hot knife, and he was quickly surrounded by his crying family on all sides. As tactless as ever, elder brother, the youngest Ida present, remarked through his tears. Well, it seems I'll need a new hero name now that you've taken the actual mantle of Ingenium, Tensei joked to his younger brother. No, he vehemently shook his head in response. I cannot accept the title. I'm not yet worthy of bearing that name. Are you sure? Tensei questioned. Yes, I am sure, he emphatically confirmed. Ingenium symbolizes a true heroic heart and a paragon of justice for all. I have not lived up to that as of yet, so I cannot accept that name. I must carve my own path to being the hero that you believe I can be. Tensei silently considered his words before shrugging in acceptance. The present teachers then stepped forward to greet their friend. Let me know whatever you decide. Just make sure it's appropriate, Midnight assured the younger Ida brother with a warm smile. As the group gathered and Tensei gave hugs all around, a pale Izuku stumbled out of the room assisted by Recovery Girl, and he fell into the waiting arms of his mother. She softly ran her hand through his hair, and he leaned into her touch with a contented sigh. Damage was a lot worse than I expected, Izuku muttered to his mother. Had Stain been a touch more reckless, Ingenium would be dead. Well, he isn't, Inko assured, and now he can walk again thanks to you. Yeah, I suppose, Izuku yawned, drawing the attention of the Ida family. The barrage of gratitude he received from all four of them zoomed right past him until his friend tearfully clutched his hand between his own. I owe you my life, Midoriya, Tenya choked out. Don't worry about it, Izuku replied before lazily reaching into his pocket and handing him a small slip of paper. Tenya took it and curiously inspected it as the others looked over his shoulder to read what was written, including the teachers with Nezu inexplicably nestled in Aizawa's scarf. You owe me 1 race, Tensei read and looked to the debatably conscious teenager. And I'll dust both your asses, too, Izuku slurred, receiving 3 sets of snickers from the human educators and a light smack to the head from his mother. That night, a quiet, dimly lit street of a residential area was met with the soft footsteps of a blonde girl in a traditional schoolgirl outfit. Her blushed face was pensive, and in her hand was a grocery bag with a singular item inside. The girl steadily walked toward an alley that she knew very well, and she stopped at the entrance to the dark space between houses. Stanley says you're worthy, she muttered to no one in particular before looking down at the grocery bag for a lengthy moment. And then she tossed the bag into the empty alley. We'll see. Then, practically on a dime, her demeanor flipped and a wide smile took form before she bubbly skipped away into the darkness. The lead up to their final exams was a mixed bag for Class 1A. For those near the bottom of the class rankings, such as Ashido and Kaminari, it was a tumultuous nightmare with direct implications on their eligibility for summer training camp. For those near the top of the rankings, such as Izuku, Shoto, and Yaoyorozu, it was business as usual, although Yaoyorozu was admittedly dreading the practical exam. Ultimately, though, everyone was on a mission to prepare as best as they could for the written and practical tests in order to be allowed passage to the training camp. Izuku wasn't particularly worried about the exams, provided the written portion wasn't designed by Nezu himself specifically to mess with him. He was confident in his ability to ace it. The practical would likely be more challenging, but he didn't anticipate anything that he wouldn't be able to handle, especially after the circus that had been their semester. Many of his classmates, on the other hand, did not share his confidence. I'm a little worried about the practical, Toru lamented at their lunch table. Aizawa won't tell us much about what to expect, just that it's comprehensive. That could mean robots, rescue training, or actual combat against other people, Sue added next to her while picking at her food, or some combination of all of them. Did your mom give you information about the exams? Achako asked, the absent-mindedly eating Izuku across from her. Nah, she was pretty tight-lipped about it when I floated the topic, he shrugged, much to her dismay. He paused with his chopsticks and put the soba noodles back into his dish before looking up. Completely off topic, but how does your invisibility work, Toru? Does all light pass through you as if you weren't actually there? And how do you see if that's the case? Toru acknowledged before the question caught up with her and she put her chopsticks down. Oh, light doesn't just pass through me entirely. Otherwise, I'd be blind, like you said. I just refract almost all of the light I come into contact with at any given moment. The amount that I don't refract is so negligible that I'm pretty much invisible to anything short of heat sensors and black lights. My own eyes are immune to it, though. I can see myself below the neck. I just don't show up in mirrors or on camera. That small fraction of light that you don't refract. Izuku began, now completely invested in the conversation upon learning about the intricacies of a quirk. Is it a fixed percentage, or does it change? It can fluctuate, she answered. Under very specific conditions and at very specific angles, I am visible to the average naked eye. That rarely ever happens, though. And beyond that, you'd only be detected with an infrared or UV sensor since you don't refract those parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, Izuku concluded, and Tsu, Achako, and Ada also found themselves invested in the conversation. Shoto, meanwhile, continued eating away at his bowl of katsudon. Pretty much, yeah, Toru confirmed with an unseen nod. Fascinating, Izuku remarked while scribbling away in his notebook that the 5 other occupants of the table were absolutely certain was not there mere moments prior. If you can see yourself but don't show up in the mirror, what do you do with your hair? Achako posed to her invisible friend. Who says I have any? Toru posed in return with a glimmer of mirth in her tone. I could tell you that I inherited the physical traits of my dad's chameleon mutation, and you'd never actually know if I'm lying or not. That's fair, Achako conceded. So, your father has a chameleon mutation. What about your mother? Ida chimed in. She's bioluminescent, but she can turn hers on and off, unlike me, she answered. Her dad could also go invisible, but he could only do it for minutes at a time. I guess I inherited a permanent version from him, I don't really know. Quirks are weird. Understatement of the year. Izuku chuckled before ducking his head out of the way of an errant elbow from a student walking behind him. Oh, sorry, came the decidedly unapologetic drawl of Nito Monoma. Your head's so big that it's hard to miss. No worries, I've got nothing against the visually impaired, Izuku assured in a manner that the others seated couldn't accurately determine the iniquity. Monoma's eye lightly twitched at the perceived jab as well as the light snort from the seated Todoroki. You 3 encountered the hero killer, he stated with little fanfare, and the silence and newfound attention he received from 2 of the 3 boys in question caused his haughty smirk to return. Class 1er really isn't content with not being the center of attention? Huh. You do realize that you're not actually in the spotlight because people think you're competent heroes, or because you're worthy, or anything that absurd, right? Now he had the full attention of 5 divided by 6ths of the table, and the sight of Ochako glowering at him only served to embolden him. The reality is that you all are damsels in distress that keep wandering into trouble, so here's a little food for thought. What happens when the rest of us are caught up in the messes you all create and we become unwilling victims to whatever horrible villains you decide to rain down upon us? Monoma, so wrapped up in his rant, did not notice Kendo stomping up to him with the intent of knocking him out for antagonizing the other class. However, before she could touch him, her wrist was wrapped up in soft, purple rope-like flame, and she followed it in surprise to Izuku casually extending it from his index finger. Monoma was taken out of his rant when he realized what had happened, and he looked back and forth between his bewildered classmate behind him and the seemingly unbothered Izuku in his seat. "I didn't even," Monoma quietly began, but Izuku cut him off. "You didn't notice, and that's exactly the problem, isn't it?" Izuku casually remarked from his seat as he killed the flame. "I'm right in front of you, you're looking right at me, and I still managed to catch you by surprise. That's not even to mention the fact that you didn't notice Kendo's approach at all." Monoma's look of surprise transformed into a sneer, and Izuku sighed before giving the boy a pointed glare. "If and when the day comes where we drag you all into our mess, then the hope would be that you guys can handle yourselves just as well as us. If you are really as good as you claim yourself to be, and if the perceived gulf between 1A and 1B is as overblown as you claim it is, then you shouldn't have much trouble surviving the same near-death experiences that we all did, right?" "Move it, Monoma," Kendo growled. "You've been enough of an asshole for the year already after that display." Monoma only scoffed and walked away from the table, and Kendo sighed. "Sorry about him." Again, she genuinely offered. "He's been really deep into his 1B superiority shtick since internships ended." "It's all good," Izuku waved it off. "Finals are on us and tensions will inevitably run high. Speaking of finals, I heard from one of my friends who's a third year that it'll be combat against robots like the entrance exam," Kendo revealed. "Seriously?" Ochako asked, and Tsu, Toru, and Edo were just as surprised at the coveted info. "It's only what I heard, but it's better than going in blind," Kendo shrugged. Izuku wasn't entirely convinced. Fighting more robots would be much too simple, and it wouldn't really test them on anything beyond their destructive capabilities, which the entrance exam and sports festival both already tested. He suspected that Principal Nezu had something else in mind for them, but it was ultimately pointless to speculate. They'd find out when they found out. It was then that Shoto brought his attention away from his meal, and he turned to look at Izuku. "I think I like Katsuden almost as much as Soba." "Really?" Izuku asked with a bright smile. "Glad to have another enlightened soul in this world." Shoto nodded, and he looked to Izuku's Soba. "How was yours?" "Definitely in my top 3, Izuku confirmed, and Shoto gave his friend a small smile. The 3 days of written exams came and went, and, ready or not, the practical exam was finally upon them. Class 1 stood before the teachers of UA in their costumes, and they were mostly psyched up for whatever was to come. "Now then, let's begin the last test," Aizawa instructed to the assembled students, and only Izuku noticed that his scarf was more bulbous than usual. "Keep in mind that you can, in fact, fail this final if you make any stupid mistakes. Your attendance at training camp depends on this." Aizawa fixed them all with a firm glare. "Now, I expect that you all have tried to gather information about what you'll be facing today, but curb your expectations because they're most likely inaccurate." The bulge in his scarf moved, and out popped their principal. "This year's test will have a new focus: hero work, of course, but also teamwork, critical thinking, and combat against actual humans. You all will be working together in pairs against one of our esteemed UA teachers." That caught the class completely by surprise. Not only were robots not on the menu, but they'd be facing their very own instructors who were actual pro heroes with loads of actual experience. Those who were previously eased into a robot-induced false sense of security were swiftly snatched out of it. And it only heightened when Aizawa revealed that their partners and opponents had already been selected for them. "First up, Midoriya will be paired with Bakugo," Aizawa announced, and Izuku's eyes widened a fraction whereas Bakugo didn't quite know how to feel. "Your opponent," Aizawa trailed off, and a loud, boisterous laughter erupted from above the building they were all standing in front of. "I am here," All Might shouted as he vaulted over the building and landed in front of the shocked students. Izuku and Bakugo had very different reactions to the prospect of battling the #1 hero. Bakugo was grinning madly at the idea of doing direct battle with the greatest hero of all time and proving himself once and for all. Izuku, meanwhile, was both unnerved that arguably the most powerful man alive would be attacking them and somewhat excited to be able to cut loose against an opponent that could most certainly take it. Sitting at her desk in an office at Ketsubutsu, Ms. Joke was nearing the end of grading her students' final exams. Suddenly, her hand froze in the middle of a question, and her eye began to twitch. "I'm gonna skin that bunny for corrupting my intern. To introduce your opponent." All Might finished with his signature grin. Just like that, Bakugo's own grin vanished and irritation took over. Izuku, while a mixture of relieved and mildly disappointed, looked on curiously for who their opponent would actually be. He took stock of the assembled teachers, and just about everyone short of Recovery Girl was present. It wouldn't make sense for All Might to show up just to introduce someone who was already standing there and could have just introduced themselves. And he doubted that they would fight Recovery Girl. That only left, oh no, on cue, as if Matatabi was playing a cruel prank on him, a slender form in a black unitard stepped out from the shadows and around All Might. The dark green boots, utility belt, gloves, and hair came into view, and one thought simultaneously ran through the heads of both boys. Shit, that would be me, Verdant announced to the pale duo of Izuku and Bakugo. Come on, can we get All Might instead? Izuku almost pleaded to his homeroom teacher. No, he succinctly denied with a smirk. Think of this as the conclusion to your training, Verdant offered to Izuku with a smile that was neither warm nor comforting. You've been on excursion since the entrance exam. Show me what you've learned. Then, she turned to Bakugo, and the smile became even more dangerous. And you, let's see if you've learned anything at all since the start of the year. You'll all have 30 minutes to complete the exam, Nezu explained. Your objective is to lock one of these pairs of handcuffs onto your adversary or escape from the combat zone entirely. This exam will be very similar to a real battle scenario, All Might continued. You must think of your teachers as real villains, or else you will be crushed. But, in an ordinary situation, the experience gap would be too much to surmount, so we called on our support department to whip us up an equalizer in the form of ultra-compressed weight. You think we need a handicap in order to beat you? An offended Bakugo growled. Verdant only smirked and got right into Bakugo's face. Yeah, you do. Got a problem with that. Prove us wrong. The blonde practically snarled, but quickly paused and took a breath to calm himself. He sent a smoldering glare back at the retired pro. Damn right, I will. The tests will take place simultaneously, so here are each of your stages. Aizawa spoke up with a stack of papers for the 10 teams. The designated training grounds shouldn't be hard for you all to find, but for those of you with off-campus stages like the USJ, buses are already prepared. Don't waste time. With that informal dismissal, the paired students scrambled away towards their designated stages. Verdant shot the two a final look before walking away. Don't keep me waiting, she called out to the two as she departed. Izuku and Bakugo stared after her retreating form, and they briefly shared a look before Bakugo huffed and walked away towards their exam stage. Izuku noted that the blonde looked like he wanted to say something, but he put it out of his mind for the coming exam. It certainly wasn't going to be as easy as he expected. Shoto, meanwhile, stared at the retreating duo of Izuku and Bakugo. He had only briefly seen Verdant in action at the USJ, and he figured that even with the destructive power both boys possessed, they probably had their work cut out for them. Stain showed them all that one doesn't necessarily need excessive firepower to be dangerous. He turned to his partner for the exam, Yaoyorozu, and he noticed that she looked rather uneasy. Is something wrong? Shoto seemingly surprised the girl with the questions and she quickly shot up straight. Oh, no, everything's fine, she shakily tried to assure, but even she doubted that she sounded very convincing. Shoto blankly observed the girl for a lengthy moment, and she began to lightly fidget under his two-toned scrutiny. Externally, he gave nothing away to her, but internally, he was carefully considering how to go about the situation he found himself in. Yaoyorozu was clearly unnerved about something regarding the exam. Ordinarily, he would elect not to think about it and focus on the task at hand, but he couldn't help but think about how Midoriya cut through his defenses to reach out to him for no other reason than because he wanted to help him, and he really needed help at that time. So, looking at the girl experiencing some sort of emotional turmoil, what would Midoriya do? It might be good to talk about whatever is troubling you so that it doesn't bog you down during the exam, he reasoned. We can talk on the way there. Yaoyorozu was taken aback at the proposal from the usually stoic and reserved teen. More than that, he raised a pretty valid point. Oh okay, sure. As the two began their trek, an awkward silence fell over them as Yaoyorozu worked up the nerve to say what was on her mind. Shoto stayed silent, struggling at winging his attempt to be helpful but refusing to back down after already committing to the action. Do I deserve to be here? She finally spoke. Do I deserve to be here at UA in the hero program amongst so many other exceptionally talented people? People like you, Midoriya, or even Bakugo. Shoto was initially silent as he considered what she said. He didn't quite understand what she was getting at. She was at the top of their class and had a powerful quirk, as well as the know-how to wield it efficiently and dangerously. Why wouldn't she consider herself to be among the people she named? Then again, she named Midoriya, and he would firmly place his new friend in the category of what Natsuo deemed bullshit personified, a designation for things that shouldn't exist or are too good to be true and just exist anyway in spite of all logic. All Might was the premier example to point to. As a rule of thumb, Midoriya probably isn't the best person to compare yourself to, Shoto responded. In anything. But aren't you two practically rivals? She questioned. You're basically each other's equal in strength and skill, as well as foils to each other's quirks. Even the hero killer acknowledged you both. Shoto was about to comment on that, but she continued. Meanwhile, I got in on a recommendation that I truly didn't even deserve just because my family had the connections, and I've done nothing of note outside of academics since then. I was useless in the sports festival once I was on my own. And Uobami only selected me for an internship for my looks, not for my lacking ability. I've never been able to meet anyone's expectations for me. And I'm painfully mediocre at the one thing I've legitimately wanted to do in my life. The tears pricking at her eyes ramped up their attempts to escape. Maybe they were right all along. I should have just stuck to being the heiress instead of chasing a childish fancy. Once again, Shoto was silent. While he may not have agreed with her summation of herself, and he didn't know who they were, he was beginning to understand the situation he was dealing with. Again, he had absolutely no idea how to approach consoling someone, so he was left with one thought, WWMD. He tentatively reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, and she looked at him through puffy eyes in confusion. You're not alone, he assured. You never are. Yaoyorozu sniffled, and Shoto felt a wave of deja vu before pressing onward. I know a bit about meeting insurmountable expectations. Our situations aren't exactly one-to-one, but my old man wanted me to be something I wasn't meant to be, and I had to let go of basing my existence around him, even if it was based purely around spiting him. Yaoyorozu did not wake up that morning expecting to get a bit of insight into her classmate's backstory and his rocky relationship with his father, the number 2 hero, but she was certainly captivated by everything he was saying. Now, I live and exist for myself and myself alone, Shoto continued. I want to be a hero, and I'm going to do it my own way. I'll be the kind of hero I want to be, not what anyone else expects of me. You want to be a hero, too, and you're already well on your way, regardless of what anyone has to say or think about it. He mentally noted that they were approaching the exam stage before continuing. You may not be as strong or have the raw power that Midoriya or I have, but you're far superior in other areas. You're smarter than I am, and you're probably a lot better at planning than I am, too. He paused again, and he racked his brain for anything else to say. Then, something came to him. You got 2 votes for class rep at the beginning of the semester, right? One of them was from me. I believe that you'd be good at the job, and I still do. I believe that you're a much better leader and hero than you give yourself credit for. And I believe that you'll lead our team to a decisive victory in this exam. The two stopped their trek, only partially because they had arrived at the exam location. Yaoyorozu was floored. Nothing could have prepared her for hearing something like that from her generally stoic classmate. The only person who spoke less than him was Kota, and the animal whisperer was functionally mute. To receive such heartfelt encouragement from him when she was practically at her lowest made her both want to cry and march into the exam with a fire she had never realized she possessed. It didn't hurt that the implication in his last remark was as clear as day. He was letting her take the reins and plan their strategy because he truly believed in her. Honestly, the way he spoke sounded a little alien coming from him. She knew that he meant it, but it would have felt much more fitting coming from. Oh, well, that made much more sense to her. Midoriya was impacting lives without even being present. Now, let's go past this exam. Her partner encouraged with a nod. Yaoyorozu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and steeled her newfound resolve. Thank you, Todoroki. You're a good friend. A great friend. Let's pass this exam. The exam stage that Izuku and Bakugo found themselves in was a surprise to both. They didn't quite know what to expect when they were instructed to head underground, but a series of massive sewer tunnels wasn't on the list. The most spacious area was a dimly lit redwood forest of cement support beams that provided ample cover and shadows to skulk around in. Where the hell does UA get the money for this? Izuku thought out loud. A low grunt from his partner for the exam drew his attention to him, and he took stock of Bakugo's pensive demeanor. You've got something on your mind, Izuku stated to his partner. It wasn't a question, and Bakugo knew that. Whatever beef you and Icy Hot had is settled, the ornery blonde snorted. He got his rematch, but I never did. We're settling it after this exam. Izuku blinked, and then he shrugged. He could certainly understand the frustration a de facto victory in the sports festival would generate. He had no problem obliging his request. So, got a plan in mind for this? Izuku asked. The hell do you think? Bakugo scoffed. We find Auntie and blow her up. The blank stare Bakugo received in response made him huff in frustration. Yeah, I know, not that simple. And why the hell are you asking me? You're the nerd with plans for every situation. Besides, you should know a lot more about her skills and fighting style than me. Izuku cupped his hand around his chin and hummed. Well, it's safe to say that she doesn't have the same firepower that we possess, so taking us both head-on wouldn't be wise. She'll likely stick to the shadows and employ hit-and-run tactics to wear us down before taking us out. All she really has to do is incapacitate us in the span of half an hour in order to win. We're the ones who need to defeat her or escape. And there ain't no fucking way we're running, Bakugo growled. Right, Izuku shrugged. The question becomes how we go about fighting her. Close quarters would be difficult. That's one way of phrasing it, the blonde remarked while rubbing a phantom pain in his ribs. And I can't go all out with my quirk with all the support beams around. Izuku blinked, and his head snapped up to gawk at Bakugo. Do my ears deceive me? Is that character development? Fuck off, nerd. Jokes aside, we could use her explosions and my flames to light up the immediate area and expose her position when she slinks off. Now there's just the matter of what tricks she'll have up her sleeve that I don't know about. You think she's holding out on you? I'm certain of it. Attention. All students have reached their testing areas. The practical exam will begin in 30 seconds. The voice of All Might bellowed through an intercom somewhere in the massive room. The two teens nodded to each other and stepped forward into the darker expanse of the room. Begin. Izuku and Bakugo were not given any time to think before they were hit with a flashbang and smoke bomb combo to disorient them. And Bakugo was immediately met with a stiff kick to the jaw while his vision was obscured that sent him sprawling to the ground. Izuku engulfed his arm in green fire and swung it to blow the offending smoke away just in time to narrowly dodge a kick aimed right at his head. He brought his strengthened arm up to block the punch that followed, and he snatched her arm into his grasp and threw her over his shoulder towards a support beam. Verdant recovered from the throw and kicked off of the beam just before Izuku's fist impacted the structure, and knocked a few large chunks of concrete off of it. Irresponsible, she chided while extending her arm. Izuku, immediately realizing his error, ignited a bright yellow and ducked out of the path of the chunks of concrete that zoomed from behind him right through where he once stood. But he wasn't able to dodge the vicious punt to his chin that sent him to the ground with his partner. Said partner blasted himself back into the fray with a furious cry, and he unleashed a decent-sized explosion at the woman, but she was already gone. Fucking hell, Bakugo cursed. She really isn't holding back, Izuku mused as he climbed to his feet. No shit, Bakugo responded. We can't let her control the pace. She can't take us both on at once, so let's find her and overwhelm her. Izuku nodded and his yellow flames intensified while Bakugo blasted into the air and zigzagged around the columns. The smaller explosions he was setting off illuminated the area enough to expose Verdant's hiding spot, and Izuku zoomed into action once they spotted her. He bounced from pillar to pillar toward her while Bakugo came down on her position from above. Verdant shot them both an unsettling grin that practically beckoned them to attack, and attack they did. Izuku was first, launching himself at her with a yellow fist to her guarded abdomen. Verdant grabbed him and used some of his momentum to pivot and toss him into the air toward the approaching Bakugo. The explosive blonde snarled and snatched him with his left hand without missing a beat, and he unleashed a powerful explosion at the ground she was standing on, creating even more rubble. As expected, she dodged the blast, but she was very quickly met with the form of her son flying at her courtesy of Bakugo. Izuku and Verdant met in combat once again, this time launching into a heated exchange of blows that the woman was swiftly getting the better of. Having taught the boy just about everything she could, she was easily able to read his movements and counter his attacks because they were so familiar to her. The ease in which she was keeping him at bay was almost disappointing to her until a fist wreathed in green fire seemingly cut through the air next to her face, slicing through some of her hair in the process. Then, all she saw was her son's smirk before Bakugo practically materialized from the darkness and propelled himself around a pillar to hit her in the back with an explosion that both sent her flying and knocked the wind out of her. Quickly recovering, she instinctively grasped the discarded rubble from the explosion with her quirk and pulled it towards her with the two teens in the line of fire. They had seemingly been expecting that, as a wall of orange formed behind them to block the rubble and Bakugo launched for her unimpeded with more explosions at the ready. It became clear to her as the blonde peppered her with his quirk that the two had deliberately led her into a trap, with her son acting as a distraction and support while Bakugo unleashed hellfire on her. She was genuinely proud of the two for the quick thinking, and she'd definitely make them a big meal after it was all said and done. However, it was not all said and done just yet. It was about time that she introduced the two heroes in training to the silent, green assassin. As Bakugo was bombarding her with small explosions to wear her down, she reached to her utility belt and grabbed a large capsule of powdered sugar that she prepared specifically for the battle. She whipped the powdery substance between herself and her attacker, and she stuck her left hand out, practically strafing out of the line of fire of the much larger explosion than Bakugo intended to release due to the ignition of the sugar, the backfire of which sent him sprawling back to the ground with light burns on his upper body. Her open palm landed on the nearest pillar, but her focus shifted when that arm was then ensnared in a collection of violet ropes courtesy of her son, followed by her waist and midsection becoming tightly coiled with even more of the ropes. She turned to see her son readying a green flame-enhanced haymaker while he had her locked within his clutches. With a simple flick of her wrist, the teen stopped dead in his tracks with a gasp and crumpled to the floor like a severed marionette. "The fuck?" Bakugo questioned before a flick of her other wrist sent a wave of pain through his ribs, sending him crashing to the ground as well. The two boys writhed in blinding pain on the cold concrete, struggling with all their might to figure out what the hell was going on. All the while, the retired pro hero stood over them with an appraising smile that just bordered on sadistic. "Funny thing about my quirk is that it isn't just a derivative of basic telekinesis," she began with a much bubblier tone than anyone should have in her situation. "I can attract anything that could feasibly fit in my hand, and that includes tugging at your bones and internal organs. I wonder how you'll get out of this jam." "I wasn't aware that her quirk could do that," a deflated Toshinori said in mild horror as he watched the screens showcasing the concurrent exams beside Recovery Girl. His hand unconsciously traveled to his scarred side with a grimace. "To manipulate someone's internals like that, she needs some way to incapacitate people with strong mutations and superpowered oafs like you," Recovery Girl answered. "Quirks can do a lot to make your body as solid as can be, especially externally. Most people can't do much for their internal organs, though. You can't just make them rock solid. It's an easy thing to exploit when you need an edge against an opponent that outclasses you physically." Toshinori hummed in acceptance, though it didn't make him feel any less queasy about it. Recovery Girl, meanwhile, watched the screen with a bit of worry for her friend. They had gotten to know each other a good bit since she started working at UA, and the old medic learned a little bit about why the mother retired in the first place. It wasn't pretty, and she just hoped that the woman didn't lose herself in the battle, especially with her own son involved. Verdant watched the two boys squirm in front of her as they tried their hardest to soldier through the excruciating pain and make it back to their feet. But each time they made a push, they were unceremoniously brought back to the unforgiving floor. The pain was otherworldly, and it only grew as the seconds ticked on. It truly felt as though several of their bones, muscles, and internal organs were practically fighting to shoot out of their body. "It's a strange feeling to have your life literally rest in someone's grasp, isn't it?" Verdant spoke to the two, not that they were really listening very hard with the torment they were enduring. "That feeling of hopelessness when the situation looks so completely bleak, when you feel that there's absolutely nothing you can do to survive. Rock bottom is either a grave or a turning point. Are you a survivor, or is this the end of your road?" Now, Izuku was listening. He got the gist of what his mother was saying, and it dawned on him that their current situation was quite literally another test within the test. She was testing their mental fortitude to soldier on at their lowest, literally against all odds. He craned his neck over to Bakugo, and he was met with a shaky yet determined nod. The two had a conversation with only their eyes, and they were in agreement on a plan. Izuku fought through his mother's quirk and reached into his costume for the handcuffs, and he brandished them with a weak grip once he got a hold of them. In a flash, though, the handcuffs were swiped out of his grasp and into Verdant's awaiting hand. "I don't think so," she practically cooed with malice, and it started to unnerve the two teens. Bakugo stared up at his pseudo-aunt before them, and he noticed that her eyes became a little vacant, a 1,000-yard stare occupying its place before the pain ramped up even more, and he curled in on himself with a howl. "How does it feel, Musha?" she began in a strangely dead tone. "To be the one with your life in my hands, to be at my mercy, to be certain that you'll die a horrible death, alone and forgotten." She knelt down and leaned closer to Bakugo, her usually weary, emerald eyes now dull and unfocused. "Do you feel what I felt now?" Before Bakugo could gasp and Verdant could utter another word, she was kicked in the side of the head by a newly mobile Izuku who snatched the handcuffs from her grasp. While she was temporarily disoriented, he quickly latched them onto her wrist and connected her to himself, ending the exam right then. A buzzer sounded once the cuffs were applied, and All Might's voice bellowed over the hidden intercom once more. "Midoriya and Bakugo have passed their exam." Izuku would have been able to pick up on how strained All Might's voice was in that announcement had he been paying any attention whatsoever, but his focus was instead on his mother, who was sloppily trying to compose herself. Needless to say, he was highly unsettled by what he had witnessed and heard from his mother. More than that, though, he was livid. It didn't take a genius to surmise that his mother wasn't seeing Bakugo in those last few moments. Rather, someone else who had apparently left her for dead in the past. The utterance of Musha narrowed it down to who that could have been, and Izuku could feel the blackness that he had been trying to run away from spark back up with a fiery vengeance. If his suspicions were correct, he was going to fucking kill a top 10 hero. "I am so sorry." The hushed whisper from his mother shook him out of his rage, and he laid eyes on the quivering form of the woman who raised him. She was staring down at her hands in utter horror, and tears were practically pouring down her cheeks. I'm so sorry." Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku wrapped himself around his mother and nestled her into himself with his free arm, and she practically melted into her son's comfort as she broke. It's okay, Izuku assured. "You're here and you're safe. You're alive and you have me. You'll always have me." While Inko slowly composed herself from within the comfort of her son's hold, Izuku met eyes with Bakugo. The blonde's typically angry gaze was nowhere to be found, and all that remained was a look of genuine concern. As if silently asking for permission, Bakugo ignored the residual pain from her last attack and tentatively reached for the woman he saw as an aunt. Izuku nodded, and Bakugo placed a gloved hand on her shoulder, bringing her out of her quiet sobs and focusing her attention onto the son of her best friend. Then, she looked up at her own son sporting a mixture of concern and distress that was far too aged for her liking. She took the deepest breath she could muster, and she offered the two boys a grateful, watery smile. "I'm okay, thank you both." "You sure?" Bakugo asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, I'm sure," she replied, and she brought her son into the biggest hug that being handcuffed to him would allow. "I love you so much, Izu." "I love you too, Mom," Izuku lowly responded to hide the emotion in his voice from Bakugo, but it was unsuccessful. That didn't matter, though, as Inko looked to the blonde and motioned for him to join the hug. He begrudgingly did so. "And I love you, too, Katsuki," the mother said warmly. "Whatever, likewise, Auntie," Bakugo grumbled. When the trio broke the group hug, she fixed the two with a proud, beaming smile. "You boys were absolutely stellar. I am so unbelievably proud of how far you both have come. At points, it felt like you were practically strafing around to avoid hits," Izuku commented as they walked through the massive tunnel towards a smaller tunnel that presumably led to the exit. "I knew you were really agile and quick on your feet, but that was ridiculous. It's part of my quirk," she explained with a giggle, much to the surprise of both teens. "Attraction of small objects works twofold. I can attract small things, and I can also attract myself to larger things. In the second instance, I am the small object." "How the hell does that work?" Bakugo questioned. "It's partially that my quirk was mislabeled when I was a child. Back then, I could attract pencils, dolls, and other things, and we all just kind of thought that was the extent of it. When I started training to be a pro, I experimented with the limits of my quirk and discovered a few other aspects to it. With objects that are too big for me to attract, I can sort of flip a switch and send myself toward them instead. I do it in battle by attracting myself to walls or the floor to give myself a non-negligible boost in speed and mobility. So, that's why you're always so hard to hit," Izuku grumbled while scribbling away in his notebook that Bakugo had half a mind to destroy for popping out of literally nowhere. "Yep," she cheerily confirmed as they exited the larger tunnel and strolled closer to the exit of the exam stage entirely. None of the three mentioned the hiccup at the end of the match. The two boys were left with several thoughts whizzing about their minds, but each boy had one thought present itself to the forefront ahead of all the others. For one of them, it was added confirmation that Inko was a truly terrifying individual and a kernel of information about a pro that he'd have to look into. For the other, it was a bit of a wake-up call. He never wanted to force his mother to talk about anything, but he felt that he'd eventually have to. Toshinori and Recovery Girl watched the screens in silence. "What was that all about?" Toshinori asked in concern, and he could even feel one for all buzzing within. Recovery Girl sighed. "She has some unresolved baggage from her time as an active pro. I don't know the full story, and I can't make her talk to anyone, but maybe her son will have some luck." Toshinori turned back to the screen with a frown. Luckily, Midoriya and Bakugo were one of the first teams to finish, so he could ease his mind with the rest of the students' exams. Tamura slumped into his seat in one of the booths of the bar with a glass of whiskey in hand. A short huff escaped him before he downed his drink in one go. It had been a few weeks since the release of the Stain video, and the recruitment effort for the league had been slow going. The bulk of the interested parties were either low-level weaklings looking to move up in the criminal underworld or unstable psychopaths just out to murder indiscriminately. The second category wouldn't have bothered him much before, but he constantly found himself thinking back to the things Stain had said to him. Sensei didn't like him questioning who he was or what he even wanted to accomplish, but Tamura was nearing a point where he didn't care how Sensei felt. Sensei wouldn't even tell him why Player 2 was so important to the man beyond his belief that he was connected to All Might. As dubious as that connection felt to Tamura, he hated not being in the loop, and he especially hated being underestimated and talked down to. On the subject of All Might, the symbol of peace was becoming mudded in his mind as well. He wanted to destroy All Might because he loathed everything the man represented for their broken society. That much he felt in his bones. However, did he actually hate All Might as a person as well, or was Sensei just projecting his own personal disdain for All Might onto him? And that just tied back to the crux of the issue. Who even was he? Was Tamura Shigaraki even a real person? Was he just a puppet for his sensei, a successor when it was convenient, and a pissy child when it wasn't? Going even further, what did he even want to do with society after tearing it down? Did he want to build a better one in its place, or did he just want to play in the ashes? His inner struggles had bled into his selections for recruits. Even when parsing through the decent candidates, he wasn't satisfied with the motivations he came across. The best recruit Jiren had been able to bring them thus far was some whiny brat with an axe to grind against UA. And he was only memorable because he had a rather useful quirk. "Shiggy, how's it going?" came the smooth call of the league's info broker as he entered the bar. "Call me that again and I'll make a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle out of you," Tamura growled. Jiren's smile widened, putting the gap in his teeth on full display. "Aw, don't be like that. You know you love me too much to kill me. I'm also much too valuable to get rid of. Why the hell are you here?" Tamura begged the man to get to the point. "I come bearing gifts," he started before beckoning in 3 new arrivals. "I know you've been iffy on the last few batches, but I'm feeling good about these 3. In stepped a unique collection of individuals. One was a tall, slender man who looked a little older than Tamura. His red hair somewhat hung over his eyes, but he could see the boredom in his gaze that complemented his slouch. They were already starting off on the wrong foot if one of them looked like he wished he was literally anywhere else but there. The second one was an equally tall, slender man covered in a myriad of burns and staples with a bored yet piercing turquoise gaze to round it out. "So, it's really you," the second arrival spoke. "I saw a picture of you, but you look gross in person. You're one to talk." "Patchwork," Tamura shot back before assessing the final arrival. She was a short, teenage girl with an unsettling smile and what looked like a knife hidden in her sleeve. He'd have to help her hide those better in the future. "It's the hand guy," the girl excitedly cheered. "You're friends with Mr. Staney, right? Please, let me join the league." Tamura's eye twitched, but he kept a lid on his emotions. "Who are you, and why do you want to join the league?" The girl's bright smile dimmed, and her eyes minutely started to sag as if a lifetime of exhaustion had just caught up with her in that moment. Tamura could relate. "Because existence is pain when it doesn't have to be," the girl bluntly stated before her smile returned and the mania in her eyes was back. "Himiko Toga, the world is a hard place to live in and I want to make it better." Tamura was mildly taken aback by the mood whiplash, but he supposed that he could empathize with that desire, which was news to him because he wasn't even aware that he had the capacity for empathy. "What about him?" Tamura pointed to the burned man. "Unlike her, this guy doesn't have a serious rap sheet as of yet, but he holds true to the hero killer's ideology," Jiren supplied. "More or less," the man shrugged. "Society is fundamentally broken and someone has to step up to do something about it. Since Stain is out for the count, might as well be me." "And your name?" Tamura groused. "I go by Dabai," was his simple reply. "Real emo," Tamura muttered before turning to the last arrival. "And you, names or power?" "Call me Kusari," he flippantly answered. "And why are you here?" Tamura gritted out. The two-edge-for-me-sh-tick from the 2 men was really starting to grate on him. The redhead raised his head at the question and locked eyes with Tamura through the villain's mask. Something seemed to change within the man, and that put Tamura on edge. This superhuman society has been forced into a bronze straitjacket by needless and discriminatory regulation of our very birthrights. Burn it down and start anew where people can wield their natural abilities as they please. Everyone, even Kurogiri, stopped and stared at the man. Jiren wasn't super knowledgeable about him, which made the broker nervous, and he only brought the redhead with him because he could sense the predator under the calm facade and figured that Tamura would enjoy having a reliable mercenary. Toga and Dabai gave him long looks, one curious and one calculating. The smoky barman considered him carefully before looking to Tamura. The man's answer felt adjacent to popular rhetoric he had encountered before, and he wondered if Sensei was listening. All for one was indeed listening. And if he had eyes, they would have been narrowed at Kusari's declaration. It appeared that Destro's NTH times removed brat was trying to make a play. He could only smile at the development. Things really were becoming so amusing. Then, without another word, Kusari slid his hands into his pockets and resumed his slouch before looking to Kurogiri. "Got any Yamazaki?" Kurogiri nodded and retrieved a bottle of the requested whiskey as well as a freshly cleaned glass. Tamura silently watched the man meander to a stool at the bar and sit down with his drink as if nothing had happened. Yeah, that man was dangerous. More than that, he had conviction. All 3 of them seemed to have it in their own special ways. Conviction and an identity. They all had it. Hell, even Spinner and Kurogiri had it. It was what the league needed. It was what he needed. Tamura could not sit still. The recruitment effort had been an undeniable success with the introduction of Toga, Dabai, and Kusari into the fold. With those 3, himself, Kurogiri, and Spinner, they were already at 6. A few more heavies and a Namu to round out the party were all they needed before taking any action, and Tamura would admit to being excited at the prospect. With that said, excitement wasn't all he was feeling. The young man had an itch that begged to be scratched, one that his sensei wouldn't help with. In fact, his sensei would rather him scratch the itch by reducing it to bloody dust. The cause of Tamura's itch was Player 2, otherwise known as Izuku Midoriya. There had to have been a reason for sensei's fixation on the boy alongside All Might, and Tamura was fed up with being kept in the dark. If Sensei wouldn't tell him, then he'd have to figure it out himself, and he was prepared to flip the world on its ass to get the answer. Luckily, Sensei was out taking care of an important errand, and Tamura knew just the person to help him with his task. It was time for some networking. That led him to his current station at his computer. He contacted an acquaintance that he met on an old gaming forum years prior when the forum hadn't yet been taken over by 6/6 deniers and the CRC. He only knew her by her screen name, PWR of Love, but he had gotten to know the clingy poster enough to learn that she was a very capable hacker. When he sent her a name alongside a picture of a bloody, freckled teen with fluffy, green hair from the UA Sports Festival, finding his Quirk registration and family tree was child's play for her. Why she already had backdoors into the networks of several government agencies, he didn't know, and he felt that it wasn't his business anyway. He thought about extending her an invitation to the league, but she was apparently preoccupied with some weirdo vlogger she had an obsession with. Expecting them to be a package deal should he extend any invites, he held off for the moment and decided to keep it to being business partners. Having a hacker on retainer would be pretty useful down the line even if she wouldn't be an official member of the league. Parsing through the records she sent him was the next step. The first thing he noticed was a note that the HPSC attached to his Quirk registration labeling the teen as a mid-level priority to be monitored. That definitely surprised him. It seemed a little excessive for just being a kid that Stain respected. Maybe there was more going on there. Opting to make a mental note of that and move right along, he looked through the boy's family tree and found that his only living relative was his mother, Izuku Midoriya, whose maiden name was Akatani via adoption. Said Akatani parents died of natural causes, but beyond having been decently wealthy, they were not very remarkable otherwise. They certainly weren't remarkable enough to be on Sensei's radar, and he hadn't remembered the man ever mentioning anyone of that name. That meant that unless the connection came from the father's side, Tamura had to look a little deeper into Izuku Midoriya. Luckily, PWR of Love was very thorough with her search, and she dug up the woman's adoption records, as well as any other pertinent information from the foster home the woman was in. As it happened, her true maiden name was Shimura. Tamura wasn't exactly sure why the name bothered him as much as it did. Wasn't that the name of All Might's old mentor that Sensei killed? Nana Shimura, or something like that. That would explain why the surname was familiar to him, but it didn't explain why the name resonated with him so deeply. Deciding to look a little further into the records he was sent, he discovered that she wasn't there alone. She had an older brother named... What the fuck? Tamura's breath hitched, and his hands instinctively traveled to his neck at the picture of the young boy on the screen beside the name Kotaro Shimura. He was struck by a sudden wave of anxiety and fear, and he couldn't rip his eyes away from the pictured boy's own eyes. He had no earthly idea why he felt that way until a stabbing pain shot through his head, and he was inundated with bleary flashes of days long forgotten. The one consolation for those who failed the practical portion of their final exams would be the Expo set to take place just before training camp, provided they received invitations to go. Unfortunately, Ashido, Kaminari, Sato, Kirishima, and Siro did not receive invitations to go, so they were effectively shit out of luck on both fronts. It was a logical ruse. You're all attending training camp. Well, perhaps not. Aizawa flared his quirk to quiet down the predictable storm of chatter that his announcement brewed. Fortunately, you all passed the written tests, and failing those was the only way you would have been barred from training camp. Unfortunately, for the two teams who didn't pass and the one student that was incapacitated while your partner escaped, you'll be receiving supplementary education during what would normally be your downtime between your regular training sessions at camp. The mentioned students completely deflated at that, but they took solace in the fact that they at least still got to go. Now, as some of you may be aware, the Expo at Island is happening very soon, and Principal Nezu was made aware that the winner of the UA Sports Festival was extended an invitation. Several eyes in class widened, and Bakugo looked to be a mixture of intrigued and annoyed. As such, training camp will be held immediately after the Expo, so you'll all have at least a week to prepare as best as you can, Aizawa continued. Bakugo, if you plan on going, be on your best behavior. Not only are you representing UA, but you're representing yourself as a future pro hero. Do not act out of character just because you're in a new and unfamiliar environment. Bakugo grunted in response, not really seeing why he was hammering in the point so hard. The hell was so special about Island, anyway? It was just a bunch of eggheads on a floating city. What trouble was there to cause? I don't believe I heard you. Aizawa followed up with narrowed eyes that were glowing red. Yes, sir, Bakugo finally relented. Good, the teacher nodded. That goes for any of you that find yourself attending. Don't find any trouble, don't make any trouble, and don't hurt yourself too badly before training camp. You're free to do whatever before your first class begins. At the dismissal, the class broke into their own pockets of conversation until Aizawa spoke up once again. Oh, one last thing. Midoriya, Principal Nezu wants to see you too during lunch, he said before turning away once again and leaving the room with his sleeping bag in hand. With that, the class resumed their chatter. Izuku was left wondering what his mentor could want with him and Ada, but he assumed it had to do with the Eye Expo. Had it anything to do with Stain, Shoto surely would have been called as well. Whatever it may have been, he welcomed the distraction. No, he couldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. That was the blackness speaking. He was not a killer. He was a hero. Hey, nerd, you're heating up. Izuku was so thankful for Bakugo's interruption, and he was even more thankful that the blonde had the presence of mind to speak in a hushed tone. Though it likely didn't escape the notice of Gyro and Shoji, he'd deal with that another time. Thanks, he muttered with a sigh. She tell you anything? No, she avoided the subject completely after you left the apartment, and I didn't know how to push the issue. That was another thing. His mother insisted that Bakugo have dinner with them so that she could cook them a celebratory meal, and he obliged. But there was clearly an elephant in the room the entire evening that the three did their very best to ignore. After Bakugo left, Izuku wanted to broach the subject to his mother, but he didn't know how, and she didn't seem inclined to bring it up herself despite the somewhat awkward tension in the apartment. He was just glad that the exams all happened simultaneously, so none of his classmates aside from Bakugo were aware that it even happened, and it would stay that way for as long as he lived. He was grateful for the new distraction that came along in the form of Achako's encroaching hand, which he aptly dodged and grasped. You got me once already, and it will not happen again. We'll see about that, the brunette giggled. How did your practical go? I doubt your mom went easy on you too. No, she certainly didn't, he answered with a rub of his kidney. She treated it as my final assessment from her training. I am officially a graduate of the Midoriya Hellspawn Academy. Izuku took great pleasure in the simultaneous stop trying to make that a thing and the fuck kind of name is that. From his fellow Academy students. Well, now former fellow Academy students. Tamura shook in a crouch amongst the destruction in his room. Everything, save for his computer, was reduced to dust or smashed in some way. His fingernails were stained with blood from the scratches on his neck, and his beady, red eyes were wide and unfocused. Mother, Hana, the image of his father's snarl before striking him flashed once more, and it was followed by the man's horror upon seeing Tamura's quirk activation. The image of the young Kotaro overlaid atop adult Kotaro's panic as he wielded the weed clipper. I remember. Tamura dry heaved. He remembered his family. He remembered the picture of his grandmother. He remembered his father's hatred. He remembered the itching. He remembered desperately reaching out for his sister and mother for help. He remembered his mother still trying to comfort him as she decayed into chunks. He remembered killing his father and enjoying every second of it because in that brief moment, the itching finally stopped. He remembered everything. Cousin. He had a cousin. He had a living cousin and a living aunt. His cousin wanted to be a hero. Heroes were scum and deserved to die with everything else. Was his cousin the same? Sensei was still out handling that errand. Tamura would find the boy himself. When Izuku and Ida approached Nezu's office during lunch, Izuku stepped aside and allowed his friend to knock. Not thinking anything of it, Ida reached for the door, but it swung open before his hand could make contact, and they were met with the smiling visage of their animal principal. Izuku had to stifle his laughter at the surprised sputtering from his friend. Excellent, you're right on time, the principal chirped. Please, come in and have a seat. The two students did so, and the Chimera sat behind his desk and offered the two boys tea that Ida knew for certain didn't exist prior to him sitting down. He turned his confused gaze to the other student with him, but he was just calmly sipping the offered beverage as if nothing was amiss. I'm certain you're both wondering why I requested the two of you to see me, Nezu began, and they nodded. It's regarding the upcoming Eye Expo. I had a feeling, Izuku commented after another sip of his tea. He had to give it to the rodent marsupial ursine. The blend in his hands was fantastic. What about the Eye Expo, sir? Ada questioned. I'd be remiss if I didn't inform you that I didn't receive an invitation to attend. Not officially. The principal amended the boy's statement, much to Ada's surprise. Your brother has been invited on the basis of receiving an experimental treatment to heal his condition, and you have the option of attending as his +1. Ada practically gawked at the information. But Midoriya already healed him, right? He can move just fine again. He beat both of us in a race. Quite handily, I might add. You don't have to bring that up, Izuku muttered with a pout. Indeed, but the details of his healing were never released to the public, Principal Nezu responded. The fact that he was healed at all was never released to the public. In fact, there's a reason he hasn't returned to active duty yet despite being perfectly healthy. I had just assumed he wanted to spend time with us before heading back into danger, Ida commented somewhat downcast. That's probably the biggest part of it, Izuku interjected, not wanting his friend to take the situation negatively. But if I'm reading between the lines correctly, you and Ingenium kept the whole procedure under wraps to keep my role in his recovery a secret. The Chimera nodded with a smile, glad that his student was able to determine that on his own. It would make the following discussion after Ada was to be dismissed much less taxing. Why keep that a secret, if you don't mind me asking? Ada questioned with a raised eyebrow. Don't you want the credit for such a great feat, Midoriya? Nezu chose to answer the boy's question in place of Izuku. Healing quirks in general are rare, and quirks that can repair damage on that level are even rarer. A quirk like that would be a hot commodity on its own, but combined with all of the other facets of young Izuku's quirk, it would be much safer for him to stay out of the spotlight. Experimental treatment at an island is believable enough to not raise much of a fuss since such procedures do already exist at an extremely exorbitant cost. Ada nodded at that explanation, and Izuku sipped his tea in acceptance. He idly wondered if there was more to it than what the principal was saying. He wouldn't put it past the Chimera. Now, then, am I correct to assume that you will be attending alongside your brother for the procedure? Nezu asked Ada. Do not worry about the situation seeming underhanded. It has already been squared away with all parties on I Island. Yes, I shall certainly attend. Ada was practically vibrating with excitement. Thank you so much, sir. Excellent. You are dismissed. Stay behind, young Izuku, Nezu instructed, and the taller boy gratefully bowed before leaving. How did you manage to set that little ruse up on I Island of all places? Izuku questioned with a smirk. Nothing too taxing, just a little bit of blackmail, Nezu waved off. Would I also be correct to assume that All Might extended you an invitation as well? Yes, he confirmed. He has 2+1 invites, though. I was gonna ask my mom, but she hates flying, so I'm not expecting a yes from her. It wouldn't be the best time for her to be traveling. Anyway, Nezu nodded, causing Izuku's brow to furrow. Yes, I'm well aware of what happened during your practical exam. You did a splendid job with helping calm her down. Izuku hesitantly nodded, and the principal continued. I will need her here on campus for an important meeting while you'll be on I Island, and it concerns why I asked for you to stay behind. I had an inkling that the explanation you gave Ida wasn't your only reason. Things are never that simple with you, Izuku commented, and the principal nodded. Indeed, keeping the specifics of your quirk out of public knowledge is only part of it. There are undoubtedly people who would come for you if they knew about that aspect of your quirk, though I'm confident that you could handle yourself just fine against most of them. Most? Izuku questioned. We'll circle back to that, Nezu responded before taking a sip of his tea. The real party we are keeping it from is the HPSC. Izuku furrowed his brow and put his cup down. He knew that the commission wasn't particularly ecstatic about the stain video, and he was already giving the bare minimum on his quirk registration to keep their eyes away from him at his mother's request. They've begun sniffing, Nezu continued. The commission taking a closer interest in you and young Todoroki will only make your lives much more difficult. This trip to I Island and the following training camp gets you away for a bit while also throwing the scent off your trail. Meanwhile, I will be making preparations for the road to come. What exactly does that entail? Izuku hesitantly questioned, and the Chimera gave him a chilling smile. If all goes well, a very difficult road ahead for the HPSC's continued existence, he answered cryptically. Izuku sighed with a chuckle. Sometimes, I feel like you're always prepping for war. Like, the entrance exam is just an excuse to manufacture an army of giant deathbots. And the stage for my final exam was just one part of a massive network of tunnels under the building in case of an invasion. Izuku looked up at his principal to laugh along with him at the comical thought. But Nezu's smile did not falter for a second. He merely continued smiling and gazing at the teen, and Izuku slowly began to pale. Right, Izuku coughed into his hand and nervously tried to move on to another subject. You said that I'd be able to handle most people who came after my healing abilities. Why only most? I'm certain you've heard of the Quirk Thief, Nezu answered, his smile disappearing. He's pretty much an urban legend, Izuku responded with his face set into the same frown that Nezu's was. Are you saying that he's real? He was the one responsible for All Might's current condition, Nezu answered, and any blood that hadn't left Izuku's face when he accidentally stumbled on Nezu's war plans made a swift exit. Then, Izuku stammered, and his eyes slowly traveled down to the desk, but he wasn't really seeing anything in particular. He killed Grandma Nana. He tore my mother's family apart. Izuku's eyes hardened, and Nezu didn't miss the brief spark of black in the boy's green pupils. What happened to him? Nezu did not respond immediately, instead taking a sip of his tea. Izuku knew what that meant, but he waited for the creature's reply. Nonetheless, we have our suspicions that he may be the puppet master behind the League of Villains, Nezu answered. Izuku's face set into a scowl. Can All Might put him down for good? For all of our sakes, I sincerely hope so. The rest of the day proceeded on as normal. His classmates all decided that they'd go to the mall together that weekend to shop for all the stuff they needed to prepare for a week out in the forest. With the exceptions of Shoto and Bakugo, Izuku agreed to tag along since he needed to get a suit for the Expo anyway, and he was struck with an idea at the thought of the event. At the end of the day, he directly went to the development studio. To his surprise, the person he was looking for was being wheeled out of the lab in a restraint chair right as he got there. "Come on, just 15 minutes. Mei whined from the chair that wouldn't budge no matter how hard she fought. "No, Hatsum," Power Loader sighed. "If I let you in there, you will spend the entirety of your summer break in the lab. Go home. You can't hinder ingenuity," she shouted before noticing Izuku. "Oh, muscles, are you here to make some more babies?" Power Loader rubbed his temples at the speed in which she leaped into conversation with a client as if she wasn't completely restrained. "Not this time," he chuckled. "I actually came to ask if you were busy next week." Mei would have placed her hand on her chin had the appendage not been firmly secured to the chair. "Well, Power Loader forbade me from spending summer break in the lab, so I don't have any plans to my knowledge." "Why? I got an invite to the Expo as a +1. And I wanted to know if you wanted the other spot," Izuku answered, and he had to dodge the stars that shone out of her eyes. He certainly wasn't prepared for her to burst out of the restraint chair and damn near tackle him. "The Expo? On my island?" "Absolutely," she shouted while practically bouncing around him. Meanwhile, Power Loader's eyes were glued to the remains of the restraint chair, and he was racking the furthest corners of his brain to figure out just how the fuck a short teenage girl with an ocular quirk tore through a chair that was meant to be able to securely hold even Hound Dog in place. "Awesome, let's go find Mr. Yagi. He's the one with the tickets," Izuku excitedly declared. And the two scampered away from the dumbstruck teacher. After a few silent minutes, he gave up and shook his head. He was about to head back into the lab until it occurred to him just what the boy had asked her, and he became as pale as a sheet of paper. "Hatsumari Island," he shouted. The two teens, meanwhile, were bounding through the hallways on a hunt for a skinny blonde that smelled like blood. They had never met the man before, so she was relying on Izuku to find him. As luck would have it, they encountered the man in question just as he was exiting one of the offices. "Mr. Yagi, just the man I was looking for," Izuku spoke with an attempt at a disarming smile. It was not effective, as Toshinori was immediately on guard. He could already feel in his gut that he wanted nothing to do with the chaos that the next few decisions would inevitably cause the world in the future. "Young Midoriya," he hazarded, "what can I do for you?" "I've got our other +1 for the Expo," Izuku answered while motioning to the support course student beside him. While this was happening, Mei was carefully examining the tall, blonde man. She had never seen him before, yet something about him was profoundly familiar. Her memory when it came to names, faces, and most things not involving technology was admittedly not great, but something about the man staring quizzically at her rang way too many bells for her to ignore. She zoomed in on his face to get a better look at him. Toshinori, on the other hand, was a little uncomfortable with the prolonged silence. He recognized the girl from the sports festival. It was hard to forget someone who hijacked a match to showcase her support equipment for 10 uninterrupted minutes. He would grant her that she was a very capable inventor, and he could certainly see why the young man would extend the invite to her, but All Might, Mei finally broke the silence. Any teachers and students still milling about the building would not be blamed for thinking that Vlad King had unleashed his quirk with the amount of blood Toshinori hacked up. The Aoyama family was a proud one. The trio of French immigrants could boast a comfortable wealth and decent social standing, and it was only strengthened by the glamour of the family's scion, Yuga, attending the most prestigious hero school in the nation, UA High School. Not only was their son on path to graduate from one of the premier hero institutions on the planet, but he would also go on to become the most magnifique pro-hero to ever grace the shores of the land of the rising sun. It was his destiny. There was just one little hiccup to their picturesque image, though. It came in the form of a towering man in a black suit and frightening mask with a presence about him that would make the devil himself sweat. You see, their son, Yuga, was not born with a quirk. If being a foreigner didn't already make him different enough, being a quirkless foreigner was essentially putting him into a natural isolation chamber. Fitting in was never going to be an option for him no matter how well off he was. And his parents were very worried about what would become of their son's mental health as he grew older. That led them to a decision that they would very quickly end up regretting, and they'd do so for the rest of their lives. A perverse mixture of love and desperation led them to make a deal with the devil. Not since the infamous English villain of old, Murder Boner, who brutally slaughtered the famous paragon of justice, Napoleon Bonaparte, in single combat did one man incur so much fear in the hearts of the Aoyama parents. The facade of granting their boy a quirk with no strings attached was shattered into thousands of jagged pieces and mixed into their dinner when he returned to collect on the debt. And they had no choice but to swallow the tainted meal without complaint since the alternative was death. Yuga was to be all-for-one spy in UA after hearing whispers of All Might being set to become a teacher at the school. He was to provide all-for-one's agents with information about his classmates and their activities. He was to expose exploitable security risks to them. He was to loyally serve All for One and assist the League of Villains in bringing about the death of the symbol of peace, or else his family would be slaughtered. That led them to the current situation at the Aoyama home. Two loving parents were tightly clutching their petrified son while keeping him behind them at all times, valiantly trying to protect their progeny despite them shaking in fear themselves. It would have been heartwarming to the centuries-old supervillain if it weren't so hilarious. They could put the entire population of Hong Kong between himself and their son, and it still wouldn't save him when it was time to collect. However, now wasn't the time for amusement. All for One was there on important business. The pathetic family had served him very well to that point, but the situation was transforming into something he wasn't a fan of. Tamura was beginning to question him and his goals. And while he could certainly kidnap the young man and forcefully pull his loyalties back onto the correct path through reconditioning, he did not wish to resort to that just yet. His chosen successor was not yet lost, but he did want to prepare for such an eventuality if it were to come to pass. Thus, here he was in the Aoyama home placing a few contingencies on the parents and sufficiently acquainting himself with the young boy to ensure that he would never escape warping if, when it was time to put Plan B into action. "So, I heard from the grapevine that you all have a training camp coming up," he said with a chilling smile. The symbol of evil's voice felt like acid in the ears of the family, but Yuga could do little more than shakily nod. All for One's smile grew, and the Aoyama family felt any hope they might have had before that day vanish into the wind. "Tell me more." The class excursion to the mall the next day was supposed to help keep Izuku's brain busy so that he didn't obsess over his mother. It wasn't working by any stretch. Not even the mysterious absence of Aoyama from the group was enough to keep his mind occupied. After everyone agreed to split up and meet back up later, Izuku got everything he needed within a few minutes and offered to get some food while Ochako kept shopping, partially just to be alone with his thoughts to keep her from worrying about him. He knew that he needed to sit down and ask her about it straight up, and he resolved to do that when he returned home from the mall. However, there was also the issue of his mounting rage surrounding what little he gleaned from the situation. She mentioned someone named Musha in her haze, and while he didn't want to jump to conclusions, the only Musha he knew of was Yoroi Musha, the current number 10 pro hero. Izuku silenced that train of thought before it could devolve any further. Exhausted from where his thoughts were taking him, he decided to sit down. He hung his arms over the back of the bench he chose to rest on, and he let loose a long, weary exhale. He didn't move a muscle when someone sat down beside him, not even looking up at the new arrival. He did, however, extend purple flames from his fingertips down the back of the bench to the floor and pointed them upward into spikes underneath. The two sat in uninterrupted silence for half a minute until Izuku rolled his shoulders and stretched the kinks out of his neck. "So, you're clearly here to talk. Otherwise you would have attacked or at least made a halfway threatening gesture by now." Izuku finally addressed the man sitting beside him. "What's on your mind that led you to seek out a hero student in a very public setting, Tamura Shigaraki?" Tamura did not immediately respond, instead looking down at the floor between his feet. The rough skin of his clasped hands ground together as he slightly shifted and met eyes with the teen through his shaggy hair and hood. And only then did Izuku fully notice the size of the bags under the man's eyes. The young adult looked even more worn emotionally than his already haggard skin would have you believe. "Why do you want to be a hero?" he asked the student. Izuku shuffled and leaned his head back in thought while bringing his own hands together. He noted that his voice sounded markedly less gravelly than he remembered from the USJ. It felt more matured. He could ponder that later, though. "There's a lot of suffering in this world, and most of it happens in silence," Izuku responded. "With such an abundance of heroes in our country, so many people still feel so alone, abused, and forgotten. Doesn't that kinda piss you off?" "A bit of an understatement," Tamura growled. "Well, it doesn't have to be that way. So many people out there feel like they have no one to rely on, no one to reach out to, and no one looking out for or even thinking about them. So many people are being hurt in silence with no resolution. So many people are exploited by the system and then promptly forgotten about or disposed of entirely. So many people are in need with seemingly no one willing to do anything about it. At the end of the day, I just want to help people. It doesn't matter who those people are. So long as they can be helped and want to be helped, I want to be there for them. Those people who have been lost in the darkness for so long that they've all but abandoned hope of there ever being a brighter tomorrow. I want to help create that brighter tomorrow for them. I want to help them back into the light and away from their suffering." There are so many people at this very moment that heroes aren't helping, either by lack of ability or just straight-up lack of desire. The teen sighed. Sorry if I'm rambling. Your presence understandably makes me nervous. The last point really got Tamura's attention. The desire to help people was all well and good, but anyone with a cape and spandex could parrot a nice-sounding sentiment. This, however, was beginning to sound like the teen had reached the root of the issue. What do you mean by that? About you making me nervous. Have you looked in the mirror? No, you asshole. About heroes having a lack of desire to help people in need. Izuku closed his eyes and bitterly sighed. He had been toying with these thoughts for a while, especially after the vestiges of One for All relayed the information about the dangers of passing on the quirk. We, as a society, have become a little too reliant on All Might. I respect the man and all of the unequivocal good that he has done, but he isn't a god, no matter how obscenely powerful he is. He's just one man, and people have forgotten that. There are so many people that All Might can't do anything for because he just can't be everywhere at once. And hero society is stagnating and failing to pick up that slack because we've gotten way too comfortable. I'm so certain that people who are truly in need are overlooked every day by anyone with even the smallest ability to help because they're confident that someone more suited to handle the situation will be there eventually. Tamura silently soaked in everything the boy said. This conversation had only reaffirmed everything he previously thought about the hero student. You're not it, Tamura finally declared after the brief silence. All Might's successor. You're not it. Your philosophies are way too different. Any successor to All Might would spout some bullshit about holding up society on their shoulders and maintaining peace with a dumbass smile, like the dumbass smiles that all these people have without even realizing how much danger they're in. Tamura cracked a dark smile. You're right about society being way too comfortable, you know. Even right now, I could crumble 20 or 30 of them before you're able to stop me. Hell, any one of these people could just snap and unleash their quirk on these unsuspecting targets, and so many people could die. And yet, any successor to All Might would still go on about being able to save everyone as if they're omnipotent. And it would only end up prolonging and exacerbating the suffering of those in the cracks that the new symbol of peace would still be blind to. That was a lot for Izuku to take in. He took a minute to gather his thoughts before responding. You're not wrong, though I probably wouldn't have phrased it that way. I would also hope people don't see me as All Might's successor after I explicitly denied that I wanted to be. You'd be surprised. Sensei is convinced that all your attempts to deny it are some elaborate red herring to throw people off your scent. Sensei, Tamura gave the teen a long look. He knew that he shouldn't be giving the enemy any details about his master and benefactor. But, honestly, was the brat even an enemy at this point? If this kid, his apparent cousin, was who Sensei wanted him to kill, then was Sensei even an ally? Izuku didn't interrupt the man's musings. While he was exceptionally tense during the entire encounter, so tense that purple spikes were lying in wait to strike the villain down at the slightest aggressive movement, he wasn't unwilling to hear whatever he had to say. Honestly, as long as no one got hurt, he was content to talk with him as long as he wanted, but he wouldn't push his luck by pressing for details that the man was clearly hesitant to expand on. There's a spot in the league for you, you know. Izuku was caught completely unawares by that curveball. What? Are you seriously offering me a place in the League of Villains? Figured I'd try it the easy way. First, Tamura shrugged, deciding to put that ominous statement aside for the moment. Izuku took some time to gather the words necessary to carefully phrase his response. Sometimes, you'll end up cracking a few eggs to make an omelet. I get that, and I accept that as a fact of life. That said, I don't know how much good I can do through villainy. I still only want to help people, after all. You don't need to be a hero to help people, Tamura challenged. Vigilantes exist. The only difference between a hero and a vigilante is the issue of a license, Izuku argued. And isn't that exactly the problem? A bunch of corrupt suits pulling the strings of hero society get to arbitrarily determine who helps people and who doesn't. They determine who gets a license to kill and who's a criminal masquerading as a good Samaritan. I wonder if those suits know about the kill that you already have under your belt. Izuku had no answer to that. I'll let you mull it over for a little while, he said before standing up and fixing him with a stern glare. Don't take too long. Before he turned around to leave, he gave the boy a final appraisal. Smart idea with the spikes, by the way. You're not so much of an idiot to leave yourself defenseless. With that, he turned and walked away. Izuku watched him vanish into the sea of civilians with a frown, and the purple spikes dispersed. He really didn't think that letting him walk away unhindered was a good idea, but attempting to apprehend him in the middle of a crowded shopping mall would have resulted in many preventable casualties. He was glad that the man genuinely only wanted to talk, and he would admit that their conversation felt at least somewhat productive, even if he didn't necessarily know what Tamura sought out of it. What worried him the most was the mention of Sensei. He could reason that the identity of the Sensei was All for One, and that meant that All for One believed him to be the successor of his arch-nemesis. That wasn't good. It inherently made him a target for one of the most dangerous supervillains of all time. On top of that, All for One's direct subordinate was offering him a spot in the League of Villains where the man would have direct access to him. However, maybe that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. A white flame bloomed in his hair as he began to think. Tamura Shigaraki revealed that All for One believed him to be All Might's successor, meaning that he likely believed him to be the next bearer of One for All. However, Tamura himself clearly didn't believe that to be the case, and he offered him a spot in the League of Villains despite the boy's desire to be a hero. That could either mean that he was laying a trap for the boy to be right in his master's clutches, or there was a genuine disconnect between All for One's desires and Tamura's desires. That disconnect could potentially be exploited if All for One's desires and Tamura's desires did not align, and Tamura's desires laid much closer to Izuku's. Then Izuku could attempt to build much more common ground between the two. If that was possible, perhaps he could sway him away from the evil mastermind entirely, at least long enough for All Might to take the supervillain down for good. A little bold to be using your quirk so blatantly in public like this, came a bored voice from behind him. Izuku damn near yelped in surprise, and the white flame died as he turned around to face the new arrival. He idly noted the slight headache he had, which was odd considering that he hadn't used his white flames for very long, but he focused on the man before him. The tall, lanky man peered down at him with violet eyes filled with as much boredom as his voice possessed. But Izuku could see the flicker of mirth mixed within, as well. Taking in the man's appearance, he was met with a dark red leather jacket over a black shirt and pants with chin-length crimson hair to match his jacket. His appearance wasn't what put him on edge, though. It was the fact that the man managed to sneak up on him that made him nervous. Not even Tamura had gone undetected when he approached. He offered the man a sheepish smile when he remembered that the man had said something to kick off the interaction, and the mirth in the man's lackadaisical gaze grew more pronounced. "Don't fret, I won't report it," the man lightly assured before meandering around the bench to take the empty spot. Izuku noted that his footsteps were totally soundless. The redhead gave Izuku a considering gaze before closing his eyes and slouching in his spot on the bench. "Frankly, I don't particularly care for how stringent quirk use laws in Japan are. I much prefer the Western model where they're a little more liberal about our natural gifts." "I get that," Izuku noncommittally replied while keeping a wary eye on the man. "It would be a lot more convenient at times. You don't have to be so vigilant, little hero," the man nonchalantly commented with a wave of his hand. That did not assuage Izuku's wariness at all. "How do you know I'm a hero student?" "I recognized you from the UA Sports Festival," he yawned. "I'm sure a lot of people here have for other reasons as well." "Oh, right. He was famous. Triply so, given the interview and the Stain video." "Can I ask you a question?" the man inquired, and Izuku nodded. "I'd like to hear your opinion on a hypothetical situation involving a villain, heroes, and civilians. Let's say someone like the sludge villain attacks and takes a hostage for their quirk. I wonder what happened to him, by the way." Izuku did his best not to visibly tense up at the mention of the sludge villain, and the lack of notice from the man somewhat eased his mind that he was successful. "Anyway, let's say the civilian had a destructive quirk that allowed the sludge villain to cause widespread damage on his rampage. Meanwhile, the civilian is alive and suffocating, but the pro-heroes on scene can't get to them for one reason or another. Maybe their quirks just aren't conducive to the situation. Maybe it's incompetence, maybe it's just laziness. The point is that an innocent is dying and nothing is being done about it." This was a very specific hypothetical, and it did nothing to ease Izuku's nerves about him. Now, say a particularly brave, or stupid, civilian decided to step in since no one else would, and it just so happened that his quirk or specific set of skills allowed him to rescue the hostage himself. Or, at the very least, he made it much easier for the heroes to do so. Do you, as a pro-hero, punish that man for his actions? That was such a needlessly long way around asking for my opinions on vigilantism, Izuku thought with a deadpan expression. "I mean, what he did is technically vigilantism, and that is illegal," Izuku carefully began. "On the same token, I wouldn't begrudge him for doing it, and I wouldn't make much of an effort to apprehend him for it. Granted, I wouldn't be the only hero on scene, so it would fall out of my hands at some point. But if I couldn't take down the sludge villain to rescue a hostage, I'm not that great of a hero." The man hummed and nodded slightly. "I suppose you do have experience with that." Izuku was taken aback by that statement, and now he was really on edge. That comment could have been an innocuous observation based on his rather public interaction with the hero killer, but it could have also been a subtle nod to what happened at the USJ. The latter wasn't likely because how the hell would he have known about that? At the same time, why was the hypothetical so focused on the sludge villain if he wasn't aware of what happened? It was just too unsettling to be a coincidence. Izuku's intense gaze bore into the half-lidded, violet eyes slightly obscured by the red hair of the man beside him, and he could swear that he saw even more mirth dancing behind the boredom. It was as if the man was reveling in plausible deniability, and he knew that Izuku knew it. Just who the hell was this guy? "Your friend is here," he spoke again, and Izuku turned to see Ochako approaching them with a few bags in her hand and curiosity written across her face. "Izuku, who's this?" she inquired, none the wiser to their conversation and Izuku's anxiety. "Just someone who recognized us from the sports festival," he quickly answered before standing up and wrapping a stiff arm around her. "Let's go meet up with the others." Oh okay," she stammered as he led her away from the bench. A small smirk found purchase on Kusari's face as he watched the two teens depart. He could practically taste the boy's discomfort. It wasn't quite fear, but he could feel that the boy knew that he was prey, and his quirk nearly unleashed itself in a frenzy to chase after them. "Izuku Midoriya," Kusari hummed. "I somewhat see why Curious is so enamored with you. When the time comes, I wonder if you'll be liberated of your shackles or liberated of your life. A hero to help those that hero society has failed? Huh?" Tamura mused to himself after stepping through the entrance of the bar. A genuinely noble conviction. Who would have thought? It's too bad that they'll be calling him a villain sympathizer when shit inevitably hits the fan. "What is it, Tamura?" Kurogiri asked the man. "Just thinking about our person of interest," Tamura lightly replied. "Anything from Jurin. He mentioned that he had an acquaintance with a powerful cloning quirk that's willing to work." The misty man answered. "I would expect him to be back sometime this week. Might I make a suggestion, Tamura?" Came the voice of their sensei from the monitor. Tamura turned a hesitant eye to the screen in question before nodding. He had a considerable bone to pick with him about what the man knew of his past, but he could swallow it for the moment if only for the sake of self-preservation. "What is it, sensei?" "You've done a splendid job at fielding recruits, but I believe you are leaving money on the table, so to speak," the man stated. "How so?" Tamura slowly questioned, trying to figure out just where his sensei was going. "You have collected a few that are clearly competent, but they, for the most part, either lack true experience or the raw power to properly capitalize on that experience. Until you can mold them into reliable dragons, it would be prudent to find already battle-tested pawns to hold down the fort. Who do you have in mind?" "I'm so glad you asked, Tamura. I have had my eye on a few that have successfully fought and defeated pro-heroes in the past, one even killing a duo of them with relative ease." "You don't have I?" "Yes, I am well aware of that, Tamura Shigaraki. The point remains that battle-tested acumen would do wonders for the efficacy of the group, even if they stray a little far into wanton violence without reason for your updated sensibilities." Tamura would not lash out at the obvious jab. He would not. He probably earned it after the attempted crack at Sensei's lack of eyes. He also had to concede that the man made a good point. If they were going to make a proper impression as an organization, then proper, destructive firepower was exactly what they needed. Some pointless murder and destruction was a small price to pay for the end of All Might's society. "Gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet," Tamura muttered, echoing the words he had heard earlier that day. "Precisely, Tamura," All for One commented with an unseen grin. "And, courtesy of our ever-loyal informant, I know just where to begin making the omelet." Izuku closed the front door of the apartment behind him. He promised himself that he would address the subject with his mother when he returned home, and he would do so. His mother was in pain, and not a goddamn soul would stop him from rectifying that. He stepped into the living room and found his mother watching TV with a cup of tea in hand. She sent him a warm smile when she noticed him, and he gave her a shaky one in return. Her smile somewhat dimmed at that, and she moved over and beckoned for him to sit down beside her. "How was your trip to the mall?" she asked him while softly running her hand through his hair, and he instinctively slumped and leaned into her touch despite being taller than her. "It was," he began before pausing to consider how eventful the simple mall trip ended up being. "Enlightening, I suppose." "Oh," his mother replied with curiosity brimming in her gaze. "How so?" "I'll tell you later," he deflected, deciding to get right to the meat and potatoes. Enko's brow furrowed, and she curiously regarded her son who was looking anywhere but at her for a few moments. "Mom," he softly began, and he finally brought his gaze up to meet hers. "What happened?" Enko's eyes briefly widened, and then she deflated with a sigh before looking back at her son with the most tired gaze that he had ever seen her sport. "I knew this was coming eventually. I just hoped that I could continue ignoring it for a little while longer." Izuku remained silent while she continued rubbing circles on his scalp with a small, sad smile. "I never told you why I lost hope in heroics," she remarked softly. And another silence followed in which she continued her ministrations and the energy continued to leave her. Izuku did not like seeing his mother so defeated. "When I was still a student, I interned with Yoroi Musha," she began in a sullen tone that betrayed the smile she tried to maintain for her son. "He taught me quite a bit. He refined my fighting style with a decent repertoire of martial arts that he helped me make my own and create a personalized style out. Afterward, I did work study with his agency whenever I could." Her sad smile became a bit wistful. He showed a bright-eyed teenage girl who just wanted to help people the glamorous bits of hero society. "And he trained me to take on the world and serve the people the best I could. I really enjoyed my time with him." Then her smile vanished, And then I didn't. When she didn't elaborate, Izuku tried to rein in his bubbling rage. He could feel the ever-so-familiar heat shoot through his soul and fight to overtake his being. He was then drawn into a warm, firm hug from his mother, and the rage slowly drained away in her embrace. "I'll spare you the details," she finally said, neither party breaking the embrace. "Just know that he wasn't unique in that regard. And neither was I when I graduated and started interacting with heroes a lot more. I very quickly learned that he and so many others are only in it for the fame and wealth." She paused to amend her thought and shifted without breaking the hug. "Well, those that survive in the business long enough to afford to indulge are in it for those things. Anyway, it's why I decided to go underground. People are usually on the up and up down there, although you do have the few who use it to get into the drug and trigger trades." The two sat in the embrace for another lengthy silence. Inko resumed her rubbing of her son's scalp, and he returned the affection by rubbing her back. "Did you ever report it?" Izuku asked after another minute in the hug. She sighed again, and Izuku already didn't like what the answer would be. That's the thing about making accusations against someone in a position of power when the government agency that it inevitably falls to has an implicit stake in maintaining the status quo. So, nothing was ever done about it, then. Like I said, I'm not a unique case. That doesn't make it okay. Izuku actually shouted, pulling away from the hug. He hurt you and who knows how many others. He hurt you. He shouldn't just get to continue life with impunity. No, it's not okay, Inko calmly answered without backing down from her incensed son. But it isn't your revenge to take. Whatever reply Izuku would have uttered died in his throat when he processed what she said. Inko watched the sparks of black that had briefly returned when he shouted fade away once more. "I know that look, Izuku," she began, and he couldn't meet her gaze anymore. "I had it for years. It was all I could think about. It bled into my work. I vented all of that hatred, that rage, that disgust, and that disappointment in myself. I poured it all out onto criminals. I pistol-whipped a mugger until he cried. Izuku." Izuku minutely perked up at the mention of that, as he remembered Gyro telling him that same story. "I was so filled with hatred that it even cost me a friendship," she continued. "That wasn't the person I wanted to be, but it was the person I became. I wouldn't let it be the hero I was, too. So, that's why you retired," Izuku surmised. "I was no longer living up to my desire to help people," she confirmed. "I was just coping by hurting others. For those fleeting moments, I felt in control again. This is the reality that I wanted to shield you from. You don't deserve to have it beat you down, too." Izuku remained silent, and his gaze fell away from his mother once again. The more he learned about the state of heroics, the less he enjoyed the thought of participating in the system. "Besides," she continued, "Musha is just one of many commission flunkies to take down. Some are much dirtier than others. They'll all get what's coming to them in due time, and I'll be right there to watch the bastard burn." "What exactly do you mean by that?" Izuku hesitantly questioned. "The rat works in mysterious ways," she cryptically answered with a smile, and Izuku sighed knowing that was the best answer he would get. Then, he felt his mother wrap him into another, even warmer hug. "You truly are my greatest achievement, Izuku. If everything that happened over the course of my life was necessary in order to have you, I wouldn't change a thing." Izuku didn't fight the tears that welled up and trailed down his freckled cheeks at that statement, and he buried himself in her embrace with equal fervor. All the while, he was hard at work ignoring the growing sensation deep within him. It was a dark, flaming abyss that yearned for retribution. If there was one thing Izuku learned over the course of the semester, it was that sleep, like kneecaps, was a privilege and not a right. Whether it was agonizing over the littlest, least meaningful decisions in his life or waking up in a cold sweat after reliving the death of the sludge villain for the 100th time, Izuku was no stranger to losing sleep. This night was no different, as the events of the day had finally come down on him. Tamura Shigaraki had offered him a spot in the League of Villains. He was seriously offered a place in the League of fucking Villains. What the fuck was he supposed to say to that? He felt that the two of them had come to a sort of understanding. But for the man to have extended him that kind of offer, he didn't quite know how to feel about the implications. He decided to keep it to himself for the moment. Then, there was the red-headed man who hinted at knowing the truth about the sludge villain with all the subtlety of a parade of flaccid cocks flopping in the wind. If the man was trying to play mind games with him, he very much succeeded. He needed to figure out just who the hell the man was and what the hell his angle even was. Unlike with the meeting with Tamura, he did send a warning to Nezu about that interaction. Someone had gotten their hands on classified information and felt comfortable enough to all but tell Izuku that they had it. Finally, there was the source of the present subjects, his mother. He got confirmation on a name, but as much as every fiber of his being quite literally burned with the desire to hunt the son of a bitch down. His mother made him promise to leave it be if for no other reason than to not deprive her of her own catharsis when the time came. He would gladly do that for his mother, and he would ensure that he got a front row seat. As Izuku Midoriya found out for himself, you don't fuck with a Shimura and live to tell the tale. Unbeknownst to a snoozing Tashinori, One for All was lightly humming. Within the Quirk, Nana Shimura felt a sudden wave of unbridled vindication. "Your god, I'm right. You don't," she muttered to herself, much to the confusion of the other vestiges. They shrugged it off and just assumed that she had finally lost what was left of her sanity. Needless to say, Izuku had a lot on his mind, and sleep was just not in the cards for him. He generally just browsed through his phone in situations like this, which may or may not have been counterproductive to getting back to sleep, but mindless doom scrolling was the easiest, most readily available solution. As such, that was what he found himself doing once again at 2:30 a.m. It wasn't absolutely pertinent that he got back to sleep since he didn't have school in the morning and his flight to Island wasn't until the day after, so he afforded himself a dive through hero forums. He hadn't been spending a ton of time on them after the Hasu incident since seeing discussions about himself in relation to Stain made him feel weird. The memes were one thing, but some users like All Black Cat and GEICO who were firmly in the Stain had a point camp consistently argued with those in the a villain with valid points is still a villain and Stain was a ridiculous psychopath camps about himself and Shoto. He primarily saw a lot of talk about the merit of Stain's stamp of approval in regards to his validity as a true hero. Those in the former camp argued that a man who explicitly killed heroes he deemed to be unfit for the title by his admittedly ludicrous standards, finding someone to be worthy was inherently significant. All Black Cat in particular seemed to be rather violently in his corner, consistently arguing that his desire to help people was genuine enough that even a serial killer could see it. That made him feel good. On the other hand, he got the feeling that GEICO just wanted to talk up Stain whenever they could. He was a little worried about that one, in all honesty. However, those in the latter two camps argued that a crazy man deeming something to meet his standards didn't make it significant, and arguing from the position that it did only gave the crazy man's ramblings more power than they actually deserved. Some even insisted that a kid who wanted to help the downtrodden being endorsed by an explicit hero killer says more about the kid's appeal to villains than his appeal to civilized society. He could certainly see the logic in the first point, but the second one kind of hurt. Even beyond the Stain topics, visits to those forums just didn't hit the same as they did before he started at UA. The debates he got into with Future Vision 420 over All Might's diminishing presence in the public eye weren't as satisfying once he learned about All Might's injury. There was nothing to speculate anymore, so he just found himself agreeing with the user's ravenous defense of All Might. His scrolling was interrupted when he received a text from an unfamiliar number. "Midoriya, it's Vanta." That certainly surprised him. Vanta hadn't spoken to him much during his internship, and it had been weeks since then. He got a few messages from some of the others in the VRP, but none from her. Given her hesitance to share much of her story while he was there, getting a random text from her was certainly a nice surprise. "Vanta, hey, it's great to hear from you. How are you?" "I'm alive. You know how that goes." Izuku truly did not know how to take that statement, so he moved past it. "Fair enough. What have you been up to?" Same old, same old. We can't exactly leave the campus unsupervised, probably for our own good." Izuku conceded that point. It only made sense that their movements were restricted until they were fully rehabilitated. They presumably didn't teach small talk classes, though, and Izuku had never been great at it either, so he was at risk of fumbling through the rest of the conversation if it kept up like this. "How did you encounter Stain?" There it was. The username All Black Cat started to make a lot of sense. "My friend was being an idiot and trying to get revenge for his brother." "So you did fight him, then?" "It was an endeavor like the official reports say. I won't confirm or deny anything." "That's basically a yes, you know. Not according to the rules of plausible deniability. I'm 99% sure that's not how that works. But alright." Izuku wouldn't say that he wasn't enjoying talking to her, but he felt like she didn't just text him out of the blue to ask him something she likely already knew the answer to. "Is something on your mind?" There was a pause for a few minutes, and Izuku figured that he hit the nail on the head and she was either trying to formulate a response or working up the nerve to come out and say whatever was troubling her. "Do you think anyone can be a hero?" Well, of all the unexpected questions to receive, that was certainly on the lighter end of the scale. He definitely didn't think that just anyone should be a hero anymore, but he could infer that wasn't what she was asking him. Anyone with the capacity to do good can be a hero, even a mutant with a villainous quirk and a rap sheet. The sins of your past have no bearing on the lives you can save in the future. There's also no such thing as a villainous quirk, and anyone who says otherwise is a fuckwit. Another pause followed, and Izuku patiently awaited her response. "I knew you were cool." A smile graced Izuku's face at her text. It took all of his willpower to opt out of asking her about her quirk since it was already really late and he knew that he'd badger her with questions about it for hours if he could. "Look, it's coming into view. The world's very own bastion of research and baby making. I can already feel all the beautiful babies I'm going to make." May was practically salivating with her face pressed against the window of the private jet as they made their steady approach to the vaunted island, much to the amusement of Izuku and discomfort of Tashinori. He still didn't really know how to feel about another person being let in on his biggest secret. After the girl had pretty much figured out his identity on her own within a minute of meeting him, he ushered them into the teacher's lounge and made her swear an oath of silence about the whole thing. When she did, he told her about his injury and his time limit, but nothing more than that. What surprised him, however, was how little she seemed to care, at least outwardly. She really just seemed happy to be included, not really caring about the truth behind All Might's identity one way or the other. Maybe she just didn't show it. But either way, Toshinori would be lying if he said his pride wasn't a little wounded. She seems excited, Izuku mused to the older man sitting across the aisle. Yeah, she does, he sighed. I'm genuinely afraid of what a brain like hers could get up to on our island. I could start on something that extends your time limit, the girl in question excitedly declared to Toshinori, and the two other occupants of the jet were very much taken aback. She didn't freak out or react very strongly when she was brought into the fold, so both assumed that she just took the information in stride and didn't obsess over it because it had little to do with inventing and designing gear. In actuality, the idea of the symbol of peace being constrained by a time limit that kept him out of the picture for 21 hours out of any given day unsettled her, and she had a few thoughts about the situation that she didn't really know what to make of. Well, at least until you can find someone to pass your quirk on to, she finished in a more subdued tone, and Toshinori practically hacked up his remaining lung. How do you know about that? He demanded. You were muttering about finding a successor and passing on your quirk in your sleep earlier, she answered, and Toshinori paled while Izuku facepalmed. Real nice, All Might, Izuku muttered through his hands. Toshinori heavily sighed, and he fixed Mei with a serious look. You cannot tell a soul about what you heard. I figured, she shrugged. Are you close to finding one? Unfortunately, I'm not, the man denied with a downcast expression. I had a few in mind, but certain circumstances made them unfit for the role through no fault of their own. For right now, One for All will stay with me. Mei nodded and returned her gaze to the window. Meanwhile, Izuku had brought his head from his hands and turned his attention to Toshinori. Does that have to change? He asked him, and Toshinori's brow furrowed. What do you mean, young Midoriya? He asked with a bit of confusion. Why wouldn't he pass on One for All? Izuku mulled over his thoughts for a long moment. And even Mei brought her gaze from the floating city in the distance to the green-haired teen. You're the symbol of peace, the boy began. You've done so much good for our society. Your presence still does so much for keeping society stable. And without you, who knows what kind of hell we would be plunged into? Toshinori nodded. He knew that much already. It was why passing on the quirk was so important, as he wouldn't be around forever. But have you ever considered that as much good as your status does us, it also does as much harm? Izuku asked him. Before Toshinori could rebut, Izuku held his hand up and continued. I don't mean you as a hero, I mean what you represent. You're not just a symbol, you're also a pillar holding up the current order. Society needs you in order to exist, or, more accurately, society needs One for All as it's currently constructed. Exactly, Toshinori agreed. That's why it's crucial that I find a successor to be the pillar that society rests on when I can no longer be that. But there doesn't have to be just one pillar, don't you think? You told me that I'm going to be a great symbol in the future. And I do want to be, but I don't want to be the symbol. It's a double-edged sword. Society resting on a singular pillar is dangerous. No matter how strong that pillar is, it's just one pillar, and it'll never be infallible. It has to be, Toshinori pressed. But it won't be, Izuku stood his ground. Your injury is proof of that. Toshinori flinched, but the boy wasn't wrong, and he knew it. He just barely survived that battle with All for One. And even now, he wasn't entirely convinced that he had enough power to finish the job if the supervillain truly survived having his head caved in 5 years prior. Mei, meanwhile, was silently watching the discussion unfold. The thoughts she had about All Might and his condition were being echoed on both sides of the debate. After a lengthy silence, the man resignedly sighed. What do you suggest? Before Izuku could say anything, Mei spoke up, surprising the two of them. How about more than one pillar? When the two males turned to look at her, she continued. If someone is strong enough to take down one pillar, then they're probably strong enough to take down multiple, though maybe not all at once. There's no sense in making it easier on them by just having one pillar to take down to cause the downfall of society. 4 legs make a sturdier table than 3, which make a sturdier table than 2. Seeing exactly where she was going with her analogy, Izuku's eyes brightened. And the 4 legs wouldn't have to be as thick as a single leg would have to be to support the entire weight of the table. And knocking down one leg wouldn't bring down the entire thing. Well, I suppose that depends on the shape and composition of the table. You know what? We're getting lost in the analogy. While the two teens were going on about tables, Toshinori was considering everything the youngsters said. He would readily admit that they made a good point that a singular pillar wasn't infallible. and without added help to keep society standing. Removing that pillar would bring the whole thing down, and his injury was doing just that. Still, though, that's nothing that passing on the quirk won't address, right? Having multiple pillars for society would be fantastic. But how feasible was it with the power they wielded? Maybe if he plucked 2 hairs from his head and offered them to 2 different people. No, what the fuck? No, absolutely not. Toshi, don't do that, you goddamn bonehead. My brother is going to win at this rate. For some reason, Toshinori felt like that was a bad idea. Looking at the 2 teens animatedly spiraling into a conversation about combat-ready tables and something about babies that spat fire, a fond smile took form on his face. He was reminded of days gone with David by his side when he watched them interact. Still, they had an important discussion to continue. Wouldn't the issue of needing multiple pillars still be able to be addressed while having a wielder of one for all? Toshinori asked the 2 teens. I mean, sure, it could be, Izuku began, but you're still thinking about it in terms of one sturdy pillar holding up society with a couple of others that aren't as sturdy providing support. A villain or force of villains who want to take down society would still need to be strong enough to take down that main pillar. They'd have to be as powerful as you. That's a pretty tall order, Toshinori commented. It would be. For most, Izuku replied, and Toshinori stiffened. He didn't know that the boy was aware of All for One potentially still being alive, but the point still remained. Besides, May spoke up again. It's better if heroes in society at large don't have a specific get-out-of-jail-free card so that they don't rest on their laurels. Complacency is the enemy of progress, after all. Just something to think about. Izuku finished off as the 2 teens turned to watch the approaching floating city from their windows. The boy was right. Toshinori had quite a bit to think about. So long as All for One was still alive, One for All needed to exist, and thus a symbol of peace needed to be around. However, what about after that? His entire mission had been to save the world with a smile, be the symbol of peace that society needed, and avenge his sensei for as long as he could remember. Was he even allowed to think about what came afterward when the job hasn't even been finished? Yet, after making it through immigration inspection, the 2 costumed men and uniformed woman entered the fray of festivities for the pre-opening of iExpo. The teens' reactions to the new environment were as amusing to All Might as he expected they would be. They were gawking at the open quirk usage first and foremost. Unlike in Japan, people are allowed to use their quirks however they wish on Island, All Might explained. Whoa, Izuku remarked in complete wonder. Both he and his destructive companion felt like they were in a fantasy world. I much prefer the Western model where they are a little more liberal about our natural gifts. So, that's what he meant. Izuku muttered to himself quietly enough that neither would hear him, or so he thought. Quirk laws in Japan are pretty restrictive. They've always been that way. All Might responded with a light sigh. It was a whole thing for a while, even decades ago before my time. Island is technically international land, but the United States has the most significant influence over it, so their more lax philosophy on quirk use carried over here. Izuku ignored his slight embarrassment at being heard in favor of his intrigue at the information he was given. People can use their quirks as they please, and there's no crime to speak of. It was May who answered this time. Don't mistake correlation for causation. It's likely a cultural thing in tandem with the fact that this place has a security system that's second to none. All Might nodded with his signature grin. He maintained his grin when he was recognized and immediately swarmed by both fans and the media. Despite the grin, All Might was not having a good time. He was one of if not the most famous pro-hero on the planet, so the attention was very much expected, but that wasn't the end of it. Regardless of how easy it was for the 2 teens with him to figure out his identity, no one else had done the same up to that point. As far as the world was concerned, All Might was 220 centimeters and built like a brick shithouse at all times. That meant that All Might had to stay buffed up every second he was in public. It would be murder on him, but so long as he wasn't forced to do anything particularly strenuous, he'd be fine. What could possibly go wrong on Island, anyway? The place had better security measures than Tartarus. No one would be stupid enough to stage any attacks at the expo. Someone would have to be a complete and utter fucking imbecile to think they could possibly get away with that. There you are, Uncle Might, came an excited voice from afar accompanied by the spring of a clearly modified pogo stick. Joyfully bounding over to the group was a blonde teenage girl with round glasses over her blue eyes. Izuku was confused at the way she addressed All Might so familiarly, while May's eyes immediately zeroed in on the pogo stick she was riding. When the girl finally made it to them, she and All Might leaped into a hug and started catching up. Izuku patiently stood to the side and out of the way to not interrupt the clear reconnection. And as the conversation progressed without either acknowledging him whatsoever, he looked over to May to see if she was feeling as awkward as he was. As he should have expected, she was no longer beside him. Instead, she was closely inspecting every inch of the unique pogo stick and practically salivating all the while. He could only shake his head and softly chuckle. And that finally got All Might's attention and reminded him that he had stragglers with him. Oh, right, young Midoriya. Allow me to introduce you to my friend Dave's daughter. All Might motioned to her. It's really nice to meet you, she said with a smile. I'm Melissa Shield. Shield? Like David Shield. MHM. He's my dad. Holy hell, that's so cool. Izuku began before cutting off his fanboying. It's nice to meet you, too. I'm Izuku Midoriya, a first year at UA. I knew you looked familiar, Melissa remarked with recognition blooming on her face. You put on a show at the UA Sports Festival. I didn't recognize you in costume. Fantastic work from what I can tell, by the way. Who designed it? Izuku fought off his blush from the momentary praise, and he pointed to his designated support technician and costume designer that was still looking over the pogo stick, though she now had a notebook in hand and was furiously scribbling down everything she took note of. Closer inspection revealed that it was one of Izuku's own notebooks. How in the world she got it, he didn't know and wouldn't ask. However, before he could introduce her to Melissa, she popped to her feet with a grin and entered the taller girl's personal space, as if sensing that it was time to sell herself. Mei Hatsum, inventor extraordinaire in UAS support course and future CEO of Hatsum Industries, she proudly declared, and she only backed off to extend a hand to her. Melissa, completely unfazed by the shorter girl's antics, excitedly took the hand. Did you make this baby? Mei asked, motioning to the pogo stick. Yes, but not on the first date, the taller girl answered, and Izuku almost chortled while All Might nearly lost his buff form when he hacked up a glob of blood. There are no springs in it at all, Mei marveled. Yep, it's 100% plot-powered, Melissa excitedly replied. Before Izuku could question that statement, Melissa turned to him and slightly bent down to his level to closely inspect him. Had he not been accustomed to Mei already doing that whenever he entered the lab, he would have been beet red at the sudden proximity. Your costume is really well done, she remarked while looking him over. Could use a hood, though. Costumes feel incomplete without one, in my personal opinion. She then took one of his arms in her hands. I especially like the gauntlets doubling as bracers, presumably for the strength enhancer component of your quirk. At his nod, she continued on to inspecting his rebreather. I feel like this is incomplete. It was supposed to double as a respirator to keep oxygen circulating within him when he's in speedster mode, Mei explained. I haven't yet figured out a way to accomplish that without blowing him up, though. That would indeed be counterproductive, she lightly remarked as if they weren't discussing the prospect of him literally exploding. Tell you what, we can brainstorm in my lab later today. Mei could lay claim to possessing 2 whole galaxies with the amount of stars in her eyes at the proposal, but All Might cleared his throat to get Melissa's attention before Mei could say anything. Oh, sorry, I got distracted, she apologized before grabbing her pogo stick. Izuku and Mei were transfixed by the pogo stick quickly collapsing in on itself and becoming a chip that she stuffed into her pocket. Neither had ever seen any kind of technology like that in Japan. Whatever she said about her dad's lab was lost to the both of them as they mindlessly followed behind the 2 blondes. On an overlook at the immigration inspection, a tall, burly man with long, brown hair and a very pronounced scar covering the majority of his face put his phone away after making contact with his man on the inside. 3 p.m. at gate 66. Good. Should this go as smoothly as we planned, we'll make a fortune off of that dumbass scientist. So caught up in his cliché, villainous ramblings was he that he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. Had he been doing so, he just might have noticed a man idly slink past him without his steps making a single sound. After All Might and David Shield reunited after so many years, David noticed the faint smoke wafting off of his old friend, so he sent his daughter away to give the 2 visiting teens a tour of the island. Izuku and Mei were again struck by how fantastical the island felt. It strongly resembled a massive amusement park fused with a sprawling metropolis. This place is really amazing, Izuku breathed out. I can't believe the whole thing is man-made. Holy shit, that's Godzilla. Oh yeah, we invite a lot of pro heroes here all the time to showcase support gear and test out new designs, Melissa responded with a laugh. Izuku wandered over to the massive hero, actor that was twice as tall as All Might. The reptilian pro stopped when he noticed the boy's approach, and he bent down to be closer to his level. Excuse me, Godzilla, he asked while holding out a notebook to an open page, and the massive pro gladly took the offered notebook and pen. Who do I make it out to? Godzilla asked in his soft yet booming voice. Satsuna Takage, he answered. And the large pro paused in confusion for a moment before reasoning that the autograph was for someone else entirely. After signing the page and then handing the notebook back, the 2 posed for a quick picture. Could I ask you an important question? Izuku queried after putting his phone away. Fire away, the mini kaiju replied. Could you beat All Might in a fight? Amusement was the immediate reaction. Not just from Godzilla, but from Mei and Melissa as well. What? The pro questioned. Could you beat All Might in a fight? Izuku repeated, completely undeterred. A pregnant silence followed, and Godzilla's expression was almost unreadable. It didn't help that the man did not have the capacity for human facial expressions. but Izuku spent enough time around Sue to pick up on pensive blankness. If you're asking who would win between All Might and Godzilla, legally, I can't say, Godzilla carefully answered. NDAS were a pain when movies found themselves in development hell. Izuku deflated at the non-answer, but he accepted it nonetheless and thanked the hero for his time. Upon returning to the duo of girls, he ignored Melissa smirking amusedly at him in favor of sending the picture he took with Godzilla to Takage with a special caption, "Suck it, nerd." It took less than a minute for a reply to come. "I'm gonna strangle you at training camp, you rat bastard." "Oh, I know exactly where we should check out next," Melissa exclaimed, and she pointed to a large building just up ahead of them. "It's a showcase of the newest hero items and support tech to come out of the island." May gasped and practically started vibrating. "What are we waiting for? Let's go see the newest babies." The trio were prepared to scamper off, but Izuku was frozen in place when he heard a familiar thumping and a crescendo. His instincts screamed at him to flee, but his better judgment knew that would make things worse. He dared not look behind him at his approaching doom, instead resigning to his fate and praying that it would be over quickly. "Huh, I knew it was you I spotted," a mature voice declared with a frightening amount of glee. The tan, muscly arm that wrapped around his neck and put him in a headlock draped in a curtain of white hair only confirmed his fears. "Hi, Mirko," Izuku lamented. "I did not come prepared to be thrashed on this trip. And that's a problem. You should be ready to throw down at all times," Mirko jokingly reprimanded. "You two go on ahead," Izuku told the inventor duo ahead of him. "I'll catch up at some point." "Are you sure?" Melissa asked. "I don't mind waiting." "Yeah, it's totally fine," Izuku assured before motioning to the still vibrating May. "You keep her waiting any longer and I'm afraid she'll legitimately combust." Melissa took note of the faint smoke coming from May's vibrating form, and she nodded and ushered the shorter girl away toward the showcase. "So, my favorite little thief, the hell are you doing here?" Mirko asked the teen after releasing him from her hold. "I came with All Might," Izuku answered with a shrug. The rabbit hero whistled. "How the hell did you manage that? Usually +1s are reserved for family or close friends. His late sensei was apparently my grandmother, so in terms of family, my mom and I are practically the closest he's got," Izuku responded. "How about you? I don't think I would have ever imagined you taking time off for anything." "That's because of me," another, much more exasperated female voice called from behind them, and Izuku turned to see Ryukyu approaching them and giving the boy an apologetic grimace. "There's a panel for giant, reptilian pro-heroes tomorrow. You might have seen Godzilla or Indominus around already, actually. Bringing her along was the only way I could force her to take a vacation." "Vacations are for the weak," Mirko rebuked. "You work nonstop across the country," Ryukyu argued. "The only break you've taken in the past 6 months was to beat up this kid for imitating one of your super moves. And it was goddamn worth it," Mirko replied with a toothy grin that very much unsettled Izuku. His distress grew even more when she turned the grin onto him. "Time to see how you've improved since your internship, fiery klepto." Izuku's prayers for a swift end went unanswered that day. Nezu looked over the footage from the security cameras of the mall that Class 1 had visited a final time. He truly wished he had more to work with, but all he could do is stare a hole into the screen where a man with red hair and a red leather jacket casually wandered by. This was the man that his protege had informed him of, the man who knew much more than he should. The Chimera principal took every measure he could to scrub any evidence of the sludge villain even being at the USJ. There was no mention of him in any of the reports. Any security footage of him was either altered or eliminated entirely, and the students who witnessed the event were sworn to silence about it. Even still, he had obtained knowledge of it, meaning he either was one of the criminals present or was working with someone capable of retrieving the evidence electronically. All of the criminals aside from Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri were apprehended and accounted for, so that ruled out the first option. The second option was far more worrisome, as it implied that there were parties capable of infiltrating UAS networks and leaving with sensitive information beyond his notice. That was absolutely unacceptable. And he would have anyone and everyone responsible killed. He would work tirelessly to rectify the situation. He'd have to get into contact with Ms. Aba again, it seemed. Just then, he received an alert from the cameras outside of his office at the approach of Inko, and he smiled. Hopping down from his chair, he made it to the door just before Inko reached for the handle and opened it himself with his usual almost human smile on display. Inko, far too used to his antics by now, stepped inside without missing a beat and sat down in one of the 2 chairs in front of his desk. "So, you called me in for an important meeting," Inko began with a quirked eyebrow. "You requested I be in costume, too, so I figured it was important." "Indeed it is, but let us wait on our third participant," Nezu responded, climbing back into his chair. "I will admit that even I was taken by surprise when he contacted me, but I do love a good plot twist." Inko frowned at the vagueness, but she remained silent. If Nezu was playing it up, he certainly had a reason. While we wait for his arrival, I must ask how you've been doing these last few days, Nezu said with a much more subdued expression. Inko momentarily stilled, but she relaxed just as quickly. I'm doing okay. Izu was worried, and I couldn't exactly blame him. Did you talk with him about it? Yes. How did he take it? He was angry. I didn't give him specifics, but I didn't really have to. Had I not dissuaded him, he'd be out for blood. I'm not entirely convinced that he isn't still, but I think he has enough respect for the concept of dibs to leave it be. Nezu nodded, and he poured the woman a cup of tea before retrieving his own already full cup. When he looked back at the monitors on his desk displaying the feeds from the cameras, his smile returned once more. It seems he has arrived, the Chimera noted, and he repeated his actions from before. This time, though, his smile was much less casual than the one he offered to his longtime comrade. I'm glad you're here. I would have never expected you to request a meeting like this. You were the only person I could risk coming to about it, came a deep voice that Inko instantly recognized, and pure hatred filled her to her very core. She slowly turned her body to face the doorway, and her gaze became utterly venomous. Endeavor, she practically spat. The man in question became rigid upon seeing her, and he turned a narrowed gaze onto the animal. Why is she here? He demanded. This involves her son just as much as it involves your own. Nezu calmly replied before returning to his chair. Please, have a seat. She will play nice. Endeavor, despite himself, hesitantly sat down in the open seat beside the woman who was staring daggers at him. She finally ripped her glare away from him and refocused on the smiling Chimera, and Nezu offered the man a cup of tea, which he accepted. Now, it appears that we all have a common enemy, Nezu began. The Hero Public Safety Commission is starting to poke its bureaucratic nose into things, right, Endeavor? The flame hero snorted, and the flames dressing his face brightened minutely. Recently, the HPSC sent an agent to my home to discuss the ripples of the Stain video. It was less of a discussion and more of a thinly veiled threat to keep my son on a leash. Or else what? Nezu asked while maintaining his smile, and Inko's smoldering glare would have killed a lesser man. They threatened to no longer look the other way in regards to my family, Endeavor muttered. It'd be about fucking time, Inko scoffed. Endeavor's gaze darkened, and he turned to address the woman with a snarl. You've had something to get off your chest for years, so just say it. Inko was initially doing her best to hold in her vitriol while being around Endeavor, but the mention of his family and even a passing allusion to the abuse he put them through made her crack. Now, however, she was seeing red, and she shot up from her seat. You deplorable piece of shit, how fucking dare you? You snatch a woman away from her family and treat her as nothing more than a means to an end to create your perfect fucking specimen. And then you spend 15 years putting her and your fucking children through horrible abuse, and you don't even have the fucking decency to own up to it. You stripped a woman of her humanity and viewed your children as experiments that were either successes or failures. You fucking broke Ray mentally, killed your oldest son, and nearly created a ticking time bomb in your youngest. And then you have the fucking gall to only admit to such when the most corrupt institution on the planet threatens to stop covering for your sick behavior. Endeavor was nearing his boiling point. He would not be shouted at and decried like some misbehaving child. He was the number 2 hero, goddammit. He worked himself to the bone to get where he was, and he demanded some fucking respect. He wouldn't stand to be belittled by some unknown underground washout, if everything she was saying wasn't the irrefutable truth. As much as he instinctively wanted to lash back, he could only stand there and take the vicious dressing down by the positively murderous-looking woman. You're a repugnant piece of fucking garbage of the highest order, and you deserve everything that you get. But your children don't deserve to be put through any more torment just because you lack the humanity to feel any modicum of remorse for the hell you put them through. Of course I do, Endeavor finally bellowed to the furious woman, stopping her rant in its tracks. A brief, startled silence followed between the two as Inko settled between added fury at being interrupted or callous dismissal of his claim. Endeavor, however, continued. I very much do, Endeavor said much more softly. Anytime I see you and the pure contempt for me in your eyes, I'm reminded of the hell I put Ray through that eventually caused her to snap. Anytime I witness your son in action, I see the great power he possesses and the skill in which he wields it, and I'm confronted with what I forced my children through. What I forced Shoto through. Inko was silent, as taken aback as she was by the sudden admittance of guilt and the genuineness she could feel from it. Her face was still set in a frown, and she slowly sat back down to let the man continue confessing his sins. Natsuo won't even speak to me. Fayumi hides it well, but the death of Toya hit her the hardest, and she tries to maintain a strong, positive front by keeping up any semblance of normalcy to keep the family together by any means. Shoto completely rejects me and wants to be his own man, one much more like your son than anything close to me. In Toya, Endeavor's gaze was fixed on the carpet of Nezu's office, and no one uttered a word. The man's flames gradually petered out until his bare face was exposed, and the dry anguish on the man's face spelled nothing but genuine regret. Endeavor had left, and in his place was a downtrodden Ninja Todoroki. I failed him most of all, he remarked. I created a family just to one day have my legacy surpass All Might's, and I never even accomplished that and lost that family all the while. Inko didn't know how to feel about the admission. On one hand, it felt like too little, too late. The damage was already done. However, on the other hand, it revealed to her that the man wasn't the heartless abomination that she fervently believed him to be. Nezu, meanwhile, watched the proceedings with his smile intact, not making a move to interrupt or calm either of them. He still didn't quite understand humans, so their bouts of emotion were always amusing to him, but he certainly understood pain and could see a lot of it in both of them. That was good, particularly in Endeavor's case. His plan predicated on it. Is all of that genuine? Inko asked the flame hero, and he sullenly nodded. She sighed. If forgiveness is what you're after, then it isn't up to me. It's up to them. I don't deserve forgiveness, he replied. But perhaps I could work to atone. You can start by publicly addressing it, Nezu proposed, and both adults' gazes snapped to him. What? They asked in unison. Nezu's smile grew at a proportional rate to Inko growing unsettled. The best way to begin your path to atonement is to apologize to your family first and foremost. If they're willing to hear you, that is. Then, you must make a public statement about the situation and completely undercut the leverage that the HPSC has over you. Bear in mind that you will have to lay your soul completely bare for public scrutiny, and your reputation will take a critical hit. You will fall down the popularity rankings regardless of if you take a leave of absence or not, and you will never reach your goal of catching up to and surpassing All Might. However, it will be the first major shot fired in the war against government corruption. That's a little extreme, don't you think? Inko hesitantly questioned. I'd rather the kids and Ray not have to deal with the media circus that would cause. It's unorthodox and quite unfortunate, but we can do our best to mitigate the exposure the family at large will have and keep the spotlight on Endeavor himself, Nezu answered. It would do some good to move the conversations about young Shoto away from Stain. Besides, people have been clamoring for more transparency and heroics for decades. This would be a very poignant first step. Inko grunted in tentative acquiescence while Endeavor remained silent, mulling over the thought of coming out and exposing his transgressions to the public. The Chimera was correct that it would torpedo his image likely beyond repair. People would hate him more than many already did. There would be no chance in hell of him overcoming All Might in any capacity. However, thinking only about himself and his aspirations got him and his family to this point. It was no longer about him. It was about protecting his family. If he had to engage in a talking rat's cold war against the government, so be it. I'll do it, Endeavor finally answered. And Inko was giving him a look that he couldn't quite decipher. Excellent, Nezu said with an even sharper smile. Now, shall we begin planning? You know, as much as I love Overhaul, I wish the grunt work was a little more exciting, said a thin man with straight, blonde hair and a beak-shaped mask that signified his place among the 8 bullets of the Shai Hasekai. It's part of the job and the opportunities he gifted us, replied a large, bald man wearing a simple medical mask. Yeah, you're right, the blonde conceded as the 2 men and a third wearing a burlap sack over his head watched crates of trigger be loaded onto a truck. Just wish we saw more action these days, you know. Get the blood pumping. Careful what you wish for, you just might get it, the larger man chuckled. Right as he said that, the truck exploded in a blue fireball, and the abandoned warehouse they were behind practically erupted in a sapphire inferno before crumbling into dust. From the blue flames emerged 3 figures, Dabai, Spinner, and Tamura. I'd say I'm sorry for interrupting your haul, but I'm not, Tamura shrugged amongst the chaos. Who the fuck are you? The bald man demanded while a layer of hard crystal grew over his skin. Doesn't matter, Tamura said. We're taking the trigger and leaving. Whether or not you live to see us leave is up to you. Like hell, the blonde spat. And the third man wearing the burlap sack leaped into action, his mouth open wider than any human should be able to manage. And Spinner stepped forward with a comically massive blade fashioned out of rope and many smaller blades. Spinner swung at the burlap-clad man, but the strange man chomped down on the sword and bit a massive chunk out of it, disrupting the integrity of the bindings and causing it to fall apart. The man took advantage and leaped for the walking gecko, but Tamura casually intervened with a palm to the man's head, instantly reducing him to bloody dust. Before the other 2 could react, another wave of blue fire slammed into them, blasting them away from the rest of the trigger. Tamura then calmly placed his hand on the ground, and everything between him and the edge of the property was laid to waste. The concrete ground ruptured and collapsed in on itself as decay quickly spread. Any untouched structures were soon leveled, and any and all stragglers attempting to flee the scene were decayed along with them. The only survivors of the attack were himself, his 2 companions, and 1 crate full of trigger. Tamura moseyed toward the crate and grabbed a handful of the untouched drug before nodding to the other 2. What do we need trigger for, Tamura? Spinner asked as he and Dabai stepped forward to grab handfuls of their own. Our primary target is going to fight back, he answered. Hard. This is just a little insurance policy to complete the mission. Think of it as a simple last resort. When he was satisfied with the haul of their own, he turned away from the destruction they caused and pulled out his phone to call their ride. Hirajiri, get us out of here. As you wish, Tamura. With that, a portal opened in front of them, and the three vacated the scene before any heroes or law enforcement could investigate the ruckus. Izuku stumbled away from one of the open gyms while blanketed in pink fire. Mirko had not gone easy on him in the slightest. Not that he was really expecting her to or even wanted her to. As painful as the spars were, he wouldn't trade them for anything. Not only did he get to fight the friggin' rabbit hero herself, he also got to explore the limits of his power on a person who could take it. His mother taught him how to fight, but Mirko was teaching him how to safely cut loose. The brief thought of his mother brought up another reason he enjoyed the spar. His need to release some of the anger that had been festering within him since finals. A lot of it still remained, but every little bit spent was a great thing in his book, and Mirko was very willing to draw it out of him if it gave her a greater fight. He'd have to do something nice for her the next time she popped up unannounced. In the meantime, Mirko left with Ryukyu to, in her words, do grown-up shit, so he was left to gingerly wander back to the showcase and try to find May and Melissa. He used the opportunity to take in even more of the sights. And he was really grateful to All Might for extending the invitation to him. The way people used their quirks in public so unconsciously was still very jarring to observe. He couldn't help but feel self-conscious when he walked out of the gym with his pink flames still actively healing him. But the fact that no one spared at a glance was so strange, and sort of liberating. Maybe that wasn't the best word to use, all things considered. Midoriya, a familiar voice called out to him, and he turned to see a costumed Ida racing toward him with gusto. Oh, Ida, I'm glad to see you, Izuku remarked with a smile. It's good to see you here, as well, my friend, Ida responded when he reached him. I suspected that you would be here given the language Principal Nezu used when he met with us. Izuku nodded, and then something occurred to him. Where's your brother? He's staying at our hotel for the day. He explained, it's part of our cover. He'll remain out of sight until tomorrow to give the illusion that his procedure was today. Ah, that makes sense, Izuku replied. Is anyone else from our class here? Surprisingly, yes, Ida answered. I was just on my way back to them, actually. Come along. David Shield studied the readings appearing on screen from Toshinori's physical assessment. The downward trend in his friend's quirk factor was concerning, but it at least remained a steady decline and hadn't taken a drastic downturn thus far. He wasn't sure how long that would last, though. Your quirk levels are still on the decline, Toshi. I know your injury was bad, but it shouldn't be hamstringing you this badly, he said while turning to the emaciated man. I guess hero work degrades your body with age, Toshinori sheepishly coughed. Quirk factors don't just disappear, though, David insisted. It's almost as if your quirk was somehow gifted to you as a teenager, and it's finally petering out as your body deteriorates from your injury. Toshinori was sweating bullets at the supposition. But David only sighed and closed his eyes. No, that would be preposterous. Quirks don't work that way. It has to be something else that's affecting you, but I'm not yet sure what that would even be. Toshinori breathed a sigh of relief at dodging that bullet, but David's mind remained unsettled. At the rate of his decline, All Might would only have so much time left to be an active pro. He already limited his time doing hero work as it stood, but he'd eventually be forced to completely retire in the not-so-distant future. The symbol of peace was the one thing keeping Japan's crime rate at 6% when other nations sported up to 20%, and that important fixture was in danger of disappearing entirely. David would not let that happen. He could not let that happen. This only emboldened his belief that he had to do something to prevent a potentially catastrophic future where All Might was gone. His quirk-boosting headgear would be just the thing All Might needed to continue preserving society. If his bosses wouldn't approve of its production, then he'd damn sure get it out there in spite of them. He didn't like having to stage a villain attack to do it, but it was for the greater good. It's not like he hired actual villains to do the deed. It was all going to be staged, and no one would actually get hurt. Besides, Murphy's Law was only a writing convention, not a scientific principle. Everything was going to be fine. Oh, there you are, Melissa called out to the approaching Izuku and Ida. I met some of your classmates. True to her word, Izuku and Ida wandered up to an outdoor cafe table seating Melissa, Achako, Gyro, and an exhausted Kaminari in Minta and waitstaff attire. Izuku was surprised to see so many of his classmates present. It felt rather inexplicable for them all to be on the island, but whatever. Achako was the first to greet them, appearing in front of Izuku in a flash with a box in hand. Happy early birthday, she shouted and handed him the box with pizzas. Since the actual date falls during our training camp, I figured I'd just give it to you now while I had the chance. The others in attendance watched curiously as Izuku slowly accepted the box and opened it. and they were even more curious when their class rep's eyes widened. What do you think it is? Mineta whispered to Kaminari. Maybe a stash of sexy pics. Kaminari joked to the shorter boy, and the two snickered until both were smacked across the head with Gyro's jacks. Izuku, meanwhile, pulled out the item in question, a silvery scarf with subtle hints of color throughout. It's an iridescent scarf, she sheepishly began to explain. It's fireproof and is woven with materials that will change color when reacting to heat. Put it on and fire up your quirk. Izuku dutifully did as he was instructed and wrapped the scarf around his neck, silently noting that it complemented the iridescent metal of his gauntlets and leg bracers rather well. When he ignited his quirk, the scarf went up in a myriad of colors alongside him, and Izuku marveled at the sight. I saved up and commissioned it from a support company that does custom orders. Ochako continued with a light blush. I figured it would be a good accessory to go with your colorful motif. She didn't get to finish before she was brought into a tight hug by her friend, and she happily returned the gesture. Thank you, Ochako, Izuku said sincerely. Had I known you'd be here, I would have gotten you something, too. That's not how birthday presents work. And you know that, she giggled, and Izuku merely shrugged. Wait, how can something be fireproof and still react to heat? Kaminari questioned. The science behind it is really beyond me, Ochako sheepishly admitted. It's entirely contradictory, Izuku thought to himself with a chuckle. Then again, I also wouldn't be able to explain Mr. Aizawa's capture scarf for people with spray bottle nozzles for heads. Rule of cool, I guess. You all received invitations to the expo, Izuku asked the group, changing the subject. We came with Yamomo, Gyro answered. Her dad's one of the shareholders for a few of the expo's sponsors, so she got a few +1s, and we thunderdomed for them. Oh, cool, Izuku replied. Then it occurred to him that the girl in question wasn't present at the table. Where is she? She jerked her thumb behind them to another table. And the first person he spotted was Mei closely analyzing Yaoyorozu's costume with a notebook in hand. He also saw Shoto sitting at the table, strangely enough. Shoto's here, too, he asked, and Gyro nodded. He said his dad got an invite but had important business, so he came in his place, she replied with a shrug. Hiroshima and Bakugo are here, too, but they're off somewhere doing who knows what. Izuku nodded and took note of the two engaging in conversation without paying anything else any mind whatsoever, Mei included. They seem close, he observed. Been that way since finals. Gyro nodded with a smirk. She gets all flustered when I ask about it and won't elaborate. Izuku hummed, and a small smile formed at the sight of the two. Good to know. It's getting late, Ida spoke up. We should return to our hotel rooms to prepare for the expo reception tonight. We are all representing UA, so we shall go together. The group took that as their cue to disperse and prepare, and Melissa and Izuku wrangled Mei away from her scheming. What were you up to with Yaoyorozu's costume? Izuku asked her. Getting that shelf off of her back first and foremost, Mei replied. One awkward landing and she's crippled. Izuku winced at the thought, as she was completely accurate in her assessment. Anything else? Replacing the chemistry dictionary she carries on that shelf with a digital index. Probably over a piece of eyewear of some kind. Still working out the specifics. We can draw something up in my lab before we get ready for the reception if you guys want, Melissa offered, and the words just barely left her mouth before a rabid Mei was tugging her away. What are we waiting for? Let's go, she excitedly declared, somehow leading the taller girl in the correct direction. Izuku amusedly shook his head and hurried along to catch up with the deceptively fast girl. Upon reaching the Island Academy campus, they headed directly to Melissa's own personal research and development lab. The two UA students were floored when they laid eyes on it, but for different reasons. Izuku was in awe of the fact that she was afforded her own lab to study and create in, whereas Mei was salivating at the thought of being able to tinker and experiment without power loader tossing her out for causing too many explosions in a 30-minute span. While the two were looking around, Izuku took stock of the full shelf of trophies and awards that Melissa had. The grind never stops for you, does it? Not a chance, she laughed. Gotta stay ahead if I wanna be a hero. Wait, like a pro? Izuku asked, and she shook her head. Nah, I gave up on that dream a while ago, she replied. Don't have a quirk, after all. Oh, Izuku muttered, mildly taken aback by the information. He didn't know what to say to that. And glancing over to Mei only showed that she was gleefully looking over some schematics that Melissa had been working on for various projects. You don't have to sound so sorrowful, Melissa joked in response. It's not a disability. Izuku internally scolded himself for reacting in the way that he did, even inadvertently. He faced her and sent her a genuine smile. No, it absolutely isn't. She returned his smile. And then her smile became a mischievous smirk. Besides, quirkless is just a word when you're a genius and decently wealthy. Izuku definitely had to concede that point. Even if I can't be a hero in the traditional sense, she continued, I can still save lives, just indirectly via quirk research and support equipment, like my dad. She looked over to a framed photo she had of her as a toddler on her father's shoulders. Even without a powerful quirk, he still does so much good for so many people with his work. You really look up to him, Izuku commented fondly. Melissa nodded with a smile. He's my hero. I want to be just like him and protect the world through science. Speaking of, she beckoned the two into a side room of the lab that stored a plethora of devices. Once both were inside, she retrieved a small chip from her pocket. Remember the pogo stick? When they nodded, she let it unfold and expand once again into the functional pogo stick. I will never get tired of seeing that, May muttered. Well, it was sort of a proof of concept for my magnum opus, Melissa admitted with a smirk before opening a drawer and retrieving a set of boxes. Then she opened a larger drawer near the floor and pulled out a larger case. She opened the smaller boxes and retrieved 2 red, metallic wristbands before locking them onto her wrists. Upon activation, the wristbands unfolded and expanded in the same fashion as the pogo stick to form a pair of gauntlets over her hands and forearms. Holy shit, Izuku remarked, and May's eyes were practically glimmering. She then opened the larger case to show a sleek, metallic pair of shoes and what appeared to be a metallic bandolier, both the same color as the gauntlets. She slipped the metal footwear over her regular shoes, and they expanded as well into a set of boots that covered up to her knees. When she put on the bandolier, it expanded to become a chest piece that fit snugly over her. The 2 UA students watched in various states of awe as she grabbed a round, flat disc and a helmet that covered all but her face. She placed the helmet on and then applied the disc into a groove in the chest piece before activating it, and the disc began to glow. All at once, the individual pieces expanded again and almost linked together, forming a fully functional power suit. A transparent, protective mask slid over her face, and she gave the 2 a triumphant grin. "Ain't she a beaut?" she smugly presented herself. 2 things happened next. First, May and Izuku flew into a frenzy of analysis on the suit with Izuku's hair erupting with white flame. The 2 bombarded her with questions ranging from how the suit was powered, what features it came with, if it could fly, if it blew things up, etc. Then, a jolt of pain shot through Izuku's head, and he promptly blacked out and dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Inko stepped through the door of their apartment with a sigh. The meeting with Nezu and Endeavor had gone well enough, but calling it emotionally draining would have been a gross understatement. She never would have expected the Flame Hero to admit his wrongdoings on his own volition, nor would she have ever expected him to agree to go public with it. Granted, had the HPSC not threatened him, he probably wouldn't have, but she reasoned that progress was progress. Regardless, it was a lot to think about, so she would rather table it now that she was home again. She was grateful that the Big 3 happened to be on campus for a training session after the meeting concluded, as a spar was exactly what she needed. She really adored those 3, especially Tagata's unflinching positivity and Hato's boundless curiosity. She'd have to do something about Amajiki's confidence, though. He was a really sweet boy. She moved her mind elsewhere before she could go off on another mental tangent, and she entered her living room and plopped onto her couch, not even bothering to remove her costume just yet. Her son was hopefully having fun on his trip to Island, and she was exhausted, so she'd take advantage of being home alone and melt into her couch for a bit. She turned on the TV and exhaled the day away, slightly turning her head to the wall where their family photos and her Chinese evergreen plant rested. That's when she noticed it. It was very subtle, and most people likely would have missed it entirely, but something about the red leaves in her plant fell off. The tension in her body returned, and she got up to inspect the plant a little closer. Her paranoia had been honed and sharpened into a blade, and she knew where everything in her home was just in case she needed to use her quirk on an intruder. So when something was amiss about something in her home while her son wasn't around to have touched anything, it was time to be on edge. A closer inspection of the plant confirmed her suspicions. Nestled rather inconspicuously among the red leaves of the plant was something that was decidedly not a leaf. She gently picked it up between her index finger and thumb and held it up to her face. It was a feather, a lone, red feather. Only one person had feathers like that, and it was the current number 3 pro hero, Hawks. It was also an open secret that he was trained by and worked directly for the Hero Public Safety Commission as part of their program to create the perfect little minion. Exactly how long had the feather been there? She noticed it quickly enough when she glanced in the plant's direction. But that didn't necessarily mean that it hadn't escaped her notice previously. It could have been there for who knows how long without her realizing it, and this could have just been the first time she paid attention to it. That wasn't even the most important question, either. Why was it here? Clearly, he had been inside her home, but why leave the feather? Was it a warning in a similar vein to Endeavor's? If so, why try to hide it amongst red leaves? Why leave a warning at all if it wasn't meant to be seen? Logically, it probably wasn't a warning. She wasn't Endeavor. They wouldn't feel the need to give her any advance warning if they had any intentions of taking action against her or her son. So, the more likely option was that Hawk's feathers did more than just fly and pierce things. Being remote explosives felt a tad far-fetched. so maybe they could also be used for surveillance. That was more plausible and would be more along the lines of the Commission's MO. Maybe he could hear through the feathers, and he placed the feather there to pick up on their conversations. Regardless of how they were going about it, the irrefutable fact was that Hawks was in her home, meaning the Commission was in her home. They were using the number 3 hero to surveil her family without their knowledge. That was absolutely fucking not going to fly. She placed the feather back in the plant to not tip Hawks off that she knew about it, and she immediately texted Nezu. There were now 2 heroes in the top 10 on her kill list. Izuku groaned and groggily opened his eyes to see the concerned faces of Mei and Melissa above him. "You okay, Muscles?" Mei asked as she and Melissa helped him sit up. "Yeah," Izuku groaned. "My head just went a little haywire just now. Not sure why." "Your hair combusted when you saw the suit," Melissa commented with worry still in her voice. "The fire was white. Is that normal?" Izuku's eyes briefly widened at the revelation. "It's part of my quirk. It's pretty much an intelligence buff, but it strains my brain after using it for too long." He frowned, thinking back to the day at the mall when he got a mild headache from briefly using the flames after his talk with Tamura Shigaraki. Or, at least, it should have only done so after using it for too long. It can sometimes activate on its own when I'm excitedly curious. But it hasn't put me down that quickly in years. "How often do you use it?" Mei asked. "Admittedly, not very often anymore," Izuku sheepishly admitted. "I haven't really had a reason to. And after I nearly liquefied my brain during the cavalry battle at the sports festival, I tried to keep away from it." "Well, there you go," Mei nodded. "Quirks are like muscles. If you don't use them, you lose them. But for it to degrade that quickly is odd," Melissa mused. "It shouldn't revert so drastically after only a few months of disuse. I'd offer to run some tests on your body, but I'm not sure we have time before the reception tonight. We can get around to that tomorrow or some other time before the expo is over." Izuku agreed. "We should get ready for the reception." "The guards are taken care of, boss," spoke a man with shoulder-length, dull pink hair into a walkie-talkie as a closet full of bound and gagged guards was shut. "Everyone is in position." "Excellent," replied a gruff voice from the other end. "Keep them bound, but don't kill them. No sense in blowing our true cover too soon. Let's move." Little did they know that they were already down a member. Disposed of in a shipping container in Gate 66 was the bloody body of one of Wolfram's own men, stripped of his clothes and riddled with large, circular puncture wounds. The uniform and mask he was wearing were currently being donned by someone else entirely. Izuku and Mei entered the lobby after the designated meeting time that Ada had declared, much to the taller boy's chagrin. They weren't the only ones, either, as just about everyone was tardy for one reason or another. One person who was on time was Mainta, and his gaze instantly traveled to Mei beside Izuku, or, more accurately, the dress she was wearing that did wonders in showing off her particularly bountiful assets in Mainta's esteemed opinion. Fortunately for him, Mei hadn't noticed him staring. Unfortunately for him, Izuku had. An almost paralyzing chill ran up the diminutive boy's spine, and his gaze shifted over to the boy beside her. His eyes were met with a slitted, heterochromatic pair surrounded by small, blue flames adorning the face of his class rep. Then they were gone and his eyes were back to their typical green, almost as if nothing was ever amiss in the first place. The point had certainly gotten across, though. He would behave or there would be consequences. He was lucky enough to not receive any official consequences after the stunt in the locker room as it was. He would like to believe that his fellow guys didn't want to sell him down the river for it. In actuality, however, the possibility of Gyro getting expelled for potentially committing attempted murder on Mainta had Ida not blocked the hole with his hand kept them from saying anything. And they told him as much. Mainta would be lying if he said that losing the respect of most of his classmates didn't make him feel pretty terrible. Meanwhile, Izuku was satisfied with his classmate averting his gaze. Mei had confided in him on the way to the reception that she never got dressed up in anything more formal than a school uniform, and doing so for a fancy reception was a peculiar experience. She even remarked about not having any pockets to hold the multi-tool she took with her everywhere in case of emergency tinkering, so she just stuffed it under her goggles. Izuku wasn't going to allow his dangerously horny classmate to make her more uncomfortable than she already was. Once everyone had arrived to the lobby of the building, however, an alert blared across the island. "Thank you for inviting me. It's truly a pleasure to be here," All Might said on stage to the collection of heroes, engineers, quirk scientists, and shareholders attending the reception. Just then, the screen behind All Might switched from the iExpo graphic to a warning signal. Across the island, an automated announcement was made informing the populace of a bomb being discovered and that the island was going into high alert. It was a strange occurrence for those who lived on the island, as that wasn't the typical protocol for bomb threats. Those who didn't were surprised and alarmed, but they followed along with the given instructions. Well, almost everyone. "The bomb," Mirko mused quizzically while she and Rukia were heading back to their hotel. "Sounds serious," Rukia replied as the security sentries entered the streets in full force. Rukia looked over to her friend. And she did not like the gleam in her eyes, nor did she like the feral grin that came over her. Let's go find it. Not a chance, Rumi. Come on, we're pros. What else do we do in this situation? Let the obscenely high-tech security measures do their jobs on the obscenely high-tech island. But they're not nearly as fast as we are. And they definitely don't look as strong. Say the bomb is stowed away in a populated area and civilians need to be rescued. Who better than us two to assist? Ryukyu begrudgingly could not argue against that. I just know I'm going to regret going along with this, Ryukyu sighed. Awesome, I'm calling in backup. Mirko cheered while pulling out her phone. Wait, what? Ryukyu choked out. Who? You'll see, she snickered as she called her newest favorite sparring partner. Hello, little green, do you know how to defuse a bomb? Why would I know how to do that, Mirko? But you could at least cover it with your orange barriers to mitigate any explosions or protect anyone in the blast zone, right? Theoretically, yeah, great. Keep your location on. We'll come find you. Wait, what? Click. Izuku put away his phone with a slightly disconcerted expression, but he put that aside for the moment and focused on the shitshow before him. He was crouching beside Gyro, who had one of her jacks plugged into the floor to hear what was going on down in the ballroom. What she picked up only filled her with dread. A group of villains took over the tower and put the island on lockdown. Gyro relayed to him with the rest of the group listening in. They have the security drones holding civilians hostage. And they subdued all of the pros in the room, including All Might. Everyone tensed at that. The idea of All Might being subdued by anyone filling them all with dread as well. What do they want? Izuku asked. I'm not sure, Gyro answered. The leader didn't say. He did send Professor Shield and another researcher off with one of his flunkies, though, so they're probably after something specific. Maybe an invention. Or research, Izuku mused with a frown, and Melissa's eyes widened. The villains could be after any number of things regarding her father's research, but it was also very possible that they were after whatever he had been pouring his time and energy into recently that he wouldn't even give her too many details about. This was bad. We have to do something, Melissa nearly pleaded. My dad's in danger. We cannot act against these villains. It would be too dangerous, Ida spoke up. I must agree, Yaoyorozu added with a downcast sigh. We don't have our hero licenses yet. We can't fight them. That hasn't stopped us before, Shoto rebutted, and Ida stiffened at the reminder. Is it really okay for us to just do nothing? A brief, albeit tense silence fell over the group, and Ochako could only look at the pensive faces of her classmate. Then, she looked to Izuku glaring a hole down at the villains in the ballroom. One look at his face showed her a burning determination to help people in need that she was so familiar with. However, behind that fiery desire was a contained fury that she wasn't so familiar with. You're going to do something about it with or without us, aren't you, Izuku? She asked him. Pretty much, he responded without looking back up at them. There are people down there who need help, and we're in a position to do that. We're heroes, license or not. This is what we do. You want to go down there and fight those villains? Minda cried. Have you learned nothing from the USJ? Immediately as the words left his mouth, he flinched and regretted saying them. The USJ was a horrifying experience for everyone in the class, but everyone had it at differing degrees, none more so than Izuku. Minda wasn't forced to kill a villain at the USJ, and he hoped he would never find himself in that situation like his classmate had. Izuku, meanwhile, didn't immediately respond, and Minda was worried that he had seriously crossed the line. Then, Izuku finally spoke. No, I haven't forgotten. I think about it every night, actually. Minda felt even worse until he finally turned to look at them with a smirk. That's the beautiful thing, though, Izuku continued. You all don't have to fight them. You just have to find the security system of the tower and deactivate it. That's easier said than done, dude, Kaminari replied. How would we even find it in order to do that? I know where it is, Melissa spoke up, drawing their attention. It's on the top floor of the tower. If these villains were able to activate the highest security measures, then they were more than likely able to disable the authenticators and passcodes. We could restart the system if we get up there. We'll just have to stay off their radar along the way. Sure, but how do we do that without being discovered? Gyro asked. If they haven't discovered us yet, they probably don't know how the system properly functions, May supplied, and Melissa nodded. I'm in, Ochako declared. I won't sit around and do nothing when we could all be doing something to help. I'm in, as well, Shoto added, and the dominoes fell until everyone was in agreement to make the journey. Then, something his green-haired friend said earlier stood out to him, and he turned to address him. Midoriya, what did you mean when you said, you all? You all go on ahead, Izuku confirmed. I'm not particularly interested in doing Die Hard today. Die Hard? Seriously? Gyro questioned with a hint of annoyance. It's my mom's favorite pre-Quirk Christmas movie, Izuku shrugged. Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie, dude. Gyro responded in a manner that was somehow deadpan and incredulous simultaneously. Yes, it is, he defended. No, it's not, Melissa spoke up. Yes, it is, Melissa. Does it take place during Christmas? Yes, but that doesn't. Is the fact that it takes place during Christmas integral to the plot? Ugh, yes, but then how is it not a Christmas movie? It embodies nothing about the spirit of Christmas. Gyro refuted. What's more Christian than taking down terrorists? Izuku rebutted, and Gyro's right eye began to twitch. There truly must be a better time for this discussion. Ada exasperatedly cut in. The arguing teens paused at their friend's words, and they each deflated. Ada's right. Izuku sighed before fixing the apparent ringleader with a hard glare. I'll keep this cockwaffle busy while you guys deactivate the security measures. If he can sick the security drones on civilians with a command, then I'll destroy his earpiece and his ability to give any commands, making your trek up to the top floor a lot less precarious. You're going all alone, both Ochako and Gyro questioned with worry. I've been needing to vent some frustrations lately, and this asshole kindly volunteered himself for the job, was all Izuku responded with before leaping into action. Gyro wanted to protest, but she decided it was better to let her class rep do his thing. The kid was ridiculously powerful, and she inadvertently caught a bit of the conversation between him and Bakugo right after finals. She didn't have any context, but she could glean that someone Izuku knew and cared about was in some kind of distress, and if that was the case, she totally understood needing to blow off some steam. She silently wished him luck and headed off toward the others, tugging Ochako along with her when she stood in place as her best friend left to fight. Izuku, meanwhile, lit his arms up in purple flames after hopping over the rail and into the ballroom. While in the air, he prepared himself to send out a wave of purple vines to rip the guns out of the grasps of the henchmen with his left arm. All the while his hair went up in white flames and the rest of his body went up in yellow. The two flames mingled on his head, and time seemingly slowed down just like at the sports festival. While his left arm was primed to strike at the henchman, he positioned his right arm toward the ringleader and pointed his index finger at the man's head, making completely sure that he had the perfect angle. When his head began to hurt again, he cut the flames, and his perception of time returned to normal. It all happened in an instant. A wave of thin, purple flames shot out of his left arm and snaked around the guns while an even thinner purple flame shot out of his right index finger and stabbed into Wolfram's left ear, destroying the communicator entirely without harming him too badly. The moment he landed, his body was bathed in yellow once more, and he shot throughout the room like a pinball to knock out each of the newly weaponless henchmen. Wolfram just barely caught on to what was happening before the yellow blur shot in his direction. But he didn't have enough time to do anything before a golden fist slammed into his face and shattered his mask. While the mask helped mitigate some of the impact, Wolfram was still blasted across the room with a loud crash. Young Midoriya, All Might shouted in surprise and alarm. The other bound heroes were alarmed as well, but they all noticed that Izuku had eliminated almost every threat in the room with a single attack. They still couldn't move, but the hostages were no longer at gunpoint. Speaking of hostages, Wolfram was beyond pissed that some little upstart fuckwit had decided to be a hero. He was incensed, however, that the little shit practically succeeded by wasting his gunmen in a literal flash. He wouldn't let that stand, and he would rub the kid's stupidity in his face by ordering civilians to be slaughtered just before he killed the brat. There is one problem with that, though. What the fuck happened to my communicator? He seethed when he felt the destroyed earpiece. He then thought back to the strange, brief feeling of something shoving into his left ear, and he snarled at the teen. Was that your punk ass doing, too? Might have been. What you gonna do about it, bitch? He had spent way too much time sparring with Mirko. Young Midoriya, All Might shouted again, this time more aghast at the vulgar taunt than in surprise or worry about his presence. Don't worry, I killed his communicator, Izuku assured without taking his eyes off of Wolfram. He's not giving any orders to anyone anymore, and the rest of us are making our way to the top floor to shut off the hijacked security system. His voice took on a much darker edge. As of right now, he's stuck on an island with me, and I've got a lot of shit I need to work through. You'll have plenty of time to work through it in hell, boy, Wolfram growled before All Might could respond. And you'll be able to give me a tour when I meet you there, Izuku replied in a frigid tone that contrasted the green flames that engulfed him. Wolfram snarled, and a thick pillar made of metal burst from the wall behind him and shot at Izuku. But the boy merely punched it and darted forward, practically carving through it with his arm on his way to beat the dogshit out of Wolfram. The man in question, absolutely gobsmacked by the feat, was helpless when the boy reached him and backhanded him through one of the newly reinforced windows, and Izuku darted out of the building after him. The room was left in silence after the display as everyone processed what they had just witnessed. A teen, likely a hero student, had just defused a hostage situation and neutralized part of the perpetrator's control over the situation in an instant, not to mention his vicious display of strength and speed shortly thereafter. Then, there was the fact that fucking All Might seemed to be familiar with him. Each of the pros' thoughts could be summed up in one sentence. That's a bad motherfucker right there, one of the bound pros casually remarked. Right, and he's so young, another added. and the tension previously engulfing the room appeared to vanish as conversation flitted about and the hostages searched for things to restrain the unconscious henchman with. All Might laid on the floor in his bindings while fighting to maintain his buff form and not blow his cover. All the while, he couldn't help but agree with the sentiments of the other pros. So young, indeed. After being batted out of the building, Wolfram crash-landed on a nearby roof with an unforgiving skid. Unfortunately for him, Izuku was following closely behind him, and he looked to be gearing up for a vicious punch that Wolfram wanted absolutely nothing to do with. The man sent a wave of pillars at him from the metal of the building he was standing on, and Izuku merely bounded through and around the wave with such ease that chipped away at the confidence he initially had about killing the boy. He poured his energy into his quirk and shot even more pillars at Izuku, but the teen wasn't deterred in the slightest and dodged, blocked, and smashed through the oncoming metal like a bat out of hell. Wolfram was only afforded a half-second once Izuku landed to ponder the decisions that led him to this moment before the hardest punch he had ever received slammed into his gut and practically blasted him off of the roof entirely. There was no further reprieve, as Izuku chased after him and unloaded a flurry of blows onto the man while he was still in flight, ending with a stiff kick to his ribs that shot him down towards the concrete of the street. Unfortunately for Wolfram, he would not be saved by the loving embrace of death today. Long before he could hit the ground, he was wrapped up in purple flames and flung back into the air towards another roof. Izuku, anchoring himself to the side of a building with purple spikes in one hand and holding onto Wolfram in the other, spun the man around like a lasso and slammed him to the roof of the newest building. Then, he altered the properties of the spikes to make them elastic enough for him to slingshot himself into the air and rolling into a series of flips that ended with him coming down with an axe kick. Luna Inferno, he bellowed with his legs shining a positively venomous malachite, driving it down into the prone man with such force that it drove him through the roof and into the top floor of the building. Wolfram truly did not know what horrendous evils he perpetrated in a previous life to earn him a mauling such as this from a feral teenager. Had he not activated the secret muscle augmentation quirk he received from All for One, he almost certainly would have been in the medical ward of a prison for months. He turned his head in the rubble to look at the boy, and one glance into his eyes introduced him to a well of raging fury at a level that he had only last seen in his father when he broke into the man's liquor cabinet and broke both of his arms falling down the stairs in the aftermath. He could even swear that there were prominent flickers of black filling up the boy's green, hate-filled gaze. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't even seeing Wolfram as he glared down at him. All he saw was the piece of trash that hurt his mother and the bureaucratic collection of filth that covered for him and so many other pieces of trash. He would savor every second of the retribution he'd unleash upon them. He'd watch them burn with a smile. You don't fuck with a Shimura, after all. Wolfram, on the other hand, refused to be a casualty of whatever baggage this freak of nature needed to resolve. He capitalized on the momentary pause the boy seemed to take to savor the punishment he was inflicting, and he leaped to his feet to snatch the boy by the face with his muscle augmentation still active, and he threw him back out of the building as hard as he could. Izuku wasn't expecting such a sudden feat of strength from him, and he cursed himself for forgetting where he was and letting his emotions get the better of him. He regained his bearings and landed on yet another roof, but before he could resolve to not make that mistake again, Wolfram landed right in front of him and punched him with such force that it almost felt as though he was battling Mirko again. It wasn't nearly as hard as the punches from the Namu at the USJ, but it was more than enough to send him careening across the roof and nearly sliding off the edge of it. You like it? Wolfram mocked with a smirk. It's something special I got from All for One. I was saving it for if I had to kill the symbol of peace, but you're no ordinary boy. If he said anything after that, Izuku didn't hear it. The only thing bouncing through his ears was, it's something special I got from All for One. This man got a quirk from All for One. This man had associated with All for One. Now, not only was he seeing his mother's old teacher in the HPSC, he was seeing All for One, the blight on humanity that forced his grandmother to give up his mother and uncle before ruthlessly killing her. Something within him snapped. As Wolfram took a few more steps toward the boy, a wave of unbearable heat blasted at him mere milliseconds before Izuku erupted in a tower of black fire. Wolfram had to shield his face from the sight. The flames were a bottomless abyss that was simultaneously blinding. He looked away from the utter contradiction for a brief moment before his survival instincts kicked in, and he dropped to put up a thick wall of metal that blocked the pitch-black inferno sent at him. Wolfram would have moved back to attack, but he was transfixed by the way the metal wall started to melt under the heat. Only then did he notice just how ridiculously hot the area had become, and he scrambled away to safety, but the heat was unyielding no matter how far he went. One chance glance at the teen struck him with a sight he'd remember for the rest of his life. The previously clothed teen was standing in a pit of black fire that incinerated everything in sight. Blood cascaded down his form from his quickly burning skin, creating a haunting mixture of dark red and pitch black that was punctuated with glowing green eyes holding nothing but the purest of malice the man had ever seen. Wolfram hadn't felt true fear in a very long time. But his pants certainly got a little heavier in that moment. Then, the quickly fleeting pain resulting from his nerves being cooked alive snapped Izuku out of his stupor, and he snapped back to reality with a gasp. The black flames died out, and Izuku fell to his knees. He looked down at his bloody hands in horror. His skin was absolutely ravaged. He had forgotten everything around him. And that was a costly mistake as Wolfram slammed a fist into his face and sent him crashing into the empty street. His already raw skin was ruined even further. But before he could move a muscle, he was wrapped in pipes from the sewer system and trapped in place. Wolfram quickly made his way to the boy with purpose. The kid was scarily powerful as it was, but that display with the black fire was way too frightening to mess around with. He needed to kill this kid, and he needed to do it quickly. Izuku didn't even register the man's approach. Truthfully, he wasn't registering anything at all. He had lost control, and he tore his body apart as a result. The blackness that he had been avoiding for so many months had nearly consumed him in a single moment. He only just barely had the wherewithal to pull himself out of it. He just barely made out a large shape hovering above him before his vision returned to focus, and he was met with the sight of Wolfram's boot poised to stomp his cranium into the pavement. However, something slammed into the man before he could finish him off, and he was sent careening into metal plating covering a nearby building. Izuku craned his head to see Mirko standing protectively over him, looking as if she was ready to maul anything and everything that approached him. Then, she turned her furious, red gaze down at him, and her eyes narrowed upon taking in his bloody form. She kneeled down and gave him the most comforting face she could, which for a pissed-off Mirko was only a slightly less threatening glare. "Did he do this to you?" she asked in a soft tone that wildly contradicted the furious expression she wore. Izuku neither responded nor nodded, since the man technically hadn't been the culprit. But Mirko was convinced enough to return an utterly murderous gaze back onto the man who was pulling himself out of the metal of the building. Only then did Izuku notice the massive dragon that was Ryukyu hovering dangerously above the man. Meanwhile, Wolfram had briefly made it back to his feet before bending over to hack up a glob of blood. He had never been kicked that hard in his life. First, he had to deal with the angry teenager who could carve through metal in his abdomen with a punch, and now he had to deal with an even angrier-looking woman with rabbit ears that could probably shatter his entire skeleton at once with a single kick regardless of his muscle augmentation. Then, there was the elephant in the room, or, rather, the dragon in the air above him. The worst part was that he didn't even have the fucking Quirk amplifier that he had gone to all this trouble to steal in the first place. The whole plan was truly a shitshow and a half. He just hoped that Swordcoal or anyone else could retrieve it and escape, because it didn't look like he would. He was dragged out of his musings by a vicious kick to the sternum from the rabbit hero, launching him into the awaiting claw of the dragoon hero, only to immediately be slammed into the pavement and pinned under the weight of her claws. He used the strength gifted to him by the supervillain to slowly pry the dragon's hand off of him. But a Luna fall from Mirko slammed him back to the ground with another glob of blood escaping his mouth. With his hands pinned to the ground, he sent a wave of metal pillars up to attack and knock the dragon woman off of him. But they only offered a second's reprieve before she tore through them. At that point, Wolfram was exhausted. He could only sigh and resign himself to the ass-whooping he was sure to receive. And what an ass-whooping it was. Izuku watched the man be viciously torn apart by the two pro-heroines, somewhere between Mirko kicking him up into the air towards Ryukyu only for her to whack him back to the ground with her tail, and the two women juggling the man amongst each other like a hacky sack. Izuku felt stable enough to bathe himself in his pink flames. He knew that healing his burns would take quite a while, just as they had when small patches of black flames snuck into his green flames at the USJ. So he sighed and got comfortable in his little nook in the street while the two women eviscerated the villain and his Quirk did its job as best as it could. He hoped that the others were doing okay. The others were, in fact, not doing okay. The group had split up in increments to deal with the various threats they encountered, from wandering villains to a legion of security sentries. Eventually, it came down to May and Melissa, and they were hurrying through the halls and nearing the top floor until they were nearly sliced in half by a furious man with pink hair. "You little fucking gremlins have caused us way too much trouble," the man growled. "Bad enough the boss has been offline for 20 minutes, now you fuckheads are ruining." His rant was cut short when a strange-looking red pogo stick entered his vision before unconsciousness took him. Standing over him was May with the pogo stick in hand, having just whacked the man in the head with it after dislodging its chip state from one of the straps of her dress. Melissa looked at her with a mixture of shock, gratitude, and mild annoyance. Noticing the other girl's stare, May shrugged. "I snagged it while Izuku was passed out. I'd apologize, but I know you'd do the same." "Damn right, I would," Melissa said with a smirk. "Let's keep going, we're almost there." The two inventors hurried along with their goal very nearly in sight, traveling down the last few sets of hallways until they passed a massive vault room. Melissa wouldn't have stopped, but she heard the familiar voices of her father and his lead researcher, Samuel. I've unlocked it. Block 1147. David called to Samuel. Wonderful. Samuel responded and quickly ran to the newly appearing locked box. Opening it up, he gleefully retrieved a case and presented it to David. We did it, Professor. Finally, I've got it back, he breathed out while gazing at his magnum opus. All that research, and they just took it from me. But now I have it back in my hands. Our plan worked perfectly. And it looks like the villains are holding things down, Samuel said with a nod to the masked man standing off to the side that escorted them up to the vault. Papa, Melissa muttered in shock. And it got the attention of the three men in the room who turned to see her standing beside an equally shocked May. Melissa, he said in growing horror. What are you doing up here? Is what he said true? She questioned in a low, disbelieving tone. Did you plan all of this, just to steal something? David did not respond, nor did the other two men beside him. Answer me, she cried. Is it true? More silence was the only response she got. David shamefully looked to the ground, and Samuel looked at anything but the girl in front of them. Please, say something. Yes, it's true, her father finally answered, and she had to fight back a horrified sob. The professor is only trying to get back what was stolen from him, Samuel hurried to explain. This device can amplify quirks, so it's trigger but in helmet form. May questioned with narrowed eyes. No, Samuel denied. Unlike drugs, this could magnify a person's quirk without doing any damage to their body or brain. But our sponsors confiscated the prototype and our research data, and they demanded that we kill the project. They feared that something as revolutionary as this would upheave superhuman society. So the governments of multiple nations pressured your father to abandon the project to avoid widespread chaos. That's why we did this. You pulled the strings on this attack from the beginning. Melissa choked out with May's fists tightening behind her. Why? Why would you do this? I had to. You put so many lives in danger. For what? I had to save All Might. Melissa was struck silent at that, as she had no idea what All Might had to do with any of this. May, however, had her narrowed gaze on the masked man standing off to the side. He hadn't spoken or moved a muscle the entire time. But he didn't look relaxed. She zoomed in on him and could see the subtle signs in his posture that he was tense, as if he was waiting to strike. She didn't quite believe that the people attacking the expo were entirely actors. All Might's quirk is disappearing. Melissa, her father pleaded. If he uses this device, he'll be back to his old self. No, he'll be even greater. The symbol of peace would never dim. He could keep saving people just like he always has, and society wouldn't crumble in his absence. He took the case from Samuel and manically clutched it to his chest. Please, just let me get this device to All Might. I don't care what punishment I receive after that. Throw me in prison, strip me of my accolades, just let me save All Might. Yeah, about that. The masked henchman finally spoke up, garnering the attention of the room as he removed his helmet. What was revealed underneath was chin length, crimson hair and two violet eyes lazily observing the group. Then, a golden chain with a pointed tip shot out of the man's midsection and stabbed through David's bicep, forcing him to drop the case with a cry of pain. Another chain shot out of him to catch the case and bring it over to him, and the redhead took the case into his grasp. What are you doing? Samuel shouted. You're actors. You're not really stealing the device. The man gave Samuel a dry chuckle before three more chains lashed out faster than anyone could react and pierced the rotund man through his chest, much to the growing horror of David and Melissa. That's the funny thing about all of this. The man began as he retracted the chains and Samuel fell to the ground with a thud. The guys you hired weren't actually actors. They were planning on stealing the device from the start. What they were going to do with it, I have no idea, but it doesn't matter now because I'm not even one of the guys you hired. The way the man spoke so casually about it all while his partner and friend was bleeding out beside him unnerved David to his core. It almost prevented him from standing up to confront him. Almost. You son of a bitch, David growled. But before he could take another step, a final chain lashed out and stabbed him in the thigh, sending him to the ground to the tune of his daughter's screams. I missed your femoral artery, the redhead informed in the same casual manner. Stand down, shield. You've outlived your usefulness, so don't push your luck any further than you already have with this whole stunt. Whether or not your daughter becomes an orphan tonight doesn't really matter to me one way or the other. With that, he turned and walked away from the two bleeding men. Melissa, tears cascading down her cheeks from the sight, made to rush to her father's side while the man was passing by, but she felt May's hand locked tightly around her wrist to keep her in place. When she looked down at the girl, she saw May glaring dangerously at the approaching assailant, but she wasn't moving a muscle. The man in question watched on in mild amusement as he casually strolled by the two girls. Smart. You do have quite the brain on you, Ms. Hatsu. May did not flinch even a millimeter when he revealed that he knew her name, only keeping her glare on him and her grip on the trembling Melissa. The man seemed to find that equally amusing and worthy of his respect, and he continued on with a light chuckle. By the way, he spoke as he was leaving the room. If you want to disable the security system, no one is manning the control center. You won't find me by the time the pros are free. Anyway, he turned his head to give them one last look, and the mirth dancing about his violet eyes put the two even further on edge than anything up to that point. For your sake, you won't. With that, the man turned the corner and strolled away. Melissa released the sob she was holding in, and she hurried over to her father. Papa, she choked out to the bleeding man below her. He attempted to offer her a smile in an attempt to reassure her, but it came out as nothing more than a pained grimace. Hey, May said, placing a hand on her shoulder, I got this. Take down the security system. Save the building. I'll save your dad. Melissa looked at her through teary eyes, and May nodded to reassure her that they could both do it. Melissa nodded in return, and she hurried out of the vault. May quickly removed the multi-tool from under her goggles and used one of the blades to cut strips from the bottom of her dress to fashion tourniquets for his thigh and arm. You have medic training? David asked the girl as she worked, and she shrugged. My mom was an EMT before she fucked off to join a cult. David did not respond to that, and May did not elaborate any further. When she was finished applying them, she looked to the larger man, but he was dangerously pale. Samuel, how is he? David asked her, fearing the worst from the brief alarm that showed on her face before she got a hold of it. It's not good, she replied before placing 2 fingers to his jugular, and her expression became solemn. No pulse, she informed him, and David placed his head in his hands, letting loose a wail of grief into them. This is all my fault. David despaired in the floor beside his friend's body, tears pouring down his face. I went along with this foolish scheme, and the man continued his pained wailing, both at the loss of his friend and the loss of all of their hard work. May wasn't going to lie to him by assuring him otherwise, so she kept quiet. High Island's security system is now operating in normal mode. At the announcement, the redhead casually wandered through the newly opened security doors and down the emergency stairwell. Along the way, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone before calling in to report the success of his mission. Skeptic, this is Kusari. The job is complete. Excellent work as always, Kusari. The Grand Commander will be pleased with your results. Now, hurry back to Japan before the League starts asking questions. Understood. Mirko and Ryukyu stood over the positively mangled body of Wolfram. He was very much alive, but breathing without pain would be next to impossible for him for the foreseeable future. Izuku, having freed himself of his metal bindings and healed his body enough to stop the bleeding and walk without too much trouble, meandered over to the heroine duo and peered down at the unconscious man. You all right, kid? Mirko asked him with a level of concern that he didn't even know she was capable of. Yeah, he muttered with a nod. What happened before we got here? Ryukyu asked him. I don't think he was capable of doing that level of damage to you. Those were really bad burns. They still kind of are. He didn't do it, Izuku admitted with a sigh. I lost control of my quirk. Mirko frowned at that. But aren't you practically fireproof? Only mostly, he simply responded. Mirko wanted to press the subject, but Ryukyu grabbed her shoulder to encourage her not to. Izuku didn't appear to want to discuss the specifics right that moment, so she reluctantly relented. H-L-H-L-H-L, came a boisterous laugh from above, and the familiar red, white, yellow, and blue figure of the symbol of peace landed before them. I am late, Mirko interrupted. You are late. The 3 of us already took care of it. 3 was the simultaneous thought of Izuku and Ryukyu, and they turned to look at her. What? She asked. The kid softened him up big time before we got here. The 2 of us just did cleanup duty, even if there was a pretty big mess to clean up. That wasn't how Izuku would describe what happened whatsoever, but he would be lying if he said the acknowledgement didn't nearly make him choke up, even if it came in the most backhanded, Mirko way possible. Ryukyu only nodded in assent and sent the boy a proud smile, which only made it more difficult for him to keep the happy tears in. Such youth, he mused to himself upon remembering young Midoriya's grand entrance to the ballroom and handling of the hostage situation. He turned a considering gaze to the 2 women with him, and his sentiments only strengthened. While they had a decade on the young man, it was nowhere near the 4 decades he had on him. The next generation appeared to be in good hands, but would they be enough to combat a threat as dangerous as All for One? On the same token, would a threat as great as All for One ever pop up again? Overhaul was sitting at his desk parsing through the data he gathered from the experimental trials of the latest batch of quirk erasing bullets they had been able to produce with Irie's blood. This batch had proven more promising than any previous batches, eliminating a quirk for an average of 12 hours. That was up from the max of 6 hours that he had been able to achieve previously. Things were progressing rather well in his opinion. Hopefully, with further experimentation, he could finally pin down a formula to achieve the permanent quirk factor elimination he was searching for. A diseased world finally cleansed of the sickness that was quirks would be within his grasp. Sir. A nervous man stood in the doorway of Overhaul's office. Ordinarily, no one, especially not anyone of any rank below that of the 8 bullets, would ever address the man in his office without knocking first. However, ordinarily, the door would also be closed for them to knock if they needed an audience with him. When the masked Yakuza boss looked at him but did not speak, the nervous man took that as a cue to state his business and go. The Hall of Trigger you sent out Setsuno, Hojo, and Tabe to collect never came in, the man began to explain, but his boss' continued silence unnerved him even further. So we sent out a search party to check up on them, and the man trailed off, now sweating bullets at having to deliver the news to Overhaul. The fact that the man hadn't spoken or made a move even once since he arrived to speak to him wasn't helping matters. The abandoned factory they were producing in was completely leveled. The man finally was able to finish. There was dust and blue fire everywhere, and the cops and pro-heroes were already on scene. No sign or word from anyone in the family, and the trigger was already confiscated by the cops. The man only soldiered on at the continued silence from Overhaul. The early news coverage didn't say anything about a hero fight or trigger bust, so we assumed that it was a rival group or maybe some opportunistic villains. The man did not get to finish as Overhaul practically teleported from behind his desk to right in front of him and splattered the man across the floor and walls outside of his office. Overhaul maintained his blank gaze as he stared down at the mess of gore that used to be his henchman. "You didn't knock," he reprimanded out loud to the very, very dead underling before walking back into his office with a command to anyone in earshot to clean up the mess. "So, it appears someone is waging war with the shy Hasekai," Overhaul muttered as he sat back down in his chair. "Dust and blue fire, huh, how annoying." Inko sat back down on her couch substantially more exhausted than she was earlier. She had finished her conversation with Nezu about her discovery of Hawk's Feather, and the Chimera had spent 15 minutes talking her down from hunting the wing hero down and liberating him of his kneecaps. They couldn't afford to be so rash. The Commission had clearly made a move against them, and they couldn't be certain as to when. They were already planning a strike against the Commission with Endeavor's situation. But as of right now, the Midoriya home was pretty much compromised. Fortunately, Nezu already had plans for the construction of dormitories for UA students that lived too far to comfortably travel and had to move or get an apartment closer to the school. He'd have Cementos expedite its construction in order to get the Midoriya family to a more secure environment. Meanwhile, they would continue planning, gathering allies, and putting pieces in place for the downfall of the HPSC. Then they could liberate Hawks of his kneecaps. For the time being, Inko was both stressed and exhausted, and she just wanted to see her son, so she opted to video call him. He picked up after a few rings, and Inko was greeted with the sight of her son's bandaged face sporting a very sheepish smile. "Hey, Mom." Inko was only mildly alarmed by her son's clear injuries. He was tough, and he could heal himself if necessary, but what the hell happened to put him in that state? "Honey, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," he assured. "I just got a little banged up dealing with Murphy's Law." Her brow furrowed. What exactly happened? She watched her son nervously scratch the back of his head, so she already knew that she wouldn't like the answer. Funny story." "Hold that thought," she interrupted before casting her Chinese evergreen a glance and standing up from the couch. "It's a little stuffy in here, so I'm gonna step outside for some air." She idly noticed her son giving her a curious look, and she knew that he wasn't going to like the news one bit when she told him. She wouldn't worry him while he was on his trip. "Okay, what happened?" she asked after shutting her front door and walking away from the apartment. Well, the I-Expo was attacked by villains." Inko stopped in her tracks and fixed her son with a look of concern. "Excuse me, some guys hijacked the island's security system and tried to hold everyone hostage while they stole some really valuable tech and research." I may have intervened." Inko gave him a flat look. "Izuku, all of the pros were trapped and restrained, even All Might. They literally couldn't do anything without risking innocent lives. We were in a position to help without putting lives in danger, so we did that. Me, Achako, a few others from my class, Mei Hatsum from the sports festival, and Melissa Shield. In other words, no one with a license," she sighed. "People are free to use their quirks as they please on I-Island, provided it isn't for criminal activity," Izuku responded. "From what I understand after the police spoke with me a little while ago, vigilantism isn't technically criminalized on the island, particularly since there isn't ever any crime for regular people to stop. So, you skidded by on a technicality once again," she chuckled. "I suppose." Her son chuckled along with her. "It helped that Mirko and Rukyu showed up at the end for a Deus Ex heroine. They beat that guy into the ground." Inko frowned. "Was that guy in question the one who did all this to you?" "Oh, no," Izuku hastily assured. "These injuries are all self-inflicted. Inko stared blankly at the screen, and her son began to sweat under her gaze. He coughed and cleared his throat, deciding to explain further. I sort of lost control of my quirk, he muttered. How? She pressed. A new color, Izuku answered before briefly looking away from the screen to hide his shame. A bad one. Inko, of course, picked up on that movement, and she frowned in concern. Sweetie, I'm okay, though. Izuku quickly spoke up to move on from the topic. Just need some more time with my healing flames and then I'll be good as new. What's going on back home? How's everything going? Inko wasn't fooled by the attempt to change the subject, and it worried her even more. However, she would let it rest for the moment and allow Izuku to enjoy the rest of his trip. She could press for more information when he got back home. With that in mind, the answers to the questions he asked would worry him should she respond truthfully. She knew that he wouldn't react very well to the news that the HPSC was attempting to surveil them. Everything's fine, she finally answered. You're okay, so I'm okay. Inko could see in Izuku's eyes that he caught the way she dodged the question, and she internally cursed how sharp the boy was. She was relieved that he didn't press the issue either, though, and he only offered her a bandaged smile. What's the time difference between Japan and I Island? Inko asked, half in an effort to change the subject again and half out of pure curiosity. Honestly, Izuku began with a hum. No idea. I don't even know where in the Pacific we even are right now. This whole island is powered by plot. Don't think about it too hard. I'll try not to, she replied with a snort. I'll leave you to get some rest. You need it. Okay. I love you, Mom. I love you, too, Izuku. Are you serious? I missed all of that. Tensei Edo was beside himself. When the island's security protocol had lifted and foot traffic was allowed once more, Tensei considered leaving the hotel to check on his brother. However, keeping up his cover was important to keep certain bureaucrats from asking unwanted questions. So he stayed in his room and was mildly reassured by the texts he received from his brother when the island's cell reception finally returned. Only when Tenya returned and informed him of what actually happened did he understand the true enormity of the situation. Needless to say, he was rather nettled. Do not despair, elder brother. Tenya tried to placate him. We defeated the evildoers, and everyone made it out safe and mostly unharmed. No, I figured that much, Tensei waved off. I'm upset that I was cooped up in a hotel room with no TV or internet while there was prime villain but to be kicked out there. Do you know how long it's been since I kicked a strong villain after a recipro burst? Tenya stood with an utterly incredulous expression before he sighed and his eye began to twitch. As tactless as ever, elder brother. You know it, Tensei chuckled before sitting on the bed. How's Midoriya? Tenya's expression became slightly solemn, surprising the older Ida hero. He sustained numerous injuries in his battle with the leader of the villains. He assured us that they were self-inflicted after he lost control of his quirk and that he could heal them himself, though. Wow, that's rough, Tensei remarked with a frown. He seemed to have really fine control over his fire from what I've seen. I wonder what happened to make it slip. I wonder that, as well, Tenya agreed. I can't imagine what could have pushed him so far, and he was very hesitant to reveal many details. Well, I suppose we can just be glad that he alongside everyone else made it out all right. Tensei sighed before turning a smile back towards his younger brother. Now, tell me about these villains and how far you kicked them. Izuku had taken his mother's advice and gotten more rest. The burns incurred from the black flames were healing incredibly slowly, just as he expected they would, and the constant stamina drain of having his pink flames continuously active would probably kill him at some point if he didn't rest and eat intermittently. Several times he awoke to see Ochako sitting beside him, usually with food, despite his assurances that he was fine. That final instance of him waking up wouldn't be so pleasant, however. Enough time had passed for daylight to be breaking through the window of his hospital room, so he knew that it was at least the next day and the Expo had officially begun. Sitting next to his bed wasn't Ochako, though. It was Mei, but she was busy napping as well. He chuckled and snapped his fingers in front of her face to wake her, jolting her awake with all the spastic glory that only she could provide. When she finally laid eyes on him, he could see relief and genuine happiness on her face. Human Torch, you're awake. She cheered. That's a new one, Izuku laughed. How's the expo been? Mei's face quickly lost its levity, and she became pensive. The expo is mostly proceeding on as planned with a few exceptions. You're making it sound like there's a lot more to this than just the villain attack. Izuku cautiously probed. David Shield was arrested, Mei replied. What? Izuku exclaimed, practically hopping out of his hospital bed. Why? What the hell happened while I was out? The villain attack was an inside job, Mei began to explain, and Izuku's eyes nearly shot out of his skull. Apparently, the professor and his partner hired a squad of actors to stage a heist so that they could retrieve a powerful device and research that their bosses forced them to scrap. Are you serious? Izuku asked incredulously, and she nodded. What device could possibly be worth attempting something so comically stupid? A device that amplifies quirks, Mei responded, and Izuku went pale. It's basically Trigger without any of the harmful side effects. He wanted to extend All Might's time as the symbol of peace. It was a whole thing. Izuku sat back onto his bed and preemptively massaged his temples for the headache he could already feel coming. He just knew that he would be incredibly annoyed by whatever outcome resulted from this mess. The problem was that the actors weren't actually actors, May continued, and Izuku felt his headache gaining strength. They were real villains who had every intention of stealing the invention, and they were legitimately holding the island hostage to accomplish that. So, Professor Shield and Mr. Abraham were arrested for conspiracy and attempted theft. Then, Izuku hazarded a guess. Not exactly, May hesitantly denied, and Izuku did not like where this was going. I only know because I was with Melissa when it happened, but one of the guys was only masquerading as a hired villain. I don't know if he was working alone or if he was colluding with another party, but he attacked Shield and Abraham and then left with the device. She went silent for a long moment before she hesitantly spoke again. Abraham didn't make it. Shield accepted responsibility for it, as well as for the device being stolen. Oh dear, Izuku lowly remarked. He was truly at a loss for words. The shitshow had become a shit motion picture, and the expo is still going on. May's face screwed into one of disgust as she nodded. It was likely a financially motivated decision given just how many important and wealthy institutions either attend, fund, or have some sort of stake in the expo. I don't have any actual details on that, though. Again, I only know as much as I do because I was with Melissa when it all happened, and we were questioned together. I can only speculate beyond that. So, a man is dead, Izuku slowly uttered, and one of the island's premier scientists and inventors is held responsible, but the show must go on in spite of the scandal in the interest of not losing money. Like I said, no actual details on that, May answered with a tired sigh. We're pretty much on the same page, though. The two sat in silence for a lengthy minute and marinated in the insidious implications. Shit motion picture truly did not even begin to cover the situation, after all. The man who did it, she quietly continued while fixing Izuku with a look of concern. He knew my name. He knew exactly who I was. That certainly took the boy by surprise. What did he look like? He had straight, red hair and violet eyes. And he was kind of tall, but everyone is tall to me, May answered. Izuku's eyes hardened at the description. It couldn't possibly be the same person from the mall, could it? He needed to be absolutely sure. Did he have a lackadaisical yet entirely too threatening air about him? Izuku pressed. Yes, very much so, May nodded. Shit, it is the same guy. Just who the hell is he? He put that out of his mind to think about later. How's Melissa taking it? May silently mulled the question over for a moment. She's handling it as best as anyone could in her situation. All Might has stayed by her side, so that's probably helping. Where is she? He asked. She sequestered herself in her lab at the academy, May answered. That's actually why I'm here. She gave me her ID to come in and out of the building, so I thought it would be better to come get you once you were discharged. Your interpersonal skills are substantially better than mine, so you'd be better suited for comforting duty than me. You give yourself too little credit, you know, Izuku remarked even though she wasn't wrong in the slightest. May just shrugged. I know where my strengths lie. I suppose inventing and improving support tech is easier than dealing with the inherent volatility of human emotions. The greenhead mused while laying back into his bed. That, she nodded, and babies tend not to disappoint you. If they do, it's because you probably did something wrong. People, on the other hand, just try to make you believe that's the case. That was a much more cynical outlook than he would have expected from her. He considered probing further for more insight into that, but one of the doctors that was monitoring his condition entered the room. It wasn't long before he was officially discharged and on his way to the Island Academy to check on Melissa. When the two arrived to her personal lab, they found her hunched over her table and entrenched in one of the gauntlets of the crimson power suit she had created. She didn't look up at them when they entered, only throwing up a haphazard wave before returning to her work. Izuku idly noted that All Might wasn't in the room with her, meaning he probably left to get food or something. When the two approached her, Izuku got a better look at the haggard girl. Her hair was a mess, and that was even discounting the few clumps of it that were strewn about the floor of the lab. Her eyes were red and had more bags than Yaoyorozu after a particularly fruitful trip to the mall, but they were still laser-focused on the gauntlet she was working on. May and Izuku threw a glance towards each other, and they silently sat down across from her while she worked. Without a word, Melissa slid a set of schematics and notes over to May, and Izuku noticed that her knuckles were bruised. As May put on her goggles and grabbed the other gauntlet, Izuku looked around the room, and his eyes quickly landed on the bits of broken glass on the floor. Beside them was the smashed remains of the frame that held the photo of Melissa and David. He turned back to the blonde and noticed that every so often, her hands would twitch while she was working, and her subtle flinches whenever they did told him that she was in pain. He reached over with his palms bathed in gentle, pink fire, and he hovered them over her own. She paused but didn't look up, allowing him to use his healing flames to mend her bruised knuckles and restore her hands to an unblemished state. When he was finished and retracted his hands, she did not return to working on the gauntlet, instead sitting in choked silence. Tears started to trail down her cheeks, but she swiftly wiped them away. She paused once again when she felt a hand on her shoulder, though, and she finally brought her watery gaze up from the table to see a kind, warm pair of green eyes staring back at her. She turned her head slightly, and May had removed her goggles and was also giving her a reassuring look. Melissa gave the two a small, genuine smile, and she slid another copy of the schematics and her notes to Izuku. White flame bloomed in Izuku's hair while he looked them over, and the three silently worked on the gauntlets together. Nary a word was uttered among them, but nothing needed to be said. In that moment, a solid understanding blossomed between the three. Baby-making could bring anyone together through the toughest of times. Overhaul was a businessman, but more than that, however, he was a man of science. As such, the superpowered society entrenched in sickness that resulted from the development of quirks was inherently incongruent with how he believed the world should function. With that in mind, he could still find it in himself to do business with the diseased in the interest of practicality. To Overhaul, the ends always justified the means. If he needed to manufacture the very compound that boosted the sickness he sought to destroy in order to artificially inflate demand for a counter to that drug, he would do so and then capitalize on that demand maliciously. If he needed to continually tear apart and reassemble a 6-year-old girl in order to create that counter, he would gladly do so. It was all for a world free of the disease of quirks. All of that being said, it would come as a surprise to no one that Overhaul did not take encroachments on his operations lightly, especially at a time where the development of his cure to the sickness of quirks was drawing ever so near. A group of filthy degenerates attacking one of his trigger operations was unfortunate enough, but under normal circumstances, he could just have some of his men locate them and deal swift justice without him having to spend any of his own energy on it. This was not a normal occasion. Not only was the trigger operation attacked, but a third of the 8 bullets were killed in the process. Finding downtrodden saps that he could manipulate into pledging loyalty to him while also being competent enough to be useful was rather annoying. But they could inevitably be replaced. However, the insult of attacking the shy Hasekai so brazenly could not be overlooked, and retribution would be had. So, what was Overhaul to do? Well, on such deserving occasions, he'd opt to make an appearance among the degenerates in question himself, upon which he'd personally slaughter each and every single one of them. Then, he'd reassemble one of them to get the message across to never cross the shy Hasekai again, hopefully spreading the word to the rest of the roaches skittering about the criminal underworld. Let it be known that Overhaul was a firm believer in every action garnering an unequal and excessive reaction unless there was potential business to be done, but no such business would be done here. As he calmly sat at his desk and continued comparing his findings from the newest batch of his quirk eliminator from the last one, the young man had already sent his hounds out to sniff out any and every bit of information they could find on the lead they had as to the identities of their attackers. Blue flames and dust seemed like long shots at first glance given the unfathomable quantity of quirks in Japan's monstrous population, but he wasn't the youngest Yakuza boss in Japan's criminal underworld for no reason. With his very expansive network of informants, he was certain that he could suss out a man that wielded blue flames and a man who could render entire buildings to rubble. Those quirks, repugnant infections they may have been, were exceptionally powerful, and anyone casually boasting that kind of power would not be able to hide from Overhaul forever. No one could. The next few days came and went, and the Expo reached its final day. Izuku had wanted to forego the festivities and stay with Melissa, but she insisted that he shouldn't deprive himself of the experience for her sake. He tried to fight her on it, but she was vehement that while she greatly appreciated his concern and would consider him a great friend without question despite only meeting him that week, she wasn't a damsel in distress, nor was she a fragile, porcelain doll that needed to be handled with the utmost care. He stood his ground, though, knowing exactly the toll being alone with your thoughts could take on someone after any length of time. Needless to say, the back and forth got a little heated, and tempers flared when neither party backed down. Fortunately, cooler heads would ultimately prevail, and they eventually came to a compromise in which Izuku would split his time between the expo and hanging out with her so long as he brought her food whenever he returned. Izuku would also explain away the black eye he had by saying Mirko tagged him during another impromptu spar. Meanwhile, David Shield's name was dragged through the mud over the course of the week. There were a litany of angles he was getting attacked from in the coverage of the scandal. In one angle, he was painted as the orchestrator of a terrorist attack with the goal of stealing dangerous technology out of anger of having his work shut down for the greater good. In another, he was displayed as a scorned, mad scientist attempting to take his ball and go home after ruining the Expo. And the Expo continuing on in spite of his failed attempt was just a refusal to bend to villainy. Not a lot was reported on what was actually stolen, and the reporting left it very ambiguous as to whether anything was stolen at all. It made sense to Izuku if what May said was true. That Quirk amplifier likely wasn't ever supposed to see the light of day in the first place, and advertising that a villain was able to infiltrate and escape Island with it would be the worst look imaginable. Just as well, it would indubitably spur a massive manhunt for the person, group in possession of it by people on both sides of the law. When it was time to leave the island, Izuku and May found themselves on All Might's private jet once again, though it was without All Might this time. He had chosen to stay behind to continue shielding Melissa from the scandal and help sort out where exactly things went from there. At least, that's what he told them he was sticking around for. Izuku had his suspicions, but he let it be, especially after the almost tearful goodbye he and May shared with Melissa. The flight back home was a lot more subdued than the initial trip to Island. Most people would be much less excited to leave Island than to go. And that was partially the case for Izuku and May, but they were also understandably exhausted from all of the hullabaloo that they had to endure. It was certainly a trip to be remembered, both for all of the right and wrong reasons. "Hey, Izuku," May addressed him from her seat across the aisle from his own, drawing his attention from the window. "Thanks for inviting me to this trip. Venturing to Island was a dream come true, despite everything that happened while we were there. You were the first person I thought of aside from my mom," Izuku replied with a smile, and then he took on a thoughtful expression. "I don't think I've ever heard you call me by my first name, though. Makes me feel special. You've already been calling me May for a while now, so I figured I'd at least return the favor," May replied with a shrug and smile of her own. "I've never had many friends, and I think I can confidently say that you occupy the top spot in that regard." That admission truly warmed the greenhead's heart, particularly since he knew that she didn't often get sentimental about much of anything. He was really lucky to have been able to make such great friends in his short time at UA thus far. "Plus, I made a ton of connections with support companies the world over, and I also now have a wealth of ideas for all the super cute babies I can make." May continued with a manic grin, her more familiar gremlin behavior taking over once again. Izuku couldn't fight the fond chuckle at her antics. She really was one of a kind in so many ways. He'd make damn sure that Hatsume Industries took off by hook or by crook, and he'd have her along with him on his hero journey every step of the way. Ridestro stood in his office in Deku, fondly gazing out of the window at the glorious city as he was wont to do. They were inching closer towards their ultimate goal with each passing day. Recruits and sympathizers were funneling in weekly as senseless villain attacks on civilians became more prevalent. And their already established forces were growing more competent by the day under Getten's heavy-handed instruction. The inevitable liberation of society was near, and it was clearer than ever. Not since his days as a gnome in his youth had he felt such clarity. A knock came from the other side of his door, and he smiled. That was the signal that his lieutenants had all arrived at the conference room, and the meeting he called for was finally upon him. Striding out of his office and down the hall to the room in question, he opened the door and saw his most trusted comrades sitting in their seats at the conference table. Curious, Skeptic, Trumpet, Getten, and Kusari were all in attendance, and Ridestro took his seat at the head of the table. "I trust you all know why this meeting was called," Ridestro began, and each lieutenant nodded, having at the very least a rough idea of what had recently transpired at Island. "Excellent." Kusari showcased the device. The redhead complied and retrieved a large case from under the table, opening it for everyone to view. "This is David Shield's Quirk amplifier that is supposedly able to massively boost the capabilities of one's meta ability without the harmful consequences usually seen in artificial enhancers, such as Trigger." "Okay, we have the device," Getten spoke up from under his hood in his soft voice that betrayed the survival of the fittest Sigma grindset he touted. "What exactly do we do with it? What exactly can we do with it?" asked Trumpet. The MLAS inside man in the political world of Japan is the leader of the Hearts and Minds Party. "It's certainly a powerful tool, but it's only one. We can do nothing without the accompanying research that went into developing it," Skeptic spoke up. "Unfortunately, that research was confiscated when the project was shut down upon pressure from several governments, Japan's included. So, in other words, you have it," Curious surmised with a deadpan expression, knowing how dramatic her comrade could be when flaunting his skills and intelligence. "Of course, I do," Skeptic scoffed. Getting into their systems and obtaining the information was only slightly more tedious than slipping past UAS numerous firewalls unnoticed. "So, we have both the device and the instructions on how to develop it, meaning we could potentially reverse engineer this thing," Trumpet surmised, "and mass produce it." Ridestro finished with a dark smile. The pieces began to fall into place for the other occupants of the table. If they were able to crack the code on a risk-free Quirk amplifier, they could outfit their entire army with them and develop a nigh unstoppable legion of super soldiers. No one would be able to stand in the way of liberation. Not any heroes, not any governments, and not any standing armies or self-defense forces. Hell, not even a surprise collaboration between the symbol of peace and the symbol of evil would be able to stop them. The liberation of society truly was near. HN came a low grunt from within the thick parka of Getten. Something the matter, Getten? Redistro asked. I don't usually agree with the use of artificial enhancements on principle, Getten calmly explained. It runs against our ideology of wielding our own power as we should and dominating with our own strength. The room was engulfed in a thoughtful silence at the surprisingly insightful take from the hooded man. Kusari, having long since abandoned his lazy masquerade for such an important meeting, set his sharp gaze onto their Grand Commander as he mulled over Getten's thoughts. The older man's eyes were closed, and he was slowly nodding, as if he had come to a grand realization through nirvana. You are not incorrect in your assessment, Getten, Redistro began, and he had the rapt attention of his lieutenants. The mission of our movement is the liberation of our natural gifts, and the proper cultivation of our natural gifts into powerful, efficient weapons so that we aren't reliant on filth such as trigger is one of our keystones. However, in our hands, this device is more than just a shortcut to power or a tool akin to steroids. It's a symbol. After taking a moment to ensure that he had everyone's undivided attention, he continued. This device is a showcase of our potential should society unleash itself of its shackles and allow its inhabitants to live freely and wield their abilities as they should, as is their right. This device will show us what society could be if only we would allow it to be, what it should be if only we are successful in our righteous endeavors. It potentially may not happen in our lifetimes, but such is the nature of revolution. Change does not happen overnight. Utopia takes time to achieve. And utopia is exactly what we will liberate our society towards, as is Distro's will. Based, Getten replied with a nod, and he, alongside the other lieutenants, placed their right hands in the liberation sign with their thumbs on their foreheads and their index finger pointed to the sky. Based, indeed, Redistro said with his dark, self-assured smile. How long will it take us to actually reverse engineer this? Curious asked, living up to her codename. Unfortunately, it will likely take quite some time, though much less time than it would take without the accompanying research, Kusari chose to answer. However, time is on our side in this situation. How so? She questioned, and Kusari smirked. Let's say, hypothetically. Please keep this one brief, Trumpet interrupted pleadingly, and the others all nodded alongside him. Whatever, Kusari huffed indignantly. Anyway, suppose I was fingered as the guy who killed one of the developers of that device and walked away with it. The first thing they will investigate is my connection to the League of Villains. So the heat will already be directed elsewhere. His smirk returned with an even more vindictive edge. What's more is that they will eventually stumble upon the League's connection to All for One, assuming they haven't already. He's enough of a high-priority threat as it stands. But the very idea of the symbol of evil hiding away in the shadows with a device that amplifies quirks is cataclysmic enough to warrant Hero Society mobilizing in full to eliminate him. All of their attention will be on ridding the world of the quirk thief and what remains of his empire. And none of it will be on us, Redistro added onto Kusari's line of thinking, and the redhead nodded. They'll be so focused on killing each other while we're left to work in peace, and whoever comes out of that will be helpless to defend against us once we are prepared to strike. Redistro let the moment breathe so that the weight of the misdirection set in for the other lieutenants, and they were all cognizant of the implications. Kusari, in particular, was very pleased with himself. Assuring a reliable red herring for the heroes while the MLA gathered their strength was a commendable feat, and he would revel in his self-congratulatory high for as far as it would take him. Redistro smiled and gave his lieutenants a final look over. Until that time comes, everyone, continue your work, Redistro commanded. We are making excellent progress towards the ideal society, and we can only go even further up from here. You all are dismissed. A few short days of rest for both his mind and body was all Izuku was afforded before he would be back on the move. Classes 1A and 1B were outside of UA and weathering the last-minute lectures about their training camp that Aizawa and Vlad King were giving them, respectively. When they were finished, his classmates fell into excited chatter about what their training camp would have in store for them, and he could certainly understand their anticipation, but he was content with very little excitement for the foreseeable future. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he noticed the pair of floating arms making their way toward him in his periphery. Knowing exactly who they belonged to, he didn't feel the need to do anything to stop their advance, and the hands snapped around his neck and lightly squeezed while shaking him. You little bastard, the voice of his fellow greenhead growled from beside him, and he turned to send a smile to the floating head glaring at him. Her face then took on a very exaggerated look of hurt and betrayal. You met Godzilla and lorded it over me. How could you? She asked in an equally exaggerated tone. I thought we were the best of bosom buddies, Midoriya. Green-haired royalty is supposed to stick together, not undercut each other. Izuku could barely fight his laughter while reaching into his bag and retrieving a notebook. He flipped to the page with Godzilla's signature on it, and he held it up for her to read. Upon seeing that it was actually an autograph made out to her specifically, her eyes widened and her arms went slack. She slowly grasped the notebook and held it with such reverence that anyone watching would swear he had handed her the location of the Fountain of Youth. "You are forgiven, Lord Midoriya," Takage eventually said with her sharp-toothed grin. "Glad to hear it, Lady Takage," he replied with a laugh. "That's Tyranokage to you, minion," she corrected with a playfully haughty tone. "My mistake, Your Highness," he placated with his hands up in mock surrender. "Come on guys, the buses are here," Kendo shouted to her class, and Takage took that signal to flick Izuku in the temple and fly away with the notebook in hand. Izuku amusedly shook his head and walked toward his class bus. He did notice Minta staring at him with the same look of reverence he had several times in the past, and he would finally admit that it was starting to weird him out a little bit. The mind of the shorter boy, meanwhile, was in the midst of a complete whirlwind. At the center of his thoughts was his class rep, Izuku Midoriya. He would consider the absurdly powerful teen a friend, and he hoped that the feeling was mutual, but he couldn't really be sure these days. He never really could be sure with anyone, if he was being honest with himself. Making friends wasn't as much of a struggle for him as allowing himself to believe that they were genuine and not secretly looking down on him behind his back. Metaphorically speaking, of course, everyone looked down on him physically on account of his diminutive stature. That, in and of itself, was also kind of the problem. Sure, people were never cruel or particularly unfair to him, but they were often dismissive of his dreams of becoming a pro-hero. His small size and odd mutation quirk were biological hurdles for being respected, as most would immediately write him off to be the gag character that was good for little more than comic relief and occasional slapstick humor. His admittedly overzealous appreciation for the fairer sex didn't exactly help matters, either. It hurt to see the rest of his class think less of him in real time after the locker room fiasco. He knew that he went too far. It was a gross invasion of privacy that got another classmate hurt in his stead when he should have just had some damn self-control. Now, not only was he a short, weird-looking nerd with shoddy social skills, he was a creep on top of that. He just wanted to be cool. He wanted to be respected. He wanted people to finally look at him as anything more than a quick laugh. He wanted people to feel reassured in his presence, not repulsed or apathetic. He wanted to be like Midoriya. Ever since the day he met Midoriya at the entrance exam where the taller boy jumped in front of a robot attack to protect him and then collaborated with him to take down the remaining swarm, he was constantly reminded of the kind of person he wished he could be. He watched the greenhead practically stumble into being obliviously surrounded by female friends, the respect of his classmates and pro-heroes across the nation, and even a strangely devoted following of people online that talk about him on hero forums. Minta was even browsing through the dumb rumors about Endeavor being a bottom when people springboarded the conversation to Midoriya and his fire quirk. What the hell was even the correlation there? They weren't even halfway through their first year, and he was already everything Minta ever wanted to be. He was strong, likable, heroic, ridiculously smart, and above all else, he was respected. Minta truly just wanted to be respected. "Hey, grapist, get the fuck on the goddamn bus before I squeeze you into juice," Bakugo shouted out of the window of his seat at the only one a student to have yet to board. Language, Bakugo. Ida could be heard shouting from inside. Class 1 exited the bus after about an hour of travel. Most had assumed that they were just making a rest stop to stretch their limbs and go to the bathroom. But upon being faced with an empty lot overlooking the wilderness and no bus carrying 1B in sight, confusion and suspicion began to spread amongst them. "You guys don't actually think we stopped here just for you to stretch your legs, do you?" Aizawa spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. Before anyone could respond, both the driver and front passenger doors of the black car opened, and two figures stepped out of the vehicle. "Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow." One figure, Mandalay, began in her red cat meets magical girl-themed costume. "Perfectly cute and cat-like girls. You can call us the." The other figure, Pixie Bob, continued in a blue version of the other's costume. "Wild, wild pussycats," they emphatically declared together while posing amidst a silent, mostly confused Class 1 and a young boy behind them who looked like he wanted to be literally anywhere else. "Oh, Uravity," Pixie Bob called out while making her way to Ochako after spotting her. "How have you been since the internship?" "I've been doing all right," she answered with a smile. "It's great to see you all again." Pixie Bob smiled, and then she smirked and bent to whisper to Ochako conspiratorially. "So, how's the manhunt? You've got quite a few lookers in your class. Better snatch 'em up before their eyes wander to a spry young woman such as myself." Young is a bit of a stretch, Ochako mused internally, not wanting to upset the woman. "Long time, no see, Eraser," Mandalay greeted the tired teacher with a smile. "That it has," he nodded before addressing his class. "These are two of the pros you'll be working with at the summer training camp. Uraraka, you interned with them, so you're already familiar. The rest of you, say hello. We own this whole stretch of land out there," Mandalay stated after all of the pleasantries, gesturing out to the surrounding forest. "Everything the light touches is part of our kingdom. The summer camp you're staying at is way down there at the base of the mountain. Wait, then why did we stop all the way out here? Toru questioned. I'm afraid we both know the answer to that, Sue dryly replied. Nah, that can't be right. Sato nervously chuckled before looking over to Achako. Right, you're Raka. They're just messing around, right? Achako did not respond, and she was sweating bullets from having come to the same conclusion and thinking about the week she spent in the beast's forest. Right, back on the bus then, Shiro nodded, taking her silence as all the confirmation he needed to get the hell out of Dodge. The rest of the class quickly followed suit and rushed back towards the bus, but Pixie Bob landed in front of them, cutting off their salvation. The current time is 9:30 in the morning. If you're fast about it, you might make it there by noon, Mandalay declared with an entirely too joyful tone in the class opinion. Just then, Pixie Bob used her quirk to rupture the dirt they were all standing on and created a landslide down the cliff's edge. Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 don't get any lunch, Mandalay called out to the collection of dirty and rather annoyed students at the base of the cliff. Good news, though, since this is private property. You can use your quirks however you want. You've got 3 full hours to make it through. It should be plenty of time, provided you can survive the beast's forest. Good luck. Mandalay turned around and strolled back towards Aizawa leaning against the bus while Pixie Bob happily created and remotely controlled an army of dirt monsters for the class to fight through. Don't you think you've got them on a pretty crazy schedule, Eraser? Mandalay asked her scraggly friend. Yeah, that's the idea, he nodded. We're hoping to get an entire second semester's worth of knowledge in them here. That's going to take an intense amount of work, but the rewards will be worth it, I'll say, came a young voice from around the corner of the bus, catching the 2 pros off guard. Poking their heads around the corner to investigate showed Izuku casually leaning against the other side of the bus, and he gave them a lazy wave when he looked at them. Sup, Midoriya? Aizawa questioned in utter confusion that was shared by Mandalay. Why aren't you with your classmates? More importantly, how did you get by me without me noticing? I figured out what was up the minute we got off the bus, Izuku remarked with a shrug. As for how I got past you, well, you know who trained me. Mandalay wasn't sure how to react to the green-haired teen. She landed somewhere between incredulous and impressed. Aizawa, on the other hand, was just kicking himself for not expecting something along these lines from his student. Well, I'll be on the bus if you need me, Izuku nonchalantly informed and turned around to leave. But he quickly found himself ensnared in his teacher's capture scarf and lifted off of the ground. He could practically feel the glowing, red glare fixed onto his back to ensure he couldn't escape. It was worth a shot. He sighed in resignation as Aizawa carried him to the edge and yeeted him down into the woods with his classmate. Damn problem child, Aizawa lowly grumbled. But both Mandalay and Pixie Bob could hear the fondness buried under the scuff. Who trained him? Mandalay questioned, now incredibly curious about the boy. Pixie Bob was also curious if for no other reason than the kid already being pretty entertaining. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Aizawa answered with a smirk. Meanwhile, Class 1B had the luxury of riding on their bus directly to camp, completely oblivious to the hell their sibling class was enduring. The 20 students calmly and leisurely conversed amongst each other as the initial excitement for the trip died down over the hour since they left UA. One of those students was Yui Kodai, sitting silently and gazing out of the window while Takage was beside her engaged in a rather spirited debate with their blonde friend in the seat behind them, Pony Tsunotori. Yui was only half listening, just following the conversation enough to know that it was about anime but not enough to jump in and contribute at all. Instead, she was content with blankly gazing out of the window and enjoying the calm of the moving landscape as they slowly made their way to their temporary home for the duration of their training camp. She loved window seats. She really loved window seats. As much as her classmates affectionately called her a cooter, she could become a yander in milliseconds if window seats were involved. She was taken away from her window watching when her lizardy friend tapped her shoulder. Yo, Yui, settle a debate for us, the greenhead asked, and Yui nodded. Awesome, alright, say you're fighting that old villain no one has ever been able to catch, Truck-kun, and he gets a lucky shot on you. But check this out, instead of dying, you get ice-skied into a new world, but you're no longer human. Would you rather end up as a spider or a slime? Yui took a moment to consider the question, and she placed her chin in her hand in a similar manner to her other green-haired friend while she thought it over. Spider, she answered simply, much to the chagrin of the reptile fanatic and the glee of the class weeb. Told you, said Suna, Pony said with a victorious grin. Ugh, why not the slime? She groused to Yui. I want to shoot webs, she replied just as simply. See, Pony remarked once more to the greenhead. It's exactly as I said, bitches love Spider-Man. Yui nodded before returning to her window watching. Setsuna huffed but conceded nonetheless. The mention of Spider-Man brought her to another thought, though. Yo, Pony, you've been in Japan for a few years now, right? When Pony nodded, she continued. Now that you're settled in, how different is it here than in America? Pony hummed and thought over the question. Well, America is definitely a lot more open about quirks and quirk use than Japan. Quirk laws are a lot more stringent here. In America, you could just use your tail or even sprout a tree root from your gut to carry your groceries, and no one would really bat an eye. That isn't the case in Japan. Over here, you need a permit to do much of anything with your quirk as well as a license for hero work. You don't need a license for hero work in America, curiously questioned 1B's mushroom girl, Kanoko Komori, sitting beside her. No, you do, Pony answered. You just don't necessarily need a permit to use your quirk on the job so long as you're licensed for whatever job that is. Quirk use is kinda tied to freedom of expression in America, and that's a whole political can of worms over there. Nothing is ever agreed on when constitutional rights are brought up. Not gonna lie, that sounds a little freeing, Setsuna sighed. I guess, Pony mused. It's not always a good thing, though. Vigilantism is a lot harder to pin down over there. Unlicensed hero work is one thing, but using your quirk in self-defense or the defense of others in public won't get you arrested or fined. She paused, and her hand went to her chin in thought. Unbeknownst to her, several of her classmates had begun listening to the interesting conversation. Actually, you might get a fine, but it'll probably only be for disorderly conduct if you're being reckless about it. Still doesn't sound so bad, Setsuna mused. Pony shrugged. It leads some people to do stupid and irresponsible things more often than they should that end up getting themselves and others hurt. It all just comes down to cultural differences, though. One of the students listening intently to the conversation was the beastly intellectual, Jiroda Shishida. His attention was captured when Pony explained the stark differences in philosophy regarding quirks between America and Japan, and his attention was only stoked even further when she revealed how much more laissez-faire both the law and public perception was with quirks in the West. It made him curse just how needlessly restrictive Japanese society was in many regards, quirks being chief among them. How he wished he could throw his posh, well-mannered upbringing aside and embrace his beastly urges without the sort of public scrutiny given to heroes like Hound Dog and Shishido. Liberation will be upon Japan soon enough, he mused to himself. On the subject of cultural differences, Pony continued with a slight frown. I've noticed that people with heteromorphic mutations are treated a bit differently here than over there. Personal experience? Setsuna asked with a frown of her own. A little bit, she nodded in response. It might just be because heavy mutations are a lot more visible in America. There are a ton of mutant pride movements that people are mostly fine with, but there isn't a lot of that over here. While the two friends discussed the differences between Japan and America, Shishida wasn't the only classmate listening. Shihei Kiwara was conveniently seated right behind the object of his affections, Komori, so he had also caught the conversation by proximity. However, the pitch-black-skinned teen was in deep thought for very different reasons than Shishida. The portion of the conversation about mutant discrimination in Japan stuck with him. He thought about his older cousin and the tragedy that was her life. She had a hereditary mutation that was mostly independent of her quirk. But a mutation was a mutation nonetheless, especially in the rural area she lived in since those were notoriously less tolerant of mutations than urban areas. Combine that with the fact that her quirk was very similar to his own, and you get a disgruntled mutant with a villainous quirk fighting back against vicious bigotry. It was only a matter of time before something really bad happened, and when it did, she ran away from home. He hadn't heard anything about her since then. His parents didn't often like to talk about her, but he refused to just forget. She was his cousin, and he had fond memories of hanging out with her when they were younger. He even chose his hero name, Vantablack, to pay homage to her memory. He'd find her one day, wherever she was. Many hours later, 1B had long since made it to the camp and had gotten settled in. 1A, however, was not so fortunate. After 8 hours of trekking through the beast's forest and fighting through scores of giant, ferocious dirt monsters, the absolutely haggard class dragged themselves out of the tree line and fell to the ground at the feet of Pixie Bob, Mandalay, and Aizawa. That took longer than expected, Mandalay mused with a smile. You said it would take 3 hours. Siro whined while laying bonelessly on the dirt. I guess I estimated it based on how long it would take us, Mandalay sheepishly responded. I thought it would take even longer. Pixie Bob piped up in excitement. You kids did much better against my dirt monsters than I thought you would. You guys were seriously great. She focused her gaze on Izuku, Ada, Bakugo, and Shoto in particular and practically purred. Especially the 4 of you. It seems you've had quite a bit of experience already. She licked her lips, and Izuku felt a shiver run up his spine. I call dibs on these kittens. I'll groom them myself, she called out while leaping forward to harass the boys in question. You really ought to be on a list, Aizawa internally sighed, her antics reminding him way too much of Nimari when she was feeling especially eager to mess with her students. Back in Musutafu, Inko felt a disturbance in the force. Her instincts were telling her that her baby was being harassed by a harlot. But when she snapped her gaze away from the cards in her hand, Midnight was still sitting to her left at the table they and 3 others were at. She narrowed her gaze at the younger woman, and Midnight began to sweat. Why you okay over there, Inko? she hesitantly asked the woman that was bearing a threatening aura. Someone is getting too fresh with my son, she answered. I can feel it. The two other occupants of the poker table, 13 and Recovery Girl, both snorted in amusement. Ladies' night was already off to an entertaining start. When Izuku had managed to free himself from Pixie Bob's attention by ensuring Bakugo made the ultimate sacrifice in his stead, he noticed the young boy who had been silently glaring at them ever since they got off the bus that morning. Who's that? He asked Mandalay while pointing at the child in question. Oh, this little guy's my cousin's son who lives with us now, she answered. Don't be shy, Kota, say hi to everyone. You'll be around them for the next week. Kota remained silent and continued glaring at them all. Izuku stepped forward to the boy to greet him face to face. Hey there, my name is Midoriya, he kindly began while bending down and extending his hand to the younger boy. I'm from the UA High Heroics course. It's nice to meet you. Kota still didn't respond, and he instead winded up and threw as hard of a punch as he could to Izuku's groin. However, he was taken aback when Izuku calmly and effortlessly caught the punch with his other hand, his smile not dropping for a single moment. Kota, Mandalay shouted in mortified panic, but she stopped in her tracks when Izuku spoke. You telegraphed your punch a little too much, Izuku commented, smile still not wavering. The best nut shots are like lightning, so a quick jab is the best way to go. Let me show you. Izuku, much to the confusion of Kota and the incredulity of everyone watching, proceeded to demonstrate several quick jabs for the boy and encouraged him to emulate the technique. Kota, not really knowing what to do, just absent-mindedly acquiesced and threw several sloppy jabs at the air in front of him. Only when Izuku manually adjusted the boy's form to help him with the follow-through of the punch to avoid him hurting himself did Kota snap back to reality. And he threw a much better jab. There you go, just like that, Izuku encouraged, and Kota begrudgingly accepted the praise and threw a few more jabs. Is that Emi's form? Mandalay asked Aizawa, commenting on how reminiscent Izuku's footwork and striking was of Ms. Joke. Yep, Aizawa dryly answered before addressing his exhausted students. Enough playing around. Get your stuff off the bus. Izuku nodded to his teacher and turned back to Kota. You're starting to get the hang of it. Just keep working on it and you'll have a certifiable nutcracker in no time. When your opponent isn't expecting anything, don't give them anything to expect. Kota turned his glare onto Izuku, but it had considerably less heat to it than it did previously. Whatever, he muttered before walking away. After a veritable feast for dinner, since it would be the only time the students wouldn't have to cook for themselves, one found themselves enjoying the hot springs afforded to them. One boy, meanwhile, wasn't enjoying the relaxing soak as much as he could have been. Minda was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On the other side of a mere wooden wall was a glorious wonderland literally ripped from his wildest fantasy. The temptation to manifest destiny was ever so alluring. However, a quick glance to the other side of the onsen showed the unblinking eyes of his class rep locked onto him. He nervously met the other boys' unsettling, green gaze, and the two stared at each other amidst the light chatter of their classmates. Minda turned back towards the wall, vaguely hearing the conversations of the girls on the other side, and he turned back to look at Izuku once again. But he was gone. Surprised, Minda looked around for where their class rep disappeared to, but he was nowhere in sight. That was until he looked down at the water, and he clearly saw two bright, slitted eyes, one yellow and one green, piercing right through him from under the surface. He gasped and shuffled back against the wall of the pool, drawing the attention of some of the others. You okay, dude? Kaminari asked him. Minda glanced back at the water, but the face was gone. When he looked back to the other side of the spring, Izuku was back in his original spot as if he had never moved, and no one else appeared to have noticed if he did. Yeah, just thought I saw something, Minda mumbled. You know, Kirishima began with a thoughtful expression. I kinda would have expected you to have tried something stupid like climbing the wall over to the girl's side by now. Haha, yeah, that would be pretty on brand for you, Zero agreed, and several others chuckled at the thought. Minda forced himself to chuckle along with them, but it was hollower than he would have liked. I guess I can't exactly fault you for that. The rest of the time in the onsen went without incident, but Minda was silent for the majority of it. It had been abundantly clear to him that the bulk of his classmates were expecting him to misbehave in the proximity of their bathing female classmate. Even Midoriya had been silently keeping a tight watch on him the entire time. Black magic fuckery and all. As much as he would concede that he deserved it, it bothered him like nobody's business. He had solidified his place as the troublesome comic relief, and that wasn't something that he was going to accept. When everyone had left the onsen, gotten dressed, and started heading back to the cabins, Minda made up his mind. He sought out the one person at the center of it all, marching right up to the fluffy mop of green hair before the other boy could enter the cabin. Midoriya, can we talk? He asked him. Izuku looked down at his classmate, immediately taking note of the resolute face of the shorter boy. Sure, he acquiesced. And the two walked a decent distance away from the cabin and out of earshot of everyone but Shoji should he be listening. When they felt they were far enough, Izuku stopped and leaned against a tree before motioning for Mineta to begin. Mineta took a deep breath and swallowed his reservations completely. Teach me your ways, Midoriya. The two stood in silence for a brief moment while Izuku confusedly regarded him with a quirked eyebrow. What? Teach me how to be cool, he squeaked out, all of the nerve he summoned up to speak to Izuku quickly evaporating. Izuku merely bemusedly scratched his head before chuckling. I'm a hero nerd who mutters when he gets excited and writes down information about quirks into notebooks. I'm certain there are others you could go to for advice about being cool before me. You don't get it, Mineta muttered, struggling to meet Izuku's gaze. People like you. People respect you. Our classmates look to you for guidance. Even when they don't need it, they just value your opinion. Everything you say carries weight to people, not even just in our class, but in other classes, and even the general public. You had the freaking crowd in the palm of your hand more than once during the sports festival. Mineta was growing frustrated with himself the more he spoke. He was just gushing about Izuku in a manner that seemed like a perverse mixture of jealousy and hero worship. He violently shook his head to refocus his thoughts. All the while, Izuku meandered over to a nearby log. What's this really about? Izuku asked and sat down on the log to be at eye level with Mineta. Mineta noticed that there wasn't any derision, annoyance, or judgment in his voice, just curiosity and concern. He opened his eyes and finally met his friend's gaze. You're strong, you're heroic, you're practically adored, and you're respected. I want to be that. I want to be like you, Mineta finally admitted. He looked away again, fully expecting laughter or contempt, but none came. When he opened his eyes again, he only saw Izuku looking back at him with the same concern but with a bit more understanding alongside it. The genuine desire to help that Mineta saw in Izuku's eyes emboldened him to speak again. I know I can't be strong like you, or endeavor, or all might. I don't want a one-to-one transformation into you. I just want to be respected. I don't want to be laughed at or be the butt of everyone's jokes. I want people to feel safe in my presence when I'm a hero like they already do in yours. Mineta sighed, and Izuku could hear the weariness in the boy's voice. I just want people to take my dreams seriously for once. Izuku's silence remained as Mineta finished speaking. He reached over and patted a spot next to him on the log, and Mineta hesitated a moment before sitting down. I'm gonna level with you, Izuku began, holding Mineta's rapt attention. You're already working at a deficit with your stature and appearance. It's challenging to respect someone that I could probably punt 100 meters into the woods. Tell me how you really feel, Mineta grumbled. With that said, Izuku continued, you've already carved out a decent lane for yourself as it is. Getting into UA at all is no small feat. And getting into the hero course is another thing entirely. You've managed to stick around this long throughout all the villain attacks, extra shenanigans, and threats of expulsion from Mr. Aizawa. I'd say you're doing well enough in overcoming that deficit. Then why is it still so hard to be taken seriously? Mineta questioned. You're a pervert and a bit of a coward, Izuku bluntly answered. When Mineta's face screwed into a frown, Izuku raised an eyebrow. Did you want me to lie to you? But Kaminari's a pervert, too, Mineta defended. Yeah, but he's normal-sized and conventionally attractive, despite being a bit of a dunce. He can get away with a lot more than you could, or maybe it's more accurate to say that you can get away with a lot less than he could, Izuku responded, and he placed a hand up to silence Mineta's interruption. Yeah, I know, it isn't fair, and it sucks, but that is the reality of your situation should you choose to make being a pervert such a fundamental aspect of your personality. Mineta looked down with a contemplative frown, knowing that Izuku wasn't wrong about anything he had said up to that point. The good thing is that it's the easier of the two to fix. Izuku spoke again, drawing Mineta's attention. The other issue is a little trickier to address. Being a coward, huh? Mineta sardonically mused before sighing in defeat. You're not wrong about me being one. You're not always one. You've come through when it mattered most. You just need to make that more of an expectation and less of a fortunate occurrence. What do you mean? What I mean is that if you want respect, you need to be less of this, Izuku said while broadly gesturing to Mineta with his hand, and more of the guy I teamed up with at the entrance exam in the USJ. Be more like the guy who had my back and I had his in the life and death fight against the Namu. Be more like the guy who guarded Sue with his life when she went down. Mineta stared at Izuku with bright eyes, soaking in everything the green had said to him. Things were beginning to click. Being respected was possible, and he was already fighting that uphill battle to do it. He had just been putting up hurdles in his path that were even taller than himself. That would change from here on out. I want to be respected, Mineta firmly declared. I'm going to be respected. I'm going to be better than I am right now. Put your hand over your heart and say it with your chest, Izuku encouraged, and Mineta placed his right hand over a spot on the right side of his chest. That's not your heart, Izuku confusedly noted. No, it is, Mineta replied. I have isolated dextrocardia, so my heart faces the right side of my chest instead of the left. Fascinating, Izuku mumbled before shaking himself out of it and refocusing on the topic at hand. Speak it into existence and then become it. Use this training camp to start being that goddamn hero that you've always dreamed of becoming. Be the man that's deserving of respect. You bet your ass I will, he declared while popping up from the log and pumping his fist in the air. He thanked the taller boy profusely for the talk and turned to head back to the cabin, but he stopped when another thought occurred to him. Hey, Midoriya, he began, turning back to face the other boy. Are we friends? Izuku raised an eyebrow at the question. Were you under the impression that we weren't? Minda smiled, and it was one of the first genuine, non-lecherous or devious smiles Izuku had seen from the boy. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.